Hey guys, what's up? Oh man, let me do a check here. I don't think we got anybody in here yet. We're just gonna talk and see what happens. Might get a couple people in. But yeah, this is my first time going live on Facebook, and we're just gonna see how this goes. I go live on YouTube a lot, and we get friends in, and it's usually a pretty good time. Okay, that seems to be working. Yeah. All right. Well, just waiting for people to show up. Oh, Aaron, what's up? How's it going? You're the first one in here, it looks like. And you're watching on YouTube, okay. In the extreme south. Yeah, I did a little bit of a I was gonna see if anybody wanted to come in. I guess I could throw the old link up. Anybody wants to jump on in, there's the link. Okay, yeah. Oh, all right, good. It showed both of them. Put it up on Facebook and up on YouTube. Huh, I like this. I just got done today. I was on YouTube doing a little test live. I'm glad only a couple people caught it because that's all it was a test. But I now have internet out at my shop. Oh, what's the elbows in grease? What are you doing? Well, there's a new name. One Fast 440 Duster. Welcome, welcome. It's always good to see new faces. What did you break, Aaron? But yeah, I won't be doing too many lives from this spot. I don't think anymore. This will probably be the last one for a while, but hey, yeah, what's up? You got the link? Go ahead and jump in if you want to. I don't know where Ruben's at, but there's the link. Um, I got internet out at the shop, and I did that test live out there. I still got I want to get a better webcam out there, and working on something else. I want to have the webcam to where I can move it around anywhere in the shop where I'm at, and I think I got it figured out how to do that. Oh, oh yeah, that's fine there. And I was talking to Duster. I think Ruben said something about he wanted to jump in. Ooh, where'd you get those from? Said you got a 360, 727, and a 340 block. The the small block 727s are starting to be worth a little bit of money. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But yeah, those small block 727s, I think if they're not worth money now, they will be worth money. What's up, Rabbit Transit? Um, because those will bolt up to a modern Hemi. And the more people doing modern Hemi swaps, you're going to see a lot of those small block 727s. Oh yeah, there was one other person that I didn't invite. Let's see if he's here. I go on late usually. This is well, this is 9 o'clock where I'm at. I think you West Coast guys, it's like still like 7 o'clock. Probably just got dark not too long ago. Yeah, I've got one small block 727 that I'm going to use in my duster, but I think I'm going to start keeping my eye out for a couple more and put them up on the shelf. Yeah, that's what I thought. You guys are like 2 hours behind. I'm pretty sure Ruben's on the same time. You're from Northern California, right? I know my buddy Chris from Talking Mopars, the Talking Mopars podcast. He's at SEMA right now. And I don't know. He probably won't jump on tonight because I know he had a rough day yesterday, and um, okay, yeah, he had a rough day yesterday. He twisted his ankle, and then he went and walked SEMA all day today just to get footage. I wanted to check and make sure he wasn't going to do a live. He did a live 2 nights now. The first night I was at work, but Blake from Bad Tree got on there. He was talking to him for a little bit. I was happy to see Blake get on his live, because really I think that is how I got the 100 followers on Facebook that I got, was because I went on Chris's live one time. I was on there once, and in 2 days, I got 75 friend requests. So I just started accepting them, if they were people who were into cars and stuff. And then when I decided to start the Dust Devil Facebook page and start throwing a few videos up on there, which I need to put more up, but I just invited those people on, and they followed the Facebook page, and I've just been doing that. I don't know if I'd like SEMA too much. It doesn't seem like my scene. I'm into old Mopars. I'm into new Mopars too, but I'm into old Mopars, and I like when I go to a show or something, I like it to be mostly Mopar. If I'm going to make a trip like that, because me and the wife, we go all over the place. We travel and do stuff, and I might want to go to PRI. I'd really like to, but I don't think I could get in right now. But Oh, maybe if one of these two channels picks up, I might be able to get into PRI one day with a press badge, or I think I'd rather do, because I'm more into the drag racing and shit like that. But still, not going to see a whole lot of Mopar stuff there. But I'm not that far away from PRI either. I'm only like 3 hours from Indy. I'm pretty sure PRI is in Indy. So that would be worth it. I know they do, and I talk about it all the time, but it's one of my favorite things with it, because it's in March. They do the big Mopar swap meet in Indy, and that place is it's wild. There's so many people, so many parts, so much Mopar crap, and I just love it there. That, March, you're just getting ready for everything to ramp up, and the whole car season to ramp up out here. I don't know how it is out there. You guys on the West Coast, you guys have car season year round, but we're just coming out of winter, and it's a good thing to start off the whole season with. Oh, let's see. If we got anybody? I can't tell. Uh-oh. Jed just updated his Facebook page. Oh, wow. Jed just got him a new computer. I got his computer fixed and got him a new desk. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. I'm sure we'll hear all about it. He'll probably jump in here in a little bit. I'm hoping, that's kind of what I was hoping for last year, but last year I didn't even have a channel. But I'm hoping one night at Indy, like maybe Saturday night, because usually if anybody, I'm hoping everybody's going to be there Saturday night. If not, maybe even Friday night if people come in early. I don't know when you're going to be there. But I'm hoping to get everybody together and we all like go out to dinner or something, and just everybody, as many YouTubers as we can in one place, But that'd be cool. I know John Wilburn said he was thinking about it. Oh, there he is. Here, I'll get you in here. What's up?
What's up?
But yeah, I mean, I went out last year to Indy with Jed.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you good. Yeah. Well, are you driving or are you home?
I don't know if the mic is good or whatever.
Are you on a phone or your computer?
Telephone.
Oh.
No, I'm on my telephone.
Yeah, you break it up a little bit.
I'm on my I just got home. Yeah, I just got home just like 10 minutes ago. I got all the 727 and all that stuff's on the trailer behind me right there. So I just
can you get closer to it? We can get a look at it.
Yeah.
I love looking at old parts.
Yeah. Here, let me grab my light out of the and remember not to forget the keys. Yeah, no, I just literally got home. That was at the you guys trying to get me to buy more stuff. I'm like, dude, I'm already 5K into the hole with you already. So
340 blocks are.
Yeah, so that's the.
Actually, I might, if you are looking for stuff for that 340, if you're going to build it, let me know.
Yeah, that's the 360 I just picked up tonight.
Oh, so that's a complete motor.
It's all there. Yeah, I got it. It's actually, I guess from what the dude told me, it's a roller motor. It's an 87 roller motor out of a van
87.
or a truck or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
So
87,
I
I
guess
think,
they're
was the
desired.
first year. So there's a good chance, yeah. And that's basically, see, that's better, honestly.
So
I don't know if it's better or not, but
and then here's the
that roller motor is better than the even the Magnum motor.
That's
because you could put the LA heads on it
the
and not have
340
to worry
block
about it.
Picked up. Saying, yeah, that's what JJ was saying, because I've got another 340 that's complete that I could put together, and see, you could tell it's got that sensor on it. See that? See the sensor right there? I don't know if you could see it. So that. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's out of a motorhome, isn't it? That 360?
Is it? Yeah,
I would bet, because that's that dipstick on the transmission on the top like that.
Right.
Then in the motorhomes and the van, might be out of a van too. I'm not sure. Hey, Mr. Foots, what's up? If you want to jump in here, let me post up the thing again.
Yeah, so I literally just got home, and then.
But that dipstick has got the wires coming off of it.
Yeah,
that's for it's either for transmission temperature, or when the transmission fluid gets low, you'll get a light
for an idiot light. Yeah.
And I know they did that in the motorhomes, because my 440 had that same deal. Oh, are we losing him? No, he's coming back.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm moving around.
That's part of being on a cell phone.
Gotta unload all my stuff.
Part of being on a cell phone, it gets choppy like that. I ain't worried about it.
Yeah. Well, right. Let me lock this up real quick. Yeah, Ruben was telling me, oh, Dust Devil's Brian's going live. I'm like, hell yeah, I'll get on there tonight. Why not?
Oh yeah,
the
more the merrier. I love having people.
You guys are the TV stars. You guys are the TV stars, not me, man. I'm just a dude hanging out, trying
to. I got maybe 300 people that like me, and that ain't nothing.
Hey, that's good though. It's a start.
Do you watch? Do you watch Vice Grip Garage?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Did you see his latest video? I didn't get to see the video yet.
No, no, I haven't. Dude, I don't have time to watch TV. Really?
He's on YouTube.
Well, no. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Actually, I just got done watching some of yours.
Well,
the one or two that you got, and then I watched some of Vice Grips, and then I caught up with Ruben and all the rest of his stuff.
Yeah, Ruben's been putting out some good stuff.
Yeah, he is. He's got some clinchers, man. He's got some clinchers.
But Derek from Vice Grip bought the Vanishing Paint Challenger from Dosage.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen it in one of his other videos. He had a video where he was putting up a lift in his shop, and I saw it up there. I'm like, that's a Vanishing Paint Challenger. But I didn't know if he was doing work on it for him and stuff, because, they have other people do work on them cars a lot. Well, they had Chris Birdsong totally.
Right. Huh? That was General Mayhem. Birdsong just got done with Freiberger's General Mayhem.
Yeah.
And
but I didn't know if they were having Derek do some work on it, or if he bought it from him. And it turns out that he bought that car from him. I think that's pretty cool.
No. Freiberger said he sold it. He sold it. Freiberger was sad because that was Dulcich bought that car, 20 years ago, 20-something years ago. And it's sad. Well, you've seen the Roadkill Garage when they, from start to finish, when they did all the work to it. And from that point on, it grew. And then you same as me. I'm like, what? Freiberger gets on there, goes, oh, I the Vanishing Pain is going to a new home, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? Did you sell it?
When did he do that?
He said that he made that announcement like a week before Duct Tape Drags took off. He made that announcement a week before Duct Tape Drags. He said it in one of his little shorts on Motor Trend. And I'm like, wait a minute. He sold it. He goes, the Vanishing Point's going to a new home. And I'm like, wait a second. Dude, you've had that car forever and now you're selling it? And I guess he said, what's his name from Vice Grip bought it. And I'm like, that's weird. And then I guess, didn't they
he must have bought it. He must have bought it when he was out there doing that other show with him, that Hoopty Challenge show.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that 3K Hoopty Challenge deal. I think Derek or is that his name, right? Derek at Vice Grip?
Yeah.
Okay. I keep hearing that name. So he bought that. I think they'd been talking about it for a while. They've been talking about it for some time. And I think that Freiberger finally gave in. And
I'm curious. I'm curious on how much he ended up having to pay for that, because
I guarantee you it was every bit of I'd say probably double digits.
Oh yeah, it had to be.
Low double digits.
But well, hell, when Ruben was saying when he saw him there, he offered to buy Ruben's car off of him.
Who, Dulcich?
No, Derek.
Really? Oh, that's right. He was telling me about that. Yeah, he was saying something about that. I forgot about that. So
I think he was trying to buy everybody's stuff there.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was specifically looking for a Mopar or he was actually just trying to buy anybody's stuff.
Did that guy
all that is money for him, though.
Yeah, he must have a lot of subs, dude, because I tell you what,
let me look that up. He's probably got dude. He makes. I watched an older video. You ever watch if you, it'll come up on Facebook sometimes and you're recommended if what is it? People do these videos on how much money YouTubers make, and they go through and they can figure it out. And it turns out with his merch and with his YouTube channel, he's got 977,000 subscribers.
Oh, bro, million subscribers.
He's almost at 1 million. Yeah, but this was back when he was at 800,000. They did this video on him, and they averaged. They took his views and everything with him, and how much his YouTube channel makes, because that's all public knowledge. Anybody can look that up on how much money a YouTube channel makes.
Yeah.
And then they averaged out his merch to where it's like okay, if 20% of his viewers go to his shop and 5% of them buy one thing, and the average is $24.
Oh, wow.
He brings in just from his if you average it like that, he's bringing in like $700 a day from his merch. So they averaged his earnings to be like $600,000 a year.
Oh, so he's not hurting. He's doing
no. That him buying that car, he could have gave $100,000 for that car, and he'll make money off of it.
Well, that's the thing. That too.
All he's got to do is make 3 or 4 videos. Yeah. All he's got to do is make 3 or 4 videos, and he'll make money off that car.
Well, plus all them cars are a write-off for him, because that's part of his business. That's what they said. He can write off like 20%. Yeah,
I think it is, but
that's money in the bank for him.
Yeah, but that's the thing, and I mean, I can't imagine. That's why I say, it's hard to do. I'm trying to figure out, because it's hard when you're working on a car when you're working on one car, there he is. There's Ruben.
Hey,
get him in here.
The Rubinsky.
But it's hard.
Hey, what's up,
how's it going, Ruben?
What's going on, man?
Not much.
Dr. Pepper.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Plumber.
Gonna get hyped up.
Gonna bounce off the walls.
Yeah.
Look what I just bought today, Ruben. You'll like this.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that's
It's
cool.
a glass.
That's
Dude.
really.
Check out what I bought a couple days ago. You know, everything's on sale because Halloween's over.
Yeah, I paid 70 cents for this. I bought 2 of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
that's cool, dude. Like all this cool shit's on sale right now. That's my.
Is that an alien in there?
No, it's 3 skulls.
It's like a skull. Oh,
Oh.
skull
Yeah, I
skulls,
can't get it on camera though.
Well, I'm
there we
blind
go.
as a bat anyway.
Yeah, it's skull snow globe.
Oh, shit. Right on, man.
Yeah, it's
The
cool. I like
Rubinsker,
that
what are
shit.
you doing?
I just got back from a little local car show they have on every Friday night here. It's like a mile
See?
from my house.
See,
And,
Brian?
You get footage?
No, I wound up bullshitting with the guy that brought a GTX all night, and he's getting a strange rear end. And I'm buying the Dana out of his GTX. He's going to sell it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a 410.
Did you get my text message earlier?
Yeah, I was trying to decipher it, man.
Decipher what? The bullet going, a newer bullet going between your fenders?
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, what does that mean, dude?
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's called New Life for Mr. Hyde, sponsored by
man.
R&D Motorsports.
Oh, dude, no, you don't have to do that, my friend.
Hey, bro.
God, I got a feeling you're gonna do something crazy, dude.
Tomorrow is never guaranteed, brother. I'm here just for the fun and for the smiles. It ain't about the money. I mean, it is, but you know what? To most, it's about the money. For me, who knows? Tomorrow I might not be here, man. You got to have fun with your friends while you're here.
Yeah, I read it, dude, and I was like, oh man, Richard's about to do something crazy, man. It's super nice, dude. I was like, I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I was like,
hey,
fuck, dude.
We're gonna do the roadkill. We're gonna do our version, Dust Devil, R&D, Muscle City. We're gonna do our own version of roadkill, and I'm gonna get my big ass and put the motor on the trailer, and we're gonna go to your house, and we're gonna put that thing. We're gonna do a Uncle Tony / Rubinsky R&D Motorsports. We're gonna do a thrash.
Oh,
I'm gonna take time off of work.
Man.
It's gonna be an aluminum. I didn't want to tell you, but it's gonna be an aluminum headed big block. So just keep that in mind.
Hold on. Don't do something too crazy, you know.
Dude. I don't even
I'm
know.
gonna have to race this man in less than a year.
Well, I gotta, dude. Let's
Hey,
get
we
crazy
gotta-
because I gotta beat the Jack Pine Savage, dude.
Hey, we got to get rid of that 17-second time slip, brother. That just ain't happening.
No, yeah. It's So right now I actually need a transmission, dude, because this 727 I got in here is leaking from every orifice it's got. So I was gonna try to
dug it out of
rebuild
the ground. What do you expect?
Yeah. So I was gonna try to rebuild it after I get through these duct tape videos, and I was gonna maybe after Thanksgiving start cranking on that, you know, just to
do me a favor. Oh, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
You know that pan, that newer style deep pan that you guys were talking about?
Oh, the 5.8
727.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruben, I got one of them on the shelf. I'll send it out to you.
Oh, dude, you guys are amazing, dude. You guys are amazing. So
we got you covered on parts, bro.
Dude, you guys are
don't worry about it.
Crazy, dude.
We're not. Hey,
I find shit, dude. I find this.
Oh man, dude,
that motor I just pulled apart. That motor I just pulled apart. This transmission came with that motor, and I ain't gonna use it for nothing. I already got another pan I'm putting on mine.
I want to
my
say
dog's
some folks
crazy.
in chat real quick, dude. I don't want to ignore you guys, but I just remembered I'm not hosting. I'm trying to click on people's comments, Brian.
I know. I'm bad about that.
Peckerwood, what's up, dude? Aaron, how's it going? Jay, what's up, dude? John, hey, what's up, man?
John, why are you not in here talking
Bigfoot,
to us?
Hey, what's up, man? So yeah, I just got back from a car show, and there was a dude, super cool dude, around my age with the GTX, and we just started bullshitting. And he just put in.
So he's an old dude, huh?
Yeah, he's an old dude, man.
Hey, Ruben.
But he just put in a 5-speed from Passion Performance, and they're the guys that take 6 years to build one for you.
Damn.
And he actually waited 3 years for his. Hold on, let me check out what Richard's got going on.
Hey, there's your cylinder head.
What are
Right
those,
there.
dude?
There's a Victor 383, 440. There's cylinder heads. There's 2 sets. There's a set here and a set in my storage.
Oh, fucking Richard.
And then I just bought a set of Eldebrock Performer
That's crazy,
RPMs
man.
tonight. And then I've got a full-on.
Wow.
Hey, if you really want to get sauce, we could put you a little nitrous on there, a little M1 action, a little
Fuck,
carbon.
dude. Richard,
Like
I don't know
I
what
said,
to say, bro.
hold
I don't know what
on.
to say, dude. That's fucking awesome, man. You know, Richard, because so I've got that stock 400 in there, and I
Yeah.
really wanted because John Wilburn and the internet and everybody keeps saying that even and I heard Uncle Tony because he's got a stock 400 bottom end in his 68 Roadrunner on his channel.
Right.
So before I went crazy with the super duper bottom end, I kind of want to see what nice heads will do on this stock bottom end.
Depends on how wore out the bottom end is, how bad the pistons are.
Yeah, I mean, I
those
can check all
400s,
that.
man. They're good motors. Good motors.
You know, but I wanted to just throw some killer heads on this, just stock bottom end, and see what it can do.
Well, I tell you what, if you want to seriously do a 5, I tell you what.
And then I want to get crazy. And then I want to get crazy.
Yeah, wait till year after next, the second annual John Wilburn race to get super crazy.
Because the reason, and Richard, you can come down, bro, and we will get jiggy with it.
Well,
but the reason I want to do the reason I want to do this stock 400 is I want to document it on the internet. I want to document it on the channel. I want to document it with times so that in the future, if anybody's wondering what a stock bottom end is capable of, they can come to the channel and they can say, oh, this guy did it. You know what I'm saying?
600 horsepower.
Here's a guy that's got a...
I would still freshen it up, though, Ruben.
Yeah,
at
least
dude, if I
pull the motor.
Yeah.
Pull the motor, check the bearings. Honestly, the shit like I just did to that 360, you do the same thing. You pull the motor out, you put it on the engine stand, get the heads off of it because you're replacing them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Flip it over, you pop one main cap off. You haven't seen that part because I've got to upload that video. You pop one main cap off, you check it out, check the bearing out, pop one rod cap off, check the bearing out, check the bores out and stuff. Because if you just pop one of those off, if it's all good, you just put it right back on, retorque it, and you're good.
Mm-hmm.
But if it needs it,
then
you send it in, you have things cleaned up, whatever, however you want to do it, and then go with it. But it's always better to know in your head and have put your eyes on the parts.
Yeah, I can get down with that.
Richard,
thank you, man. You are fucking awesome, dude. I don't know what to say, bro. That's like, and I'm the guy that's always doing this kind of shit for my friends. So to have somebody do this for me, dude, it's pretty. I don't know what to say, bro. But thank you. I'll say
you only live once, man. Spend your money wisely. Except for me, I buy car parts and get yelled at.
I'm the same way, brother.
I don't get yelled at for car parts. I don't get yelled at for car anything. My wife loves going to the events with me. Like I said, when we went up and saw Blake and them, she went with us. I think the first time I saw Jed, I went by myself. But every other time I've gone out to see Jed, she loves hanging out with Jed and his dad. Hell, the one time we went out there, we brought him Christmas cookies. Which, shit, I just get into that time of year. I'm going to have to do that again.
Brian, can you make it the 3 to where you guys are, to where instead of lateral, it's horizontal. Yeah,
Like
that's
that?
the one.
There we go.
That's better, dude.
Yeah, okay, I see that now. Yeah.
Cool
There
beans,
we
cool
go.
beans, man. But yeah, this dude's GTX, man, was bad. And dude, we're practically neighbors. That's the crazy part. So he's had that for 27 years. He bought it for $2,500 in high school. And he's got nitrous on a 440. He's got the Dakota digital gauges inside of it that he modified. He's got this. I'll show it on the channel. I'm going to do. I think that's going to be like my first car that I feature on the channel that's not mine, since he lives close and it's pretty kick-ass. So, but yeah, it's a pretty nice car, dude. And you know what's crazy is that's the first GTX I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Not a lot of Yeah, I mean, I've never seen an actual GTX in my life.
Yeah,
My Roadrunner is the first.
There's a lot of Mopar guys around here.
My Roadrunner is the first Roadrunner that I've seen up close. Also, not a lot of Mopars around here.
I can't believe that you were the only Roadrunner out at Duct Tape.
Duct Tape, yeah, that was wild too.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah,
There was
a lot of Chargers, dude.
A gang of Chargers. I seen that in all your videos.
Yeah.
And then Derek's videos with Vice Grip when he did his deal. Yeah, God, that's so weird. I mean, we're getting started on mine here real soon. I've seen Rubens, and I'm like, dude, I got to get cracking on mine. I'm done.
Next year, dude. We're gonna mob up.
Yes.
That's bullshit.
If you're able to, I don't know your situation. I am gonna try my ass off. Like I'm pretty much going to whatever these guys got going on in September. So that's going to be in Missouri, I think, right? Sykeston, Missouri.
I don't think that they've made a they haven't made a decision yet. I've been waiting
that part of the world.
I've been waiting to hear from Wilburn, and I guess he don't like me enough to jump in here and talk to us. But
who?
John Wilburn. He probably don't want to come in here because he knows we're going to bug him about the race again.
He's probably building a house right now.
Is that dude from Virginia or whatever? Or wherever?
The guy that does the stuff with Uncle Tony.
That one dude.
He's the moderator on it one of the moderators for his lives, and he was out there for that live build with when Lunar Outlaw when they did that 318.
Oh yeah. Didn't you? Oh God, wasn't it?
Good people.
Is that the dude that was on with us when we did all the live?
He was in here last time.
Okay.
He was in here. He was the guy with the mask and stuff. He's
crazy.
I get a kick out of it when somebody doesn't know who John Wilburn is.
He's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that guy. He was the one that kept telling me about make my own channel. He'd do my videos and.
Yeah.
But
I'm like, okay.
There's a set of Ford pistons for your motor right there for $366.
It's funny because Chris Birdsong was kind of the same way for me. Like when I was at Duct Tape, I was like, "Holy shit, it's Chris Birdsong!" People were like, "Who?" I was like, "You don't know who Chris Birdsong is?
You don't know who that is,
dude." I ran across so many people who didn't know who Chris Birdsong was, but there were a ton of YouTubers that I didn't know who they were at Duct Tape. I was like, "Who's that?" And they're like, dude, this guy has like 200,000 subscribers. You don't know who that is? I was like, I've never heard of him.
It's like, does he own a Mopar? No? Well, I probably don't know who he is.
Yeah, the ones I didn't know, they weren't Mopar people. Yeah, they were like Chevy and Ford people, which is cool. Whatever.
Actually, guys, I'll be right back.
All right.
The wife just got home.
Oh, okay. I'm just sitting here.
So, Richard, what'd you do this week, man? Tell us the scoop. Did you go on the road?
For 3 days, I sat at home because it rained here, and then it was soggy, so we couldn't go on any job sites. So yesterday, I did a bunch of loads from. Where did I go yesterday? I was like an hour to travel each direction. Okay. So I did loads yesterday, and I worked today, and I got to work tomorrow. So. You were texting me. Matter of fact, you were texting me remember when I sent you that text of me driving on the road? Yeah. That was me. I was just finishing work and going back to the yard, and I was excited. I told the wife, I said, "We're going live tonight." She's all, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." So
heck yeah, dude.
Having a good time. But
yeah,
no,
I love having you on the lives, dude.
Me and JJ were talking about it, and we're gonna do we're gonna do the motor here, and we're gonna build it up, and I'm gonna figure out what we need for parts and all that stuff, and I'm gonna find. It's basically just gonna be one of those. I'm gonna find a block and one of 7 blocks, and find out which one's the best one. Check it out, look at it, inspect it, throw it back together, maybe put some new bearings in it, new rings. Throw those heads on it with that intake, and then just watch and put a nice. Everything's got to be matched though, and then I'll have you dump it in Mr. Hyde, and you just go out there and whoop ass with it.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Yeah. We've been me and JJ were talking about it. Yeah, we were talking about it. No, why would I kid about that stuff?
Dude, that's fuck, Richard. And dude, I'm at a point in my life right now, to where I'm not gonna say no, dude, because I've got 4 kids. And for me personally, I'm like a couple years out from a motor like that, dude. And dude,
it's all okay.
If it were anybody else, dude, I wouldn't let them do it. But dude, you're fucking awesome, dude.
Think about this. Think about Street Outlaws. Think about what's that guy's name? The dude that was on there had the El Camino, the slut. What was his name? Flip. Okay.
Yeah.
In that kind of way, but not that way. But what I'm saying is, we're putting a mixed bag of ish together, and we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work because I've got a 440 forged piston ready to go. All I got to do is gap the rings for nitrous in case you want to run some squeeze later on and down the line. If you do, that'll be one of your things that you do. You put nitrous on there if you want to try it. If you want to put a supercharger on there, dude, that motor will handle anything you throw at it. Trust me. I know who built it. I know where it came from. And the motor that I'm actually donating is near and dear to my heart. And it came from some special people. And it's a world-renowned speed shop that's in Northern California that had one of the fastest small block Chevy dragsters in the world. His name is Rick Sanders. So he built that motor years ago. And like I said, it's not going to be nothing special, dude. But guess what? We're gonna throw it together, and you're gonna be our test guy. You're gonna go.
That's awesome, dude. I'll do that.
Beat the shit out of it, detonate it. I don't care. You do whatever you got to do.
That's awesome. Well, I'm not gonna let you come down here and give me something and me not give you something. So I've got a complete 440 in the corner, fresh rebuilt. You're taking it home with you, dude.
No. You got to understand, this motor's not rebuilt, brother. It's just you keep that. You keep that. Okay. Trust me. Keep that. You save that for you might change your mind and put that in your Challenger.
All right.
Trust me.
All right, man.
Brother.
You're a hard man to argue with, Richard. I'll just
listen to me. I have 8 motors. I don't need them all.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
You might get 6 or 7 more cars. Come on.
Yeah. Bro, I've already got 4. I don't need any more. I'm got ready to get a 5th.
Well, when you come down here, you help me put it in, and we'll do a video. You know what we'll do, Richard? When you come down here, let's do it after the holidays. You come down here, and we'll do a live, and we'll put the motor in.
That's fine.
We'll go live, and we'll have a good time, dude. You stay
live and 2 videos, one for his channel, one for your channel.
Exactly. I'm getting bit up by fucking mosquitoes out here, but yeah, man.
Oh, I can't wait. Well, guys, to see mosquitoes right now. It's already freezing out here.
Oh, where are you at, Brian? Where are you at?
I'm in Illinois.
Oh, shit.
I am right across the river from St. Louis.
Oh, wow. So you're freezing your baguettes off.
It's not that bad yet.
I'm going to get some mosquito spray. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Mr. Wilburn, how's it going?
How's it going? I heard 400 somewhere.
Yeah, he's talking. Ruben's talking about keeping the stock, basically the stock dimension bottom in his 400, and putting a good set of heads on it and everything, and then seeing what it'll do like that instead of like going crazy building a 500 cubic inch whatever. I think that's the smartest way to go.
What I like to do. I do too. I think that's a great way to go.
Everybody get ready. Gird your loins.
Uh-oh, what happened? Who's coming on now? Uh-oh. Yeah.
Gird your loins.
Oh, it's bright.
Boy, that light
It's so
on.
bright in here.
Man.
That looks good,
Yeah,
Jed.
that's what I was
Is that the
thinking.
light coming off of your two new monitors there?
Yeah, it's 2 lights. It's too bright.
He's too sexy for his computer.
Your head looks radioactive.
I feel radioactive. It's very bright in here for some reason.
Jed,
You know
what's
what?
up,
I
man?
bet at one time his head was radioactive, though.
Jed,
It was.
John, how are you, sir?
Oh, there we go. That's better.
I'm okay,
Look
sir.
at that, Jed. Ruben just
Experiment
ignored
sounds
your
like.
existence.
No, I said hi to Jed.
Oh,
Did you hear me, Jed? Can you hear me?
I
1,
love
2, 3.
everybody. Yes, I hear you, Ruben.
Okay.
Are we doing a 400 experiment on Mr. Hyde?
Whatever he wants to do.
I miss your cookies, Sherry.
You know what? I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to do the 400 experiment, John, but Richard's just throwing amazing motors my way, and I'm like,
We
fucking,
can-
all right, dude.
Hey, Ruben, we can do whatever you want. I don't care. Either way, I've got cylinder heads. I got everything. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, we'll
I don't
definitely figure it
think
out,
it's
dude. We'll
either-
get a game plan.
Or thing.
Huh?
I think I think you could do a fun experiment with both.
Yeah,
Then you could really
Yeah.
do some.
yeah, for sure,
Before and
for
after.
sure. It's and I'm not, dude. I'm gonna be doing YouTube for the rest of my life. I've already decided that, so we'll experiment all kinds of shit.
hey, show him that, or show Jed
I don't care.
that pile of stuff again that you showed us just a second ago. Can you do that?
What's that? Oh shit! Jed
The
don't
pile
want
of
to do that.
intake. No, Jed's gonna be like,
Jed,
whoa.
Pile of shiny shit.
You don't
no,
understand,
no.
Jed and
I
Mopar
like
parts.
car parts.
You don't
I'll
understand.
show my bling bling to you guys, but showing me a 1 carat diamond to the dude that's got a whole ice chain around his neck, I don't think.
Show him. Show him.
Show
Come
me.
on.
I
He'll want
wanna
to see it.
this.
No,
Show
but
Jed, man.
there's
Oh.
See?
Oh.
aluminum heads there. Oh, how Jed says it, nice and shiny.
Oh,
And then- Yeah, stealth heads. Then I've got 2 intakes, another M1 down here with nitrous, full of nitrous, Barry Grant carbon, small block headers, all that stuff, and carburetors, and everything here is just all fuel cells, Mopar stuff, and I got a lot of shit, dude. That's only a little bit. I got 2 storages full of stuff. That's just a little bit
I'm
of the
a
stuff.
hard sell on the old stealth heads, but they sure do look good. It's hard to beat the look of the stealth heads.
They're okay. I just bought 2 sets of Eldebrock RPM heads that are fully ported and ready to go. They're like a set of Victor Jr. heads,
Oh,
and I couldn't pass them up. I bought 2 sets of heads fully ported, Crane Gold roller rockers, the whole 9 yards. I bought it for what I get it for, $3,200.
dang.
So I mean, and it comes with intakes. That's one of the intakes. The other one is still got to pick it up. And then I got 2 cams and lifters and push rods and oh god, I just got a whole fancy feast full of everything.
See, I think me and Jed are kind of the same mindset like that. It's that if we could go somewhere and just see like motors and parts all lined up, that's better than going to a car show.
Oh,
Mhm.
But
yeah.
see, here's the difference. I just buy shit to buy shit. Jed actually has a reasoning behind all his madness. And that's the bad part about it is I get the sickness from him watching his show. So I go out and go buy a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
And my wife just looks at me like I'm a rack of yard tools at Sears and goes, okay, dumbass, what are you going to do next?
The thing
Yeah,
is, though,
Jed's show can be expensive.
that
Yeah.
stuff is the price on that stuff is more than likely never going to go down.
Yeah. That's a
Unless
good
you're buying it
investment.
brand spanking new, the price on it's never going to go down. You'll always be able to. You should always be able to get your money back, or maybe a little bit more. Sometimes you got to hold on to stuff longer, but
That's not including the
It's like an
727
investment.
260 on the trailer outside. I just brought home.
Dang.
Awesome.
So
I just wanted to. I was trying to log in to say hi to Sherry in chat, but it knocked me out of it. So I'll just say hi. Hi, Brian's wife.
You can't talk in chat. You can't type in chat
Well,
over there.
I went to log in and it's got to send me a code, so it kicked me out of the freaking video. So I was like,
Oh, that's weird.
whatever. Yeah.
I'm really excited that Sherry's bringing me cookies again. Yes. Yes.
cookies for the
You know,
win.
talking about this stuff that'll never go down. I was just thinking about today, the stuff that we look at today and say, nah, I would do it. Yes, I would take it. I'll pass on it, whatever. Then I think how we looked at it 20 years ago, the stuff we would pass on, the stuff we would do. I bet in 20 years from now, the pickings will be a whole lot fewer things left to be found in the field, a whole lot fewer things that are still together. So I think the only difference in what you pay, whether it's a good amount of money anymore, we should measure it in years. So is the price you paid, instead of saying it was 10% too much, we should say it was a year too early.
Yeah.
That's true. Well,
Well, and how they're pushing the electric car crap. Think what you want about it. There's some people who are cool with it, some people hate it, but all that's doing is going to drive up the prices of the shit we got now.
That's true.
It's happening. The deals are out there. Shit, I bought this the other day, brand new, still in the package for a small block for $50.
Oh yeah, there's deals out there. There's deals on whole cars out there still.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to find them.
Yeah, John's finding them. John's got 2 Roadrunners.
Yeah.
Well, did you hear about that Daytona they just found? Or a Daytona or a Superbird they just found in New Mexico? A dude had a whole Mopar horde in New Mexico. I was just talking to my buddy tonight.
Yeah, but something like that.
And I guess this dude has he's got Roadrunners coming out of his ears, and every Roadrunner he owns is white. And same thing with the Daytona. He's picking and choosing the cars that he's selling. And this is the stuff you guys are talking about, the hordes that are now coming to light that people are starting to let go. And they're starting to, kind of diminish it a little bit, going, hey, I'm getting a little older. I can't drive all these cars. Maybe somebody else might enjoy it. Kind of like how Jed got Jezebel and Ruben got, and Ruben got the Mr. Hyde.
That's always happened.
Mm-hmm.
But that's always happened. It's just the collections get concentrated with few people. That's always happened. It's just now every time it happens, it's in the news because the cars are so rare.
Well, here's the thing. Now everybody's got a cell phone now.
When someone got a Charger RT, when it came off a Charger RT, no one even thought anything about it because there were still tens of thousands of them out there. And now that every person in town that has a Charger RT, when somebody sells it, it's a story. Like we will be talking about it.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like he was getting ready to say, is it's a story, but used to it would be a story that would stay in the town. Now with the internet and everything, it's out everywhere. And I guarantee that guy will have people coming from damn Alaska to buy a car from other countries wanting to buy cars from it because they can find out about it now.
I don't like the smile on Jed's face right now.
Oh, it's just my.
I feel like
buddy.
There's a green pickle in his hand right now.
No, it's my phone.
All right.
No, I don't remember where I put the pickle. I got this whole.
I was like,
you lost the pickle.
You just had this crazy smile.
It's up there.
Oh. Jed knows where the green pickle's at all.
Jed's not interested in playing with the pickle right now.
A good deal. But yeah, the internet, like John was saying, that kind of stuff's been going on since the beginning of time. It's just because of the internet now. And, the first, somebody drags you see it every day on the Facebook. Somebody drags a Roadrunner out of a bush, and they put it on the internet. How much is this worth?
It kind of makes you wonder how rare they actually are then. Mm-hmm. If it's happening, and it's happening a lot. There's all these guys got these huge hordes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how rare are those cars then? If
Oh,
you've
you know,
got
I drive
100
around all the
people, or
time.
all these people got all these hordes of cars, they may not be as rare as people think.
I drive
Well-
around all the time in these neighborhoods, and I think in this neighborhood I'm in right now, there's probably 2 or 3 muscle cars in garages that have been there for 20 years that are one day going to see the day of light.
I can attest to that. That's a true story.
I mean,
I
these cities are
tried to buy
full
a
of
340
barn
car
finds.
off a guy for 10 grand. It was in pieces and it sat in his garage for 25 years. And my buddy called me up, said, "Hey, you got money?" And I said, "Yeah, I have 10 grand cash right now." And he said, "Okay, well, I got this guy in Brentwood that's got this car. He's had it since he was 19. It's in pieces, and the 340 is no longer there, but it's got 2 big blocks. Do you want to buy it for 10 grand?" So I go get the money out of the bank, go to the guy's house, show up, see the car. It's there. It's in pieces, but it's all there, and it's original. And I show the guy 10 grand, and he goes, "Well, I don't think I want to sell it." And I'm like, "Dude, okay, can I give you 15? Nope. He got cold feet. He wanted to sell it, then he got cold feet. That
Yeah.
shit, it's everywhere.
It
You know?
happens. It's one thing to always keep in mind. Sometimes these cars become more than cars to people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They become like a part of the family. They got memories attached to them, and you always wonder: is the next guy actually going to care for this thing, or is he just going to just destroy it? And I run into that with like my '73 Satellite, and even my Javelin. I wish I could take better care of them cars, but they're like family, and I can't see anybody else owning them cars or doing them the justice they deserve. But I'll tell you a good one back on cars that just got found. And it didn't really just get found. It got found, I think, back in 2015. Bankshift did an article on it. It's a 71 Demon, a super stock car called the Screaming Demon. I can't tell you the name of the guy who owned it. It was like Bob Lamdeck or something like that. But my buddy Billy got the opportunity to own the car. It's freaking wicked. It's the original 340 automatic car, but it's all set up like a real super stocker. And him and I have been debating on whether or not it's worth him getting. That John Wilford's got a good point there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. What happened to John? He got cut off the feet or what?
Oh, he probably had to go poop.
Yeah, he
Oh.
probably did.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I will.
He's got
Yeah,
irritable
did
bowels.
poop.
I'm not using my Yeti mic. How is the mic on this little?
It sounds good.
Oh, okay.
Your
I don't
Yeti
use
usually
mine,
sounds
Mike-
better,
Mike-
but it's all right. Yeah, it's fine. I can
My
hear
Yeti
you.
mic.
I have
sounds
to invest
horrible.
in some
Super echoey.
equipment,
Didn't
man.
want to have this sitting like right next to my face.
I just use a mic built into my
You
webcam.
always want something like that sitting next to your face.
Mm-hmm.
It's better
That's
than
how
the
it
pickle.
operates.
It's better than the pickle.
That looks like the mic that they make fun of on Uncle Tony's. They constantly make fun of that mic. Yep, it looks like the same one. Have to look.
Yeah,
John
would
that's
know.
it.
That's the same.
John
one.
would
This
know.
doesn't have
He
the
makes
metal.
fun of him
Jed's
about it,
got
too.
a foam. Jed's got some foam thing on it.
Yeah, I got a pop filter. I need to figure out a mount so this thing can hang up.
Says
me.
Jay.
Mhm.
Dude, this sucks. All my friends are Snapchatting me right now. They're, "Oh, you live? We hear you." And I'm like, "Oh my God, guys."
You use the Snapchat.
Tell them to jump in the comments, man.
Yeah, tell them to jump in the
No,
comments.
they're all Snap. That's why it's slowing my phone down.
Oh,
I'm trying to. So you could explain to me, man, who's sitting above me. I don't think I've ever caught your freaking name.
Richard, I was in the
Richard.
last one.
Oh, I remember.
Richard, are you able to change your 1FS, your screen name to Richard?
We don't.
I
need to change
can.
it, Richard.
no, you don't
No.
need to change it. I'll remember.
Oh, okay.
No, I know, Richard. So,
Yeah.
I'm horrible with names, so I'll
It's
just call
easy.
you
Just
dude.
remember, hey, Dick.
I'll be like George W. Bush was. I'll give you a nickname sooner or later.
Oh God,
God.
all right, yeah. No,
So-
I gotta upgrade to some equipment here. I gotta get with the program because this cell phone ain't working. I just thought about that today driving. I gotta get a mic. I gotta get some
You don't
sort
need
of
a
a
mic, man.
tablet.
the little webcam I'm on right now is like you can buy it at Best Buy on sale for like $80.
Okay.
And I'm just literally running it, mic and all, and I hate being like webcam. I really do. I live my life on a freaking camera. But for the purpose of live streaming, it makes sense. But I was going to ask you, I thought the Snapchat was all about, sending wiener pictures to everybody.
Yeah, how many wiener pictures you get in them Snapchats?
Oh boy, if I told you guys, you'd never believe me.
Because I'm thinking about getting me one of them Snapchats just for you.
Hey, just make sure no big hairy bush girl send you any pictures.
Yeah, activity. That would not be something I would want to see. Your guys' Snapchat activity.
There's a group of us that are on there, probably about 5 or 6 of us, constantly Snapchat each other. Dude, are you serious? I am getting a phone call in the middle of my live stream. Are you
if
kidding
you need
me?
to take it or anything,
and he's talking about moonshine. He wants to talk about making moonshine. Oh my God!
Moonshine. I did
awesome.
that before.
Hold on.
Hey, Ruben, I didn't get you. I don't know if you heard or not.
Well, so let me start off by asking you a question.
Oh,
what happened with the garage?
Oh, I have to get a couple other things. I have to get a little bit better webcam. I have to get the StreamYard software on my laptop out there. But I did a test live from out there earlier today, and Jed saw it, and he said it looked good. So I have internet out there now.
Cool.
Oh my God! Again,
I've got this thing. I bought
what
this
is
for
that?
work.
That looks like a set of ovaries with a string attached to it.
No,
that's what they are.
It's a Bluetooth headset.
Brian's about to come up with some BS thing. Him and I talked about it in his stream earlier. He was like, okay, Jed, I got to come up with an excuse of what this weird sex toy is and get everybody to buy it.
It's not a sex toy. It is a Bluetooth headset that looks like a set of earplugs. So I can listen to shit at work and everybody thinks I'm just wearing earplugs.
Gotcha.
Okay, but it also has a microphone in it, and I can use this on my live streams and walk around the whole shop and have microphone. I could be,
Dude, that's awesome. I do that for my live wrenching. I have those earbuds for my live wrenching. And I was over wrenching on the Roadrunner, and you guys were over here in the stream. It worked perfect.
Well, the thing is, I'm coming up with an idea where I can move the webcam, make the webcam wireless, and move it with me wherever I go.
Guy below me with the 5 guys, and you didn't invite the rest of the class. What's going on, man?
Hey, I had to make an emergency trip to the town north of me. I had to drive.
I have an excuse.
I had to drive 35 miles to get a freaking cord that Walmart don't have.
Oh,
those 5 Guy burgers are expensive, man.
Did you eat all of the fries?
I got a small fry.
That doesn't matter. Did you eat all the fries?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Small fry means they take the small fry container, put it in the bag, and fill the bottom of the bag up to the top of the small fry container.
Yeah,
that's what it means.
Yeah,
I got home and Dad bitched at me. He's like, "You went to 5 Guys?" And I was like, "Well, I gave you an opportunity to go with me to 5 Guys. You know I was going to Lawrence. Of course, I'm going to go to 5 Guys." And then he started bitching at me. I'm like, "You know what? Tom Roseman called me when I was eating, so I had dinner with Tom." And Dad goes,
"Oh."
Yeah, John, I agree, man. People just call over and over. It's like, hey, man, I would have answered the first time.
Yeah.
I just don't answer my phone, or I hit the FU button.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't do it this time because the guy's all, "Oh, hey, we got to get yeast," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm in the middle of a live feed. I'll talk to you later."
Tell him to go to the grocery store and buy some.
He's talking about, dude, that's awesome. You guys actually make. Well,
I've done it before. It's fun. Oh, it is fun if it's
I don't want to. You know what? You know what? Who cares? Screw the government. Yeah, we're doing like 3 or 4 runs. So for us, just for everybody out there in the internet interwebs, it's for personal use only. We're not selling it. We're not bootleggers. So just so Dust Devil doesn't get in trouble.
No, I ain't gonna get in trouble.
You guys make like an apple one or different.
We're making Applejack, 2 rounds of gasoline, Applejack, and a corn.
Well, you know what we all want for Christmas, Richard.
What? 160
My
night
donation.
use.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
can you
buy
get in
it.
trouble if you ship that?
I'd have to deliver it.
Oh,
I couldn't. You can't ship that stuff.
You can deliver.
I don't know. Ask Jeb. Jeb knows. He's a ship master. He can tell you what liquid you can ship and not.
What they don't know doesn't hurt them.
Oh, well, see, there you go. There's your answer.
See?
So yes.
See? And see what you do is you don't sell it. You take donations. And you're like, oh, you donated. Well, here you go.
That's it. Aha. See. So
and
yes,
just say gas is so high that we're donating to your fuel fund.
Yeah.
I'm about. You know what, dude? I'm about. Bro, I am so sick of the gas prices out here. It just.
What are they up to out there? What are they up to?
San Francisco just crested at 550 today. Yeah, or yesterday. Monterey on the coast is now 750 a gallon for regular.
I haven't been keeping up. What's their excuse why the gas prices are so high?
Sacramento, which is 35 miles from me, is just hit 525, and in my town here in Lincoln, 35 miles east, we just hit 509 a gallon.
God.
Oh, we're getting the old bend over and.
All I can say about that is move.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's never going to stop. I mean, E85 right now is damn near $4 a gallon. That's E85, and it's supposed to be cheaper.
Well, it is cheaper.
It's $3.89 a gallon right now at the 76 over there in Rockland, which is not too far from me.
Well, Illinois is $3.44 a gallon, and Missouri is $3.18 a gallon. I work in Missouri, so I go over there and buy gas.
Yeah,
well, I can go to Nevada and buy fuel, and it's $1 cheaper in Nevada. I'm 45 minutes away from the Nevada border. So right into Reno.
Yeah, but at that point, it's like, okay, how much am I burning to go there and back, and how much am I actually saving? Telling you, make your moonshine and run that.
Yeah.
Or just go get a Tijuana credit card and hit up all the Hodgies and get all their gas tanks. No, just kidding. Just kidding. My turban-headed friends, I'm sorry for all the feeds out there. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm only making a joke.
So, I'm gonna say it's like $3.50 a gallon here for premium because I only pay attention to premium. I won't buy any other kind of gas.
Wow.
I can't drive my Charger.
Peckerwood's in Australia. He's saying E85 is $660 a gallon in Australia.
A liter or a gallon?
I hope that means $6.60.
I was hoping that meant $6.60.
That's probably they go by liters down there.
Okay.
If it's $6.66 a liter, my God, they're getting raped. I feel bad for those.
309, dude. 309 was what gas prices used to be here in Arizona. We're at 355 now. 309 is nice.
You guys got it going on though. Still at 355. Come over here.
Mm-hmm.
Come here for a day.
Nope.
Jed, nope.
Yeah. I was like, Jed, we need to go out there and raid his parts store.
Nope. 660.
Yeah, nope, can't afford it.
Can't afford to go out there and look at his parts. Damn it.
Dude, it cost me $92 to fill up my charger. I got an SRT charger, and I only use 76 in that charger, a 2016 SRT, and to fill it up with pump premium, it's $98 for a full tank of gas at $5-something a gallon.
Richard, what's it cost to run your rig around town? Your truck and drive?
Oh God, if I told you the numbers on our fuel bill, you'd probably shit. So we've got. Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3. We got 7 trucks, and our fuel bill is anywhere between $15,000 to $30,000 a month for fuel for 7 trucks. And we run.
And that's the thing. That's going to make everything else on the planet more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the days of diesel being cheap is gone. Because I can remember being a kid, a teenager in the 90s. And the truck drivers were bitching about paying 75 cents a gallon back then. Then when it went to $1.50 overnight, boy, they were really screaming. But see, the thing is, that's the reason why they made money back then out here in California. You could actually make money out here. Now you can't. Who's got the porn music going?
That was something I'm checking out.
Oh,
It wasn't porn. It was my countdown.
It was porn.
It
I
might
know
have been
that.
porn.
I know that exact video actually.
It might have been
oh
porn.
no,
That's
no,
not a
but
good video.
that's just it. It's just expensive out here in our legislature out here. I don't mean to get into politics, but dude, California, I will say this, is a beautiful,
It's gone.
beautiful place. It's
Beautiful,
just
but-
our legislature sucks.
It's going down, man.
It
Something
just
weird
is.
is going on.
And like Ruben says, Southern California, dude, there 9 ways a Sunday. You can find a street race any day of the week in Southern California, guaranteed. There's
Don't tell me that shit because I
Oh,
moved out
bro.
there. I don't care about gas prices. I just want to race.
no,
Dude, the
you
menu
will.
across
know
No,
what it
seriously,
is.
I've
I'll
heard
tell
of
you.
it.
I'll
It's
tell
just
you
Muscle
exactly
City,
what
dude.
it is. You remember when COVID was going strong? Gas prices here were under $1 a gallon. Okay, they did that for almost a year.
Oh, I
All
remember
this
that.
is they're trying to get their money back.
Yeah.
That's how it always works. You could be all happy. Oh, gas prices are so cheap and this and that. No, they're going to get their money back.
It's true.
You
It's a good
know,
one.
it's like people say, tax the rich people, make them pay their fair share. Rich
They don't.
people are rich for a reason. If you
Because they
tax them and
benefit
whatever
from
they
Well-
do to make that money, they're going to kick that down to the little guy.
They passed a tax bill here in Arizona where they literally were taxing the rich. So if you made $250,000 a year, the tax was insane. Guess what the businesses did? They
Jack
put a
the price
surcharge.
up.
Yeah, they put a like all the restaurants. They added an 18% surcharge to the bill, so they're not going to pay that extra 18%.
No,
They just
they're
pass
keeping
it
their
on to
money.
the-
Rich people
Yeah, they
keep their money.
pass it
That's
on to
what
the
they do.
consumer,
But,
and they got
but-
rid of it because the rich people just passed it on to the poor people.
Mhm.
But,
So they got
under-
rid of it.
it'll always be the rich people. They'll just keep defining what is rich.
Mhm.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
It'll be
Exactly.
$1 million 1 year, then it'll be 500, then it'll be 250, then it'll be 100, then it'll be 80. That's how socialism works. You keep spending until you run out of somebody else's money.
I like it.
And if
No,
I won
that's
the
true.
lottery, I'd be the same way. I'd be trying every way I could to keep my money. You
Yep.
know?
Hey, Mopar man, what's up, man?
Define rich. In a
Right.
post-apocalyptic socialist world, we would all be considered rich because therefore there's enough people to extort our money with votes. That's
Yeah.
how it works.
True.
It's not about wealth.
Never thought about it like that. That's actually that makes a lot of sense.
I've always said in negotiations, it's meeting in the middle is never a bad thing. I just want to define the ends,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And it'll all come back around. It'll all go back around. Things will normalize. Like I said,
Yeah.
we're coming out of a screwed up time. So everything went one way. Now it's got to go this far back this way to get back to where it was.
But it won't. That's
Oh,
the
it will.
thing. The controversial things never come back because once they're gone, you'll never get them back because it takes a lot of guts to put controversial stuff back in play. It's like that with everything,
Or it takes a pandemic.
or a hard reset.
You know, that's I mean, I don't want to go into conspiracies, but I
Hey.
think that's another reason that they're not getting rid of COVID is it lets them do a lot of fucking weird shit that we're just like
All about
okay
control.
with. That we're
Hey.
okay with. We're just like, okay, it's a pandemic, I guess.
Well,
I guess I'll start buying Christmas toys in October.
Hey, I see Mopar Man 78 is saying, I've never seen a homeless person start a business. Generally, no, but I can tell you one complete exception to that. So the guy who makes my med kit, he makes, or the pouch, the belt that I carry, is John Willis from SOE. And if you've never read his story, it's pretty amazing. He went to prison on some gun charges many years ago. And when he got out with absolutely nothing. And on just a little bit of borrowed money, he rented a sewing machine, paid the loan back in 3 weeks. And now he has a multi-million-dollar company in Camden, Tennessee, making nylon gear. The best nylon gear you can buy, by the way. I'm not paid to say that. I've got lots of his stuff. But that guy had absolutely nothing and built a huge business from dirt. He's an incredible guy.
well, it could be
He's the
done.
only
It's
one I
not
know
like
that
it can't be done,
Yeah.
but also not everybody can do it. You
Right.
know, because if everybody did it, then who's going to work in that guy's to make that stuff for that guy. You know, 'cause I'm sure he's got a factory somewhere or some kind of. I'm sure he pays people to make those things.
Well, I like what Sean Hannity said. He said, "I've never had a job from a poor person."
Yeah, I've never gotten a job from a poor man.
Right. Poor people don't employ.
I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm just a dumb old truck driver from California.
You're a smart man. You're a smart man.
No, I owned my own truck for about 2 years and then I gave it up. There's so many rules and regulations out here. It just makes it impossible. Then they tax you to death. So you make on the average, you make anywhere between, 190 to 230,000 a year. A good 2/3 of that has gone to the government. So you're left with expenses and this, and then after that, you're left over with nothing. So it's like,
when I was out in California, I seen that, they make a lot more money out there than I make here, but it's all relative because the cost of living is so much higher.
So you're living the same life.
Yeah, you're living the same life, doing the same job, But I was living up in when I was living up in Portland, Oregon. There was a guy that moved up there from California, and he got his first paycheck at the machine shop. He's like, "I paid this much in taxes in California."
Yeah.
But his mortgage was probably $200-300.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Well, I mean, look at the Midwest. That brings a key factor. I thought about moving to Kansas. Somewhere, Kansas or Oklahoma or Texas or something like that. But the thing is, I mean, there's a demand, for everything. But you got to remember, there's also
truck drivers could move anywhere, though.
Nah, not so much, dude. You don't get.
There's certain jobs like auto mechanics, truck drivers, machinists. I could go anywhere in the country and find a job.
Nurse.
I'm a machinist. Nurses.
I was gonna say nurses.
Yeah, truckers can, but I mean, dude, it's just like, you're working for slave labor at that point. You got to know somebody to get in like that. Like it took me 5 years to get to where I'm at right now up here where I'm living. I'm from the Bay Area, dude. I could go get a job for $40 an hour tomorrow, no problem, and I'll start. Up here, it took me a while to get to know the different companies. It'd be the same if I moved anywhere else in the country. It would take me a few years to get used to finding something I'd like to do.
That is true. It's always better to move someplace where you know somebody.
And I can't do.
It would be hard for me just to pick up and move and not know anybody and not, get a lay of the land and everything.
Look at you doing? What are you doing?
I'm fucking with the lights on. I'm trying to get the lights right on the two monitors, and it pains my ass. It chaps my ass because I'll have StreamYard open on this computer, and I'll have it on the other monitor, and the two shades of white are just very, very similar.
Oh yeah. Oh, you don't have the same monitor, Judd?
No, I have the same. They're exactly the same, and it's bugging the hell out of me.
That is weird.
It's not the same shade of white.
Hey, 615. What's up?
That's all settings, and I couldn't get them. And now it's dark because I turned the brightness down because now I'm not getting a suntan off my monitors.
Jed, that's a very first world problem you got there, my man.
Yeah.
I know. It's like my two $600 monitors don't have the same color light.
Well, here we go.
Meanwhile, some child in Indonesia has been like Uncle Tony was talking about the other night, making brake shoes.
Right.
You know how many starving children that monitor would feed?
You know how many starving children built that monitor?
Yeah, you know how many starving children built that monitor?
Built that thing.
Well, you know what? Come in.
You know what? That's proof. Starving children built that monitor because they're not both the fucking same.
I was just gonna say, Jed's a fucking asshole. Starving children created his monitors, and he's pissed off because the lights are a little off.
Wow!
How dare they? Hope they lose their job.
You know what?
Do your fucking job right, starving children in Indonesia.
Yeah, if you did your job right, you wouldn't be starving.
You little
fucks.
I do think that when you're going through the drive-thru at McDonald's,
knock on wood,
You know, you go through the drive-through at McDonald's, and that person on the other side is just not an asshole, but they just don't give a shit. You can tell they just don't give a shit. But it's like, look, dude, be happy you got a job at all. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever job you have, and I've always done this, whatever job I've had, I tried to do the best job I could when I was doing it.
That's what my dad and my grandpa always told me.
Have you noticed that everybody that has a job right now?
Who?
Sorry, Richard, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, have you noticed that everywhere that everybody has a job right now, they just look pissed off, and like somebody shitting their Cheerios right before they got there?
Well, yeah, because they just got off
supposedly-
getting free money for a year.
Yeah, it's like, and you know the crazy part is everywhere you go, everybody's doing a new job, right? So we went to Chili's the other day, and the food was a mess. The waitresses were like, the waitress used to work like for IBM or some shit, and now she's a waitress. The guy cooking the food used to work at Jiffy Lube. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing either. Like everybody's so misplaced right now.
It's because the waitress that was doing that job, when they told her she didn't have a job anymore, she went on OnlyFans and started making money that way.
Oh God!
And but it's kind of true, because
I don't
when
need to
shit
be
like
seeing
that
peanut butter
happens,
spread.
when shit like that happens, people find other ways to make money, and then they realize, oh, I could have been doing this the whole time.
Well,
I know what Jed's next thing to make money is going to be. I figured it out.
I knew where this was going.
Chatterbait?
I know what he's going to do.
I knew where this was going.
He's going to have a pay-per-view, and he's going to go over to Indonesia where they made that monitor with the wrong shade of white. He's going to show them the end to Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, where the crocodiles are like rolling thuggies apart, and say, "This is what happens when you don't have quality control." That's how he's going to fix that problem.
Oh,
Scaring
just like
the
Big
shit out of
Lebowski.
his children.
Yeah.
Just like the
Yeah,
Big
yeah,
Lebowski.
like
Just
yeah.
Man.
this is
But
what
you
happened.
know what?
They did their
Bring
fucking
me
best, Jed. Leave them alone, man. They
he-
did their fucking best, dude.
he's going to show them
good enough.
He's going to show them the end of Fargo and say, "This is what happens when you build subpar monitors." He's going to do a pay-per-view, and that's going to be his retirement right there. Because I'm going to buy that pay-per-view. I don't care if it's $79.95. I'm going to buy that pay-per-view.
Oh,
You know
I
what?
just
though,
wanna
and
buy it. I
John-
wanna buy
John,
it.
You just actually kind of a serious thing though, but you brought it up with your guy who makes your nylon stuff.
Yeah.
If you look at it, he got out of prison. How hard do you think it was for him to find a job, a decent job?
Oh,
you
bro.
know?
Yeah.
So you get and that story, you know, people come out of prison, out of a bad time, and they can't find a job, and that's what ends up making them do. Okay, I like Street Outlaws. Maybe not a lot of people do. I love it. But look at JJ the Boss. That's exactly what he did. He went to prison. He screwed up in his life. He went to prison. He got out. He couldn't find a job. So he started flipping cars because that's what he knew. And now look at him, you know.
Who's that other guy that nobody liked on the show?
Reaper.
Yeah.
Reaper was the same way.
Reaper has
the
a
same
YouTube
way.
channel, and he talks about that stuff too.
He's actually a cool dude. I met him in
He's actually a
person.
cool dude.
He is really cool. He is a lot cooler than they portrayed him on that show.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I might be related to him because his last name is
Oh,
Goad.
wow, what
We're
the
all
hell
down
happened
in
to my
Oklahoma.
feet?
Yeah.
And my uncle Jack, his name was Jack Goad. And
Huh.
they're all from about the same area. And he looked kind of like Uncle Jack. Jack is dead now, though.
You should reach out.
You need
to
to
him.
go knock on his door and be like, "Look, man, we're related. I need a race
Jack was
car."
in marriage, technically.
But still, we're related. I need a race car, buddy. Have you seen the shop that he's got and all the crap that he's got?
He's a Chevy man. We wouldn't get along.
Who? Derek?
Reaper. No.
Reaper.
Oh, Jane.
You could get a chassis or something, though. You know.
Oh, yeah. Daniel
Yeah, but
Barber
they
left
burn
the
up.
chassis by one of them guys.
Tube chassis Jezebel.
No.
Oh shit!
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No.
You know, I was watching that though. I was watching Murder Nova's channel, And it kind of got to me because he drives that Nova because he likes Novas. Well, he was racing the guy, and the guy beat him. But this guy was in a new, and those cars aren't his Nova. There's probably only a quarter of it Nova left.
Yeah, there ain't
the guy in the other lane though had the same type of car, tube chassis. It was full blown 8-second, 7-second race car, but it was a newer Firebird. The only reason that guy picked that car was because of the aerodynamics were better. He didn't care what his car looked like. He just wanted to go faster.
You're talking about Birdman.
No, I wasn't Birdman. I'd never seen this one before. It was a yellow one. But still, it's like that's where the difference I think lies when you get up into the upper tiers of drag racing like that. People don't care what they're driving. All they care about is how fast it goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't ever want to get, as much as I love drag racing, I don't ever want to get to that point.
And you bring up a good point, Brian, because I watched that show too, and I look and I go, God, this shit has gotten out of control. And Sean has talked about it on his channel, Murder Nova, how they started out like street racers with twin turbos on their shit.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he goes, everyone's just chasing speed. He goes, and now you have to have $1 million freaking crew and setup and show just to keep up with these dudes. Yep. He goes, and if you don't, they'll leave you behind. And you know what I'm saying? You won't be on the track. You'll be.
So that's kind of what they need to go back to, though. They need to go back to just racing on the street. Just put it on the street. Those guys ain't going to go out on the street. They're not going to risk that $1 million car running down a shitty bare road.
Mm-hmm. And they should go back to the street because a lot of them, they love the fans and they love meeting their fans. But like Sean, if you watch his show, you can see it's getting to him. Like he gets to the track and he's got a race, man. And he's got 1 million people that he's got to sign autographs for, and people are hooting and hollering at him, and he's trying to do something to his car. And if these guys went back to the streets and got away from the fans, they could concentrate on racing.
But that's the price you pay for being famous. That's the price you pay for being famous. That's what happens when that show's been going on for what, 12? You keep playing with that goddamn lighting. You're having me an epileptic fit. Yeah. The thing is that show started what? They were on what? Pink's All Out with them. They started with Pink's All Out. Remember when they started out with the different cars and stuff like that? It was right in your backyard, Ruben. And I mean, it grew from there. And then Discovery came to those guys and said, "Hey, do you want to start a show?" And then look, I mean, the perfect example. Look at Flip's car. R.I.P. God rest his soul. Flip died. But look what Kamikaze did to his car. I mean, it's not even an El Camino anymore, dude.
It's a ball of steel right now.
Yeah, but it was a full-on tube chassis. The only thing that was left was the front fender, or not even the front fenders, just the back of the bed.
Steel roof and quarters. That's all they care about.
Yeah. So at what point,
John, you got to blame Kamikaze Chris for that because he was just trying to stay competitive with everybody else.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. So, as you evolve and as you grow, that's going to happen. That's the nature of the beast of racing, because competitors are always going to try to stay in front of each other, no matter what the cost. Stinky Pinky made a good point about that. He did a little 5-minute thing on YouTube about a behind the scenes thing with those guys. And some dudes are making cars that are working from 2018 that are chassis 2-3 years old. And some guys got all the luck, like Ryan Martin. He's a very successful business person. He's getting cars every year, made by Bickle or RJ or whoever, Quartermax, I don't know, or McCamus. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, you got to learn to deal. You got to learn to make work with what you have. So at what point does it become a problem? Where do you draw the line in the sand to stop and say, are you still fucking with that light again? Goddamn.
No. They're laughing about chat. We're listening to you. They're laughing about chat. But then you get people who say, well, I don't want there to be a bunch of rules at this race. I don't want a bunch of rules have to follow. Well, you know what? The rules kind of keep it to where it doesn't turn into that. You know?
You know where I knew the beginning of the end of this thing was with individual body styles and stuff? Probably 20 years ago or more, when I can't remember which body style it was. Like Pontiac had a new, I don't know.
The new GTO?
Well, it was some new Pontiac in Pro Stock, okay? And they had a new nose and an old nose. And Warren Johnson was over there taking a tape measure to find out if it took the full 44 inches that are allowed from the center of the front wheel to where it broke the beam, or was it really like 42? And he based his whole decision on which car to run based on that. As soon as he did that, Pontiac quit making the other one. And then Pontiac was gone, and everything went to the Camaro.
Oh, I remember that.
And you know what? It's just like that kind of stuff right there just killed all of the diversity in Pro Stock. And they did the same thing in NASCAR. They the Ford had a different aero package. They got rid of that.
Right.
Now they have Toyota and whatever, but they're all common template. When people are doing that and they're just going after absolute speed like that, that just kills the diversity. And the only way to do it is to have a reset with the rules. NMCA got a lot of that, so they just kept coming out with classes that were more and more restricted to try to keep the diversity in the classes. But you can't get the genie back in the bottle. Everybody's going to game it and ruin it for the people that like class and style.
And Drag Week's starting to get the same way too. Drag Week is starting to get like that too.
It's going to people, and as much as I dislike the NHRA, it's really not all their fault that it's turned in the way it is. But if you look at the way these other like Drag Week and like even Street Outlaws and all that, that's what happens. And with NHRA, it happens over I don't know how many years, but now they're just the same car, same driver, same everything, blah, blah, blah.
You know what? Tony Christian, he is Pro Stock racer.
Oh, yeah.
And then he raced, NMCA back in the 90s. He had a real steel 57 Chevrolet. Okay, that he bought from Mike Shaw. He did one renovation on it, took a little bit of the dead weight out, but he kept it steel and glass and got the car down to a 660 something in the quarter.
Yeah,
a real steel 57 Chevrolet. Well, that year, Bob Rieger, filthy rich guy out of California, he comes in, he brings a Pro Mod 57 Chevrolet that had no Chevy in it. Okay, it was just a chassis car with turbos, and just
that was a twin turbo car.
It was a twin turbo car. Well, that ruined NMCA. Pat Musey said that year, he said the tech director said, well, what do you think we ought to do about it? He said, you don't care what I have to say. They said, no, we want to hear it. He said, you need to tell him to put that car on the trailer and never bring it back, because if you don't, you're going to ruin this class. Yep. And that's exactly what happened. You never saw another real steel car. You never saw anything resembling a real car. It just became basically a different kind of Pro Mod class, and that was it.
Well, yeah.
So my thought is you either have to have some hardcore rules and enforce them, kind of like what Quayne Stott's doing with Southeast Gassers. You've either got to have that or just say we're going to let the gamers take it over and take it as far as their pocketbooks will let them.
Or that fast drag racing.
Oh,
well, that's a rich guy's sport too. It's just of a different kind.
Well, John, since you brought up Quayne Stott about Southeast Gassers, I will say this about that group. There are some hypocritical ass clowns in that group.
I'm sure there are. Yeah.
Yeah. Buddies of mine used to be real. They got a pretty good sized YouTube channel, and I ain't gonna name names, but they've got some of the most famous cars in their little lot as far as running D-gas, running the slower stuff. But their biggest deal was they were period correct. The dad, he took his 57 Chevy, and he had already had it built, and he started modifying it, and he built it all in a gravel driveway with his sons with no budget, built it just like they did back in the day.
Yeah.
And they're trying to be competitive, but yet there's guys running in Southeast Gassers that have Brodix heads. They've got all the fancy stuff.
Yeah.
They clean the stuff off.
All that going on.
And there was one episode, they actually filmed it, and they went around and looked at all the fancier cars, filmed them, showing off. You can tell that's a Brodix head on that car, and that's whatever on that, and none of this is period correct, but yet they preach period correctness, and they ended up getting kicked out, and there's a lot of bad blood there.
Well, part of the problem is is that people say just use the 1967 rule book, which is nutty, because the 1967 rule book, you could use a modern day pro mod because there were no prohibitions in it for things that hadn't been invented yet. You see what I mean? So what they're having to do is retroactively make a set of rules to try to bring cars back to that with a very complex set of rules. The one thing they do that I don't understand for the life of me is that straight axle front end stuff. I don't understand that at all. I just, there were all kinds of gassers that used the regular traditional independent front end. I don't get that. I think that keeps a lot of people out that would like to run.
I think a lot of that though is
this is mentality. Everybody thinks gasser.
I think it was a fad.
Yeah.
Well, that, and it also when you know, people who don't know about that, when you say gasser, that's what you think of.
Yeah.
The straight axle car, and they want to get people in the stands too.
I mean, like when I think gasser, I think 50s car, I think radius wheel well, I think 4-speed, I think tunnel ram, I think fender wheel headers, and I think
exactly.
Small block with velocity stacks and a paint job like outboard motorboat. I get it. I just
you couldn't even use the cubic inch rule anymore. You know what I mean? Because look at the power that's being made with like a LS motor. With those things don't have that many cubic inches in them.
There are goofy things that Southeast Gasser does I don't understand at all. Like one of them is they say if you got a 67 car, it has to be a 1967 VIN number. Well, why in the world can a guy not use, say, a 69 Dart body and just put a 67 grill on it? What in the world is the difference? These cars are hard enough to find without a screw rule like that. There's some of the stuff they do I don't understand at all.
Yeah.
Well, there's also another way to. Hey, Johnny, you want to jump in here?
Hey, Johnny
Mopar.
Yeah, yeah, it's just crazy. But I'll tell you what, man, I am so impressed with these fast racers. Like, you see that CUDA and that freaking Roadrunner, man, and they're running freaking into the freaking 10s. I mean, those motors are totally stroked and totally tricked out and got all the black voodoo magic in them. But
do any of y'all know exactly what they're doing for tires on those cars? Because I know they're supposed to be running a polyglass. Is it?
I've heard different things. I've heard, because I got a guy up the street that runs fast, and he's got an old GTO, and he's very, very super secret squirrel about that stuff. He doesn't talk a lot about it. Yeah, and I've tried to look at the tires, and it's like, it's like, dude, relax. I'm not gonna. What am I gonna do? Sell your secrets to the devil? Come on, man. Give me a break.
What are you gonna do? Go on a live and tell everybody what kind of tires they are?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
with 10 people. Hey, shit! There's 10 people watching.
When I see Dave Dudek's car putting,
and none of us have the money to go fast.
When I see Dave Dudek's car putting 4 inches of daylight under the tire and carrying a little bit, polyglass, I'm like, those are not off the rack polyglass, at least, if they're even actually polyglass.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know what's going on.
Those tires are probably made in the same place Jed's monitors are.
Maybe.
Very super secret squirrel fucking polyglass.
No, you know what I would bet?
Tires, man.
The thing is, though, what I would bet is those tires are probably made here, and they're made by a guy who can make the tire look and to where you can't tell it's not a polyglass tire, but it's still got some special. Okay, so there might be a guy making his living off just those tires.
Those guys would pay a fortune for those things.
Look at Coker Tire.
You know, one of the things Dick Maskin used to do on cylinder heads for years, it was, if you have to use this part number ahead, he said it was easier for me to make my own head and just put that part number on it. So it's not necessary. So at some level, you don't have to use polyglass tires. Maybe you have to use your own tire and put polyglass on it. And it could be that, or it could be that they're doing a lot of treatment to these, They're doing some things to composition. But I have a hard time believing that these guys ordered something from Coker Tire, mounted on those rims. I don't care how much VHT you have. To get a car that weighs as much as those do to carry the front wheel like it is on leaf springs, I would love to take a quick critical look under one of those cars.
Yeah. Well, you know what? But you were. Oh, go ahead.
You remember that broken Hemi block behind my toolbox, right?
Yeah.
That KB iron Hemi.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually what that block is headed to do.
Okay.
Viewer
Really?
Military. His name's Ruben Roundtree, and he bought that block to fix because he's got a 70 RT Charger. He don't have the original engine, but he's got a 70 warranty block from Chrysler that was prepped by Keith Black. He's going to fix it, and he wants to do that fast racing. Be all stock appearance, everything.
It's all the voodoo on the inside, like Ruben said. They've got some crazy. I've heard some chatter about some of the motors that those guys build, and the combinations and the things that they do is unbelievable. It's crazy what you can do with stock parts.
You know what, Johnny? How's it going? I got to say
Johnny.
something though, real
Johnny,
quick.
what's up, man?
What's up, guys, and what's up to all the guys in the comments that said hi?
Johnny, great conversation you popped into, dude.
How freaking well? Just to jump off that conversation for a second, though, how freaking weird is it that a guy who has 200 subscribers could get this group of people? Because I'm sorry, I've got YouTube, almost damn near YouTube royalty in my fucking chat right now. That's the way I feel about you guys, because you guys are the
and your chat,
yeah,
your chat.
No, I'm talking about on my stream.
Yeah.
You know.
And
in
the chat, dude.
Wilbur,
That's what you
Chad,
know.
Ruben,
And we may not be the biggest channels on earth, but man, I think we
know some pretty fucking cool people, though. Don't we?
I think we got something.
Paycheck and the cookies, okay.
We know some really cool. Shut up, Jed! I ain't delivering cookies out to California.
you know what I read? So about once a week, I go over to Brian Cabral's channel, and I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with him. He is like Tony's number one troll. The guy has made about 580 videos, about sometimes 2 and 3 a day, just hating on Tony for about 20 minutes a shot. The guy's completely obsessed and off his rocker. Well, I notice I go over there about once a week to read the comments because they trash Tony and they get on me too. I'm always in there too. So,
oh yeah, I know that guy. I know you're talking about.
The toothless dude from Massachusetts.
I went.
Yeah,
I talked hella shit to that dude one time, and he got all mad at me.
Yeah, I just block him. He blocked me. I've never said anything on there, but so I'm looking in the comments, and a couple of them were just going nuts. Is Social Blade? Is that like a thing where they try to figure out what people make off YouTube? Is that what that is?
Yeah,
it pulls your stats right out of YouTube.
Okay, so they were trying to conjecture what Tony makes off of that, because Cabral got something off the internet and said this much, and these people said this, but and all of them are wrong. I actually know. It's crazy. It's just they have no idea what they're talking about. But then they start saying, well, all these channels that Tony recommends and promotes, he says, well, they're horrible according to Social Blade. I'm probably one of those, but I'm thinking, how do you gauge the value of a channel based on what? I've never looked on. I don't know what Social Blade. I've never been on there.
Yeah.
I don't care how they rate my channel. You know what I care about? When I do a live stream and I have somewhere between 40 and 90 viewers, when I have great guests like Jed on my live stream, and the viewers are enjoying it and being able to ask questions and interact and like that, that's all I care about. It's amazing how shallow those guys are, that they'll judge channels based on something stupid like that. Whereas Garage, he doesn't have stupid criteria like that. He just likes to have cool people in his chat.
Yeah, I do this. You know what I do right here? Getting to talk to this group of people right here. I've succeeded. I've won YouTube. You know,
that's what I
being able to talk to you guys and hang out with you guys. You know, certain times of the year, I'm probably, because Jed knows this, I probably end up meeting every one of you face to face at some point in time.
You know,
and that to me is a win, you know?
So if you look in the comments, Peckerwood Customs Aaron there is saying he's listening to me and you guys and everybody, but he's working on getting a video to kick something off on his channel. That to me makes all of it worth it. That's how you gauge the value of a channel. When you can influence somebody else to do something good.
I agree.
Not whatever's going on Social Blade. I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
I do this because I enjoy it. I don't care if I made a dime off of YouTube. I don't make much. I don't care.
As far as Social Blade, I have looked at Social Blade on my account and other buddies' accounts, like my buddy Marty and other guys who are monetized, and it's way off as far as money.
Yeah.
It's way off. I mean, it'll say like my account will say like I make anywhere from like $4 to like $400. And it's like, where you get these fucking numbers?
You know what Social Blade must be? It's like the Zillow. Because if you look on Zillow for what your house is worth, okay, so that's what I do for a living. Good. And when I go and I talk to somebody and they've been on Zillow, I'm like, no, that has no bearing on what your house is worth. This is exactly what your house is worth. And they must be the same thing. It must be like Zillow for YouTube accounts.
It is. Yeah. It's just a guess. It's just a
but you also know if somebody's got a million subs, if they got 1 million subs and they're getting 100,000 views of video and shit like that, they're making some money. You know, you maybe might not know exactly how much, but they're doing all right with YouTube. You know, well, and Tony,
Johnny, you said that truck that Vice Grip pulled up in. Yeah, he's making money.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, Ruben and I got to see it firsthand. It was like we're standing there talking, and it's like this big old. It was a Duramax, right? Wasn't it a Duramax truck, like quad cab Chevy with a box trailer? And it's like, man. And then he's pulling out the crappy truck out of the back. You know, the 6-cylinder.
You know, he sells off a lot of his projects too. So you got to think about that. He's got 1 million viewers.
Flipping them.
If people like that car, that's 1 million eyes you got on that car.
That's true.
You know,
I went back and I watched Derek's first videos a few days ago. Yeah. I went to his video section and then I said sort by oldest, and it'll pull up his very first video. And his very first video, dude, is nothing like his videos today. He's pretty much doing what we're doing. He's just a dude in his garage talking about his Camaro.
He found his niche, though. He found his niche.
And then I spent like 30 minutes flipping through his videos to see where his character came from. And one day he just went, and you see this right here, fellers? And he kept doing it. And he never went back. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what's different, though? Like, none of us have ever stopped right in the middle of a video to plug a fishing video game for 2 solid minutes. So he is not just like us.
No.
But you know what I mean? Like, he started his roots were.
Yeah.
I also see, I would see him as, I don't know. He seems like an approachable kind of guy, though. He seems like somebody you can walk up to and talk to. Maybe if you don't bother him, but.
Ruben was talking to him at Duct Tape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like
he wasn't
stalking Birdsong. He was over there talking to Derek.
Or Johnny Mopar. But he wasn't anything like, that's what threw me off. He wasn't the character he is in his videos. So it threw me the fuck off, you know?
And so what's your criteria for somebody you can walk up to and approach? Because to me, if they don't have cauliflower ears, I figure I'm safe enough.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know. There's certain people,
you know. But
I'm for real. I mean, by the way, Mopar Man 78. This is for you since you're in here. So I was watching, and I watch him frequently. You know that Six Fan and Old Car Guy show that Grant and Jason do, that deal right there. So they were on there talking about if you know somebody who would be a good guest, you should recommend them. And I seriously, I put down, I said, you guys should reach out to Mopar Man 1978. And the reason is because we don't see him on here. He's everywhere. He's on every live all the time, right?
Everyone.
But you know what? That would be the best. Get to meet him, see him, and they could spend a full time with him on that channel. I think that would be the best, baptized by fire thing for live streams for him ever. And then he would just like join ours whenever.
I think it'd be really cool if Grant and Jason would start interviewing their viewers more often. And don't get me wrong, I love Grant.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, Grant lives right next to me, he's not far, but I know why they interview the people they do. It's just like when you do an interview or you do a collab, you always collab with someone bigger than you to grow. And that's the reason why they interview the bigger channels, because they want to each grow their channels. But I feel like it's fan service when you do it live. So, it's cool. Hey, let's get Dylan McCool. Let's get Derek on here from Vice Grip, whatever.
But Jed, that's
letting out my damn secrets.
But Jed, when you were on my live,
we're gonna pop in here one day and it's gonna be Derek right there and be like, "Hey, dude, what's up, man?"
But that, see, like when Jed was on, that's what we did, is interacted with the viewers, because the live is not about us. The live is about them.
Yeah, I was actually, so I'm so used to the live just being a bunch of guys hanging out.
Yeah,
I kind of like in this, I kind of forget about chat, and I feel bad.
I have a problem with that. I'm having to force myself to be like, I honestly wish I could just have everybody in chat just boom on the screen right now.
If you look at the lives that are the most successful and engaging, it's where people make it about the viewers. That's one thing I've got to give Tony. Every live, so when he gets on a roll with Magnante or Vizard or something, they get in the universe of talking about something, right? But otherwise, if it's just Tony, or it's Tony and Dallas, or it's Tony and me, it's about the viewers the whole time, engaging with them. And it's just, to me, that's why you're doing it. Because if I want to just have a conversation with Jed for an hour, we don't need StreamYard. I mean,
you just call me.
Yeah, so that's what it's about.
John,
so I seriously would like to see them reach out to their viewers, and I'm serious when I said I think Mopar Man said he's like an untapped character that's in every live.
I've been trying to get him to get on here.
I would watch it.
Says it right there. He doesn't have a laptop right now.
I would watch
his phone. Yeah, I'd love to get him on.
Yeah. All you need to do, Mopar Man 78, if you have a phone, go to your public library where they have really good internet, and just get a clean background, and you can get on right from your phone, and you'll be good to go. That's all you got to do.
He's only a few hours from me. I'm going to drive out and see him one day.
Peckerwood brings up a good point, man, is, kudos to the guys keeping chat alive in chat.
Yeah.
When we're not paying attention to it. Mm-hmm. They do keep the conversation going. Because I find myself doing that too. If I notice a live and I'm in and the guys are super busy, sometimes chat's having its own live within itself.
Yeah.
There'll be full-blown conversations going on.
Well, see,
that happens in Tony's a lot too, though.
I mentioned this.
That's interesting to watch sometimes.
I mentioned on Ruben's live, part of being a mod is trying to keep that running and keep people from hijacking it. Like, conversations in themselves are fine, but you don't, like, for instance, if you let one person, you ever been to like a zoo and seen flamingos? If one of them goes nuts, 300 of them go nuts for about 5 minutes and they all shut up. That's exactly what happens when one dude puts "Let's go Brandon" in the comments. For some reason, 50 more dudes have to say "Let's go Brandon," because so they got to parrot that unoriginal comment 50 more times. Well, it's not that I don't agree, "Let's go Brandon." It's I don't want it getting hijacked from the live. Because if you watch the viewer number, I watch the viewer numbers the whole stream to see the health of it. You will watch them taper off when people start that stuff, because most viewers don't want that during a live.
Yeah.
So having good mods is important to the health of the chat that's going on while the live is going on.
Yeah, but I mean, something like this, though, I don't think it would be.
No. When you get up over, when you start getting over 50, 60, 70 concurrent, that's where it becomes a thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something
I never get to that
like
point.
this whole "Let's go Brandon" thing. I'm going to go off on a little thing here, but the whole "Let's go Brandon" thing, and I know what it means, blah blah blah. I figured it out, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of creative, it's kind of funny. I saw a guy with a flag on his truck, a giant flag on his truck the other day that literally said "Fuck Joe Biden."
Yeah,
and I thought, dude, I don't like the guy either, but as a country, we've lost our class. To literally say fuck the president of the United States, and everybody's doing it.
Respect the office, even if you don't respect the man.
And maybe
that's
I'm a military guy. If I didn't like the commander of the base, I'm sure as hell not walking around base going, with the flag going, "Fuck this commandant." Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just weird.
So first of all, I don't blame Obama for anything policy-wise. I blame the people who voted for him, but that's not what this live is about. One thing I do blame him for, I saw a picture of him with his feet on the desk in the Oval Office. You know, he had this thing about, it's just his personality, but he had a thing where he tried to make the office of the president so much more casual, and our decorum really declined under him. It's just because of his personality and his charisma, but he brought decorum way down. And you look in pop culture, he had a pretty big effect on decorum regarding the office of the president. And I just don't think that was good for us. I prefer us to have more respect for the office itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Hold on.
John, I'm gonna ask Johnny. Johnny, how was your week, man?
Oh yeah, Johnny, I got to talk at all.
Dude.
Oh, it was pretty good. Well, real quick, I just want to say I haven't met you, One Fast 440 Duster. So pleasure meeting you for the first time.
He's from your side of the country, just up farther north.
Oh yeah. All right. Cool. West Coast, huh? Yeah, I've just been wrenching on my mom's car a little bit. Still waiting on parts for the Duster, but I'm pretty excited to take it to the track. It's not going to be as fast as my buddy Dennis's car. And then if my coffee ever finishes his Duster, I think he's just going to like blow our doors off by bus lengths, you know? But it'll be pretty cool to have 3 Dusters out there at the track, and
oh yeah,
maybe some more Mopars mixed in there. Yeah, so it's been going pretty good.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, thanks for asking, dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've just been going around the room seeing what everybody's up to this week. John, you're next, man. What was your week like, dude?
My week was terrible. my week sucked. I do have one video I'm trying to get out for a contest, a photo contest. I've got it shot, trying to get it edited. Had a ton of things come up this week, just every single day. So tomorrow I'm determined I'm going to get this thing out there, but I'm going to have a photo contest. It has to do with cars. And we're going to have judges. We're going to have prizes. And the top 12, as judged by me and 2 guest judges and some polls on the community tab, are going to be on a calendar. So just something fun to do. And you guys are all welcome to enter.
Awesome.
You know, the conversation kind of took off, but I was going to say something, John, when you were talking about connecting with the audience or the guys watching the live feeds and stuff. One of the things I saw you on with Uncle Tony, you were doing it was almost like a car show of all of the viewers, and you were holding up they would text you pictures of their car and you'd hold it up. And I thought, man, that's pretty freaking genius.
We had 227 entries for that.
Wow.
And so this time I want to get the same thing, hopefully. I'd love to have that many submissions again, but we're going to have judges, prizes, and put the winners on a calendar. So I said I would do it again. This is the way I want to do it.
Now that you guys are on this subject, now that I've hit the 800 sub mark and I'm going to slowly make it to the 1,000, I was thinking of what can I do for a 1,000 video. The other day I had a great idea. So when I hit 900, I'm going to do a video asking for my viewers' car submissions. And I'm going to make my 1,000 video about my viewers, not about me, because they're the ones that got me here. So it's going to be, and if they want to submit a short video, I'll make a short video, but it's going to be music and a slideshow of my viewers and their cars. And I'm going to call it the first 1,000. So you can only be 1,000 once. They say, you can only do that 1,000 magical 1,000 mark one time, so right. I want to do it about the viewers. So
last year, right after Thanksgiving, I hit 1,000. And so for Thanksgiving, I made up this thing right here. And I thanked every person whose name I commonly saw recurring in the comments, every single one of them. Did a whole video just on that. And we're past that now. I couldn't make a video just like that, but I'll tell you what, I do want to do another Thanksgiving video and thank as many people as I reasonably can, as many as I can possibly do, because it's just so important. our channels aren't anything without people watching them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, so. But yeah, man. Yeah. And you guys were talking about, Aaron Peckerwood Customs. He's in Australia. He's been wanting to make his first video for a while. And I've kind of been putting little secret messages in there in my videos for Aaron, like, hey, I know you want to make that video. This is the week. But I had something in my last video that I took out just because it was getting long on the tooth. My last video, it hit like the 40-minute mark. So I was like, nobody's going to make it. So I took it out. But I just wanted to tell people, hey, man, I'm one guy with a camera, and look what the fuck I'm doing. I got a YouTube channel. I'm making stupid videos. I know you've been wanting to make that goddamn video and start your shit. If I can do it, anybody can do it, You
just got to do it.
You just got to fire up the camera and throw it on YouTube and, worry
Jed
about.
hounded me for months.
I remember the episode where Jed said you were going to start. You went and visited Jed, and Jed was telling, "Oh, Brian's going to start a channel," and you were super like everybody is. You were super nervous on camera and didn't want to be. You could tell you were kind of trying to dodge
until he handed me the camera, and I was going to shove it down my pants, and he had to take it back away from me real quick. But yeah,
but you went from that video to the video where you and Jed went to the car show in the drag strip, and you were ending the video with bye-bye. And I thought, wow, look at that. I was like, wow, look at the transition. You went from trying to dodge the camera.
Well, even at Indy, I was nervous, when Jed was filming, I was like, but then I was like, oh, look, 5-pound bag of gummy bears,
Yeah.
Make it comical.
You know what? I got to say something real quick. I figured it out. Something's been bothering me this whole time. Jed, you're not wearing a hat. Yeah. And you've got a Just Mopar Joe squirrel going on up there.
Dude, damn. I never noticed it, man.
Hey, Brian, what kind of gummy bears are you eating there?
No, it was just a big bag of assorted gummy bears, man. This thing was this big.
Hey,
it was a 5-pound bag of gummy bears for $5.
You know what?
William at?
That was the
Does
best.
William know he's going to be stuck in an RV with you two and a big giant bag of gummy bears?
Oh my God! You know what you got to do,
William?
You got to eat a 5-pound bag of the Haribo sugar-free gummy bears.
Oh, sugar-free? Why? Why?
Wait a minute. Have you ever heard about that?
No.
Some guy in a fraternity figured out that the Haribo sugar-free gummy bears, if eaten in large quantity, will give you atomic nuclear diarrhea like the movie Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
They started challenging people, and I mean, it was the worst thing ever. I think they wound up recalling them because people would get them and just graze on them and then realize an hour later that, and it was bad. It was really bad. That's why I'm saying, what kind of gummy bears do you eat?
No, I don't eat sugar-free anything. Do I look like I eat sugar-free anything?
I'm cool off the butt beef.
Brian, I got a good one for you.
I'm going to get back on the car stuff. Sorry, you guys are delayed. Sorry about that. I was going to get back on the car stuff real quick. I was actually going to message Johnny, but now that he's here, I wanted to ask him, hey, your buddy that had the brackets that hook up to the leaf springs and the shocks connect to? What's the official word for that? And they had the 5 holes in it?
The shock mount.
It's a leaf spring bracket. It's a leaf spring bracket. I think he was saying that Schumacher makes them, which a buddy of mine actually bought. Huh?
A shackle?
Yeah, shackle.
No, it's not the shackle. It's the leaf spring bracket. It basically, the shock attaches to it. It's what the U-bolts go through and clamp the leaf spring to. Mm-hmm. So on this particular one, it's got it had 5 or 6 holes in it. So
Brian, can you bring up a picture of that? So people in chat.
If I can find it.
So basically what I was going to ask Johnny is, because I'm trying to figure out a way how to lower the Roadrunner without getting new leaf springs or putting the lowering plates in there. Can I use that? I could use that, right? I could just mount my shocks on one of the lower holes.
That wouldn't lower the car. The shock doesn't support the car. So I had the same problem with my Duster when I first lowered it. I had de-arched the springs and I de-arched them too far, and the springs were really flat. But then when I put the weight of the car on it, they went negative on me.
Hey, where are you going?
When I put the shocks on the car, they were in full collapse because the car was so low. and I couldn't get like I think the
They have
shortest
good
shock
pizza
I
there?
could find was like an early A body, like a like a 64 Dart or
Okay.
something like that. I think that was the shortest Mopar shock I could find, and it was still fully collapsed. So if you had those brackets, you can move your short shock to that bottom hole, or I should say your shock you had for a stock height car. You can move it down a couple of holes, and then you can maintain your travel in your shock as you're going down the road. To lower your car, I mean, I was
thinking that would take, because I was thinking the you know, right now my car's sitting the way it is because it's a combination of shock and leaf spring. You know, if I took that same shock, and I lowered it on a mount a little bit lower, wouldn't the whole car drop a little bit?
The shock doesn't support the car. The shock just, when the suspension's going up and down, it just dampens the blow so that it's not, if you didn't have shocks in your car would be doing this shit, you know, going down the road, oscillating.
Because I was thinking the air shock, I mean, if you get air shocks, they raise it and lower it also. So I was thinking it would do kind of the same concept.
No,
air shock is dangerous.
Yeah, air shocks will raise the car, but now you're basically overcoming the suspension, and you're basically just you're pushing the rear end away from the car, and then it makes it really hard. So if you hit a bump, all that shit, you know, there's no absorption of the
you know how they say air shocks will rip out your rear cross member? That's what happened on my Roadrunner. Like if you open the trunk, it's banged up back there. So the guy had a tubular freaking thing welded back there.
Okay.
Which is cobbled together. I could do that for my cobbled video. But anyway, I wanted to ask you because I was like, man, that'd be a nice professional looking way to lower my car without getting those blocks, you know?
I've always ran blocks. I always ran, like on my Roadrunner, I had 2-inch blocks, and I mean, it slammed the car down pretty low. And then
I'll get those.
On the torsion bars, I cut the bottom, the bump stop on the bottom control arm. I cut it in half. I just cut the peak off of it to give me a little more clearance, and then I just bring the front of the car down so it gives me just the right rake. But it's a skateboard, so you can't go flying over speed bumps or anything like that because there's not a lot of travel in there for movement. So
well, dude, now I look at my car like it's a monster truck. I can't unsee it.
No, I think it was great.
I went to it looks awesome. Well, that's the reason I had it like this.
Looks great.
It does look great in the garage, but you get it out in the real world, and it's really street freaky. It's borderline. It's really high.
Great.
It's fine.
Whatever you like.
That's how cars look like in the 80s.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I liked it. But now that I'm getting into the whole drag racing thing, and I'm looking at all the other cars,
in what you like. It's all in what you like.
It's your car, brother. It's what you like. It's not what you got to remember. That's your car. That's your image. If that's what you want to portray, then that's fine. But don't sit there and go around doing this all day long trying to please everybody. It's not going to work.
Oh, no. That's no. I have my car the way I like it. Like I have traction bars on my car.
Sorry, John.
No, you should see the shit I get for having traction bars on this car. I could care what anybody thinks of the car, but me personally, now that I've seen it, like going to duct tape drags was the first time I've ever driven my car somewhere and walked away from it. And when I look at it from a distance, I'm like, maybe it is a little too high. You know, I'm like, maybe I do want to drop it an inch. You know, you know what I'm saying?
An inch is a lot. You'd be surprised if you had a 1-inch lowering block on the back of that car. It's a significant difference. Most people go too much at a shot.
I did the video putting a 1-inch block on my Duster, and it changed it a lot. It went from it was literally sitting like this.
I like that.
That's 2-inch. This 2-inch drop.
I like that. That's the way he's got that.
It looks sick, dude. It looks cool. I don't want it as low as Johnny's cars are. But like Flip Flop's Charger, the way his Charger sits, I'm like, I like that. That looks clean.
Really nice, yeah.
You know, if you look at my video where I walk away and my car's with the roadkill cars, look at how high my car is compared to every car there, dude. You know? And I like the rear end like that, but I've got the front end too high. I might lower the front end just to see where it stands. But once I do that, the handling's off because it's super stink bugged at that point. It handles like shit.
But nobody lowers cars here. It's all relative.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about where you're at and what you like.
Around here with the topography, nobody lowers cars. You'd be smashing the headers off on a pothole because of our roads and entranceways and all of that.
Yeah, see, that's nice.
That's Peckerwood's car.
Me and Johnny are from California, so everything we got, it's got to have that California rake to it. It's got to be slammed on the ground. It's got to have that rake, bro. Them wheels got to be tucked, and it's got to look good.
Exactly. That's it. I love it. I love how I love tires tucked. They got
you got to have them tires tucked, and it's got to have that rake, that little California rake.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of it until I went to duct tape, and a lot of people have cars like that, and I was like, that does look sick, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to go that low,
same way.
It looks pretty sick.
What did it for me is I always loved Pro Stock. Like, you know, and so at one point in the late 70s, when you started getting into the Plymouth Arrows and the Dodge Colts and stuff, that whole Pro Stock tube chassis, car slammed to the ground with skinnies up front and big fat steamrollers in the back. Like, I love that look. And
that was our scene. That was our scene when me, Johnny, and Ruben. That was our scene when we grew up as kids. That's all we ever knew at the Bob's Big Boy or the Sonic or the Hardys or wherever.
Bob's Big Boy. We were talking about Bob's Big Boy last time.
Well, I mean, we had or Mel's Diner. We had that was the look for us. And I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Every person that my uncle graduated with in 1985 had a car just like Jezebel. Shackles hanging down, tires hanging out. I mean. You know, 4-speed. What would you do with those ones from All Star? Those ones you put on there?
Those are on my Dart.
Okay.
It's all proper leaf spring now.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Well, I mean, it's just like that same stance. You know, every car in 1985, when you were, you know, we didn't know nothing about that back then.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were on a budget, that you were it was called high riders and low riders. When you know. In Northern California, you were either high riding in the back or you were low riding in the streets on an Impala. It was just there was two different groups.
I like the 70s. I like the 60s, mostly the late 60s, early 70s pro stock, super stock vibe. They had just the right amount of rake. I don't like slammed cars; it's not my thing. But that's what makes the car hobby great. Is everybody's got?
No, yeah, exactly.
Right.
There are
tell you what, like, I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
I was just going to say there are a few cars I like with that kind of stance, but I do like that. I really do.
No, it does. I like it. It looks good. That's
the most I don't care stance ever. It just does what it wants to do.
I tell you what, like it was probably 15 years ago, but I was down in San Diego and I'm driving around, and what rolls up next to me? It's a 1972 Dodge Charger. And this thing had that late 70s stink bug. The ass was skied up into the sky. The freaking rear tires were huge steamrollers. They stuck outside the car. And even though that's not my look and I would never build a car like that, when I saw it, I was like, that thing is badass, you know? So even though I like my shit slammed and low, I could appreciate cars that are, you know, stink bug or sitting high or even gassers like you guys were talking about earlier or whatnot, you know. I like the flavor, the variety out there, you know. I've got my thing I want to do, but I like seeing other stuff too. If everything looked like mine, it would get boring, you know.
So
Brian, that is what I'm doing to my Duster right there.
Yeah.
Brian usually does this, but I kind of want to do it, especially since we got a couple of California guys in the house.
Oh shit! What?
Okay. So what? One at a time, because I know nobody's going to be on the fence about this. What do you think about that Project X electric vehicle thing? One at a time. What do you think about that?
Who's first?
You are. You're already
me first. I am completely and 100% with Tony on this. They could have done that to any other 55 through 57 Chevy on the planet, not that one. I grew up reading about that car. You know, it's like there's certain cars that once they're out there, it's just it's almost like when a car gets that famous, it no longer belongs to you.
Yeah. Well,
because people, it's just that's the way that car is. And I'm not talking about like YouTubers' cars or anything like that. There's no YouTubers' car that's been out there since as long as Project X has been out there. You know, and I was watching a show. Hold on a second. Let me fix some stuff here because I'm going to talk for a second. I was watching a show a while back, and it was he didn't do very many of them. It was Jimmy Shine. You guys know who Jimmy Shine is?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He has that. That everybody was calling it a rat rod, and he hates it. It's because he's never painted the car. He soda blasted the car, and it's a beautiful car, but it didn't have paint on it for the longest time. And it was the guy who owns, he was talking to the guy who owns the California Kid. I'm pretty sure that car is red.
California Flash?
No, it's the California Kid. That's the name of the car. It's like from way, way back. It's been in magazines. It's been in movies. It's everything. And he was trying to, because Jimmy was on his show, was going to paint the car. And he's like, well, it's my car. I'll do what I want. And this guy was like, look, that would be like me going and painting the California Kid is black. It's like a 32 Roadster or coupe. I can't remember exactly. I have to look it up, but I think it's black. And he said that would be like me going out and painting the California Kid red. You've got too many people who know that car and have watched that car. It's almost like people feel like it's theirs.
Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, like, imagine if Derek painted Vanishing Paint, what would be the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, when a car gets famous to a certain point, it's like
it's
you have an obligation, I think, to not screw with it, especially not screw with it in that way. Because I'm sorry, by turning that car into an EV, all they're trying to do is push the agenda of electric cars.
Yeah.
You've got all these people say, well, electric cars are the future. It's the way everything's going. No, electric cars is the way the industry and the government is pushing everything to go, not the way the majority of the people want to go.
There's a new engine.
See, look at that. Well, hold on. Let me get rid of this. I want to make that bigger.
Yeah, look at that. That's what they did under the hood.
That's a motor, not an engine.
It is a motor. It really is a motor. Most people call engines motors, but I said that because that's what replaced the engine.
In my opinion, that's fucking ridiculous. All right.
Yeah.
But that's just.
But then look at the flip side of the. I mean, I agree 100%. But then this little voice in the back of my mind says, "Well, it is a test bed. Like it's lived its whole life. Is this test bed?" It's still living its life as a test bed. And maybe somebody along the way didn't get the message it was a test bed for the regular Joe. And they're like, hey, it's a test bed car.
Well, that's what they did when they resto modded it too.
My problem with it, though, is it's not really a test bed. It used to be a test bed. What it's become now is some sponsors get together. They want to do something, get a bunch of clicks, a bunch of drama, a bunch of money, plug the stuff they want to plug. And so that's why they did that big renovation where they took out the blown small block and they put an LS in and all that other stuff. They're doing it kind of like for sponsors. They've kind of become like the rest of Motor Trend, like the TV show car shows, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they've ruined the original purpose. It's not a test bed. Like, for instance, people talk about how much torque these EVs make. This car now makes 340 horsepower, 330 pound-feet of torque. So it's not like they're breaking ground with the performance they're going to get out of this car. That would be more test bed. They're not proving any concepts, nothing. They just did it for promotion and notoriety.
To push an agenda. They did it to push an agenda.
Yeah, they
take everybody off.
Not test bed anymore.
Let me say this, because this is, I tell you what, like doing this YouTube thing, it has changed my paradigm as far as how I view things, because on one end, you're struggling trying to get people to sub or watch your videos and stuff like that. You're trying to draw them in, right? And on the other hand, you're trying to keep it real, do your own thing, and I've seen other channels out there do some things that, are, I like that guy Whistling Diesel destroying that TRX, right? I've actually never watched the video. Why did he do it? He did it because people are going to watch it and bring it in. Now, if they'd done a different 57 Chevy built out of AMD parts, like, it might have some degree of draw, but to do it to this car, it's going to piss people off. It's going to make people happy. It's a famous car. And so it's a bigger magnet. I mean, if you were the
That's why they did it.
That is why they did it. That's exactly why they did it. And you're going to always see stuff like that, unfortunately. It's like, and I'm not knocking Finnegan or anything like that, but like him putting that, what is it, a Toyota engine in that
Charger
2JZ.
So why did he do it? I mean, he's doing it because
shock factor.
You're going to get people that are going to support it. You're going to get people that are going to be pissed off over it, but it's going to be a big shocker, and everybody's going to pay attention either way. So it's
why I did it
from that perspective.
It's marketing, Johnny, because
together.
everywhere I go, talking to a friend, through Messenger, or I'm at a car show, and it's a Mopar guy. Guess what they tell me? Did you say Finnegan putting that 2JZ? It's word of mouth, dude. Everybody's talking about it.
I don't know. I haven't seen a single one of the videos.
But I'm saying that's why he
screwed up and told everybody what he was doing, so I just didn't watch the video.
There's a swap that I pitched to Tony because the world is all about doing what's not been done, right?
Right.
And he didn't like the idea at all, but I do. And I don't know why. It's just something weird. I think it would be cool to put a Mazda rotary in an A body.
Oh.
I know. I'd make you throw it out a little bit. But you know what?
Where's my stone?
I just think that would be
John Wilburn.
cool.
Hey, there's a 68 Valiant sitting out front. Get to it, John.
I know.
Tony's probably telling John, "What are you doing?"
Well, that's the whole thing, though. You've got people like me. Like, I don't care how much it's going to help me. You'll never see me put a Power Glide or a Ford 9-inch in my Duster.
Yeah,
No,
it's a Dodge. It's going to stay a Dodge.
Depends on how much.
Plymouth. It's a Plymouth. It's going to stay a Plymouth. That's the way I feel about it.
We all have
now.
to have
Other people
ground.
can feel different ways. They can throw as many LS motors in the in the 5.0 Mustangs as they want. Yeah, go ahead. I don't care. I don't like those cars.
Yeah.
It's the same reason that for views, and you see everybody's thumbnail now has the same goddamn font. And then a month later, the new font is, strawberry red with, a glow to it. And you're like, I refuse to use that fucking font just to get clicks, man. I'm going to use the shit that I want. It's kind of the same.
I've been using the same fucking font.
Yes, you have.
For like 5 years in the same colors. And I'm not telling anybody what font I use.
You make all your stuff in you make all yours in Paint too.
Yeah, I use Microsoft Paint to do all my
yellow.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. You got to have an outline font though, because otherwise it gets lost. Without an outline font, your text gets all screwy. I learned that a while back.
I use I gotta type everything out in my background color, then I gotta type it out in my highlighted color. I gotta position it just right, and it'll take me like 7 tries to get it.
Oh man, Jed, let me send you a pirated copy of Photoshop, dude. It can do that in like 1 second.
It's complicated, man. I can't.
Dude, it's so easy, dude.
Did you notice a while back that Just Mopar Joe changed his font? Did you notice that?
I don't ever pay that much attention.
A couple months ago, he changed his font, and I told him he had a font up, and it wasn't an outline font. It was one that was a solid color. I said, "You do realize that I had to look at that about 3 times to know what it said, and I knew what it was going to say before I saw it." I said, "You need an outline font," and I showed him. He said, "Oh man, that makes so much difference." So he found an outline font, and now you can read everything because
I need to
the
find
color contrast doesn't matter anymore. So Jed's just doing it in a really difficult way, but it works the same.
Yeah, that's the easy way for me. Okay.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that at all.
That's fancy editors and the fancy photo editors.
Yeah,
way over my head. I want simple.
I just bet back on the project.
Johnny, what do
for
you use?
one more thing though? Hold on real quick, Ruben. I bet in 5 to 10 years that is going to be completely out of there, and they're going to turn the car back the way it was. I mean,
I agree.
Oh, okay.
I think,
Totally, 100%.
I think sooner than that. I mean, I think it's only maybe 2 to 5 years away.
Exactly.
But I think you're gonna let this die down.
Yep.
And then you're gonna. I mean, I don't know if they intended it on General Mayhem, but I mean, I think Freiburger is a little more kind of like we are as far as keeping its roots original. You know.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah. So I mean, that car is awesome in the sense that they went. It's like we're not only going back to the roots, we're going to go put the original motorhome motor into the car, original to the birth of General Mayhem.
yeah.
But they kept it real, and I think the other Charger is going to get the same thing at some point. So once this dies down and all the hype's gone, they'll give it a new breath of fresh air, and they'll put whatever, a Hemi in it or something Mopar, something that's going to be, make all the Mopar guys happy and not all the Toyota guys pissed off, So
that Project X, I say a 2-year shelf life on that electric motor, and it's gone. It'll have no more value for marketing.
But you know what?
Well,
it's already done what it's supposed to do. It's already done what it's supposed to do. My little YouTube channel, we just talked about it. That's what they want. They want everybody talking about it.
Did you guys ever see the Vince Vaughn movie where he's a marketing guy for a company that makes the fake sounds for electric muscle cars? It's an awesome movie.
What?
So, the movie's about
a movie about that?
Yeah, the movie's about 10 years old. So in this Vince Vaughn movie, in the future, and it's not far into the future, it's like, I don't know, it's like 20 years.
They do it now.
Yeah. So there's a Dodge 68, like Dodge Charger, and it looks just like a real one, but it's got an electric motor in it. Well, his company is in charge of making the vroom vrooms.
What the hell is he doing?
The fake vroom vroom sounds. So in the future, all the cars are electric, including muscle cars.
And
you pick your engine.
They actually make that. I saw a Pimp My Ride video, and Pimp My Ride's been gone for a long time. So
I know what episode you're talking about.
Yeah, there was an episode they put something like that in the sound system, and it was like a 4-banger, right, Jed? It sounded like a Ferrari. It made the car have a Ferrari sound or some shit, and they can change it. You can make it into a muscle car. You can make it into a 4x4 truck or a diesel.
That's the future, though. It's gonna happen.
That episode, I thought that was. I'd be like, I'm gonna get me a freaking '98 Dodge Caravan. And it's gonna sound like a fucking Ferrari.
So speaking of Pimp My Ride, what do you guys think is the worst car-oriented television show that has ever been on the air?
Oh God, that new one with Kevin Hart. Oh my God, that's
I refuse to watch it.
Commercial for that.
I refuse to watch it. I can't pass judgment on that.
A bunch of dumbasses that crashed a 70 CUDA and then tried to sue the guy, but then now they get a TV show. Okay, they're fucking brainiacs. Good call there, pal.
What do you think? What's the worst car-oriented television show ever?
Who, me? Come back to me. I'm thinking. I know the one I'm thinking of, but I got to remember it.
Yeah, I was gonna say those cheesy ones where they walk into people's garages and fix their car on a weekend.
God.
Okay.
Garage Squad's cool. I like Garage Squad.
Yeah, but
I like that.
Actually, I had a buddy who was on Garage Squad, and he said it's not quite what it is, but it's pretty damn accurate. But they do fib a lot. They fib a lot on the stories of the people.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell you a whole fucking story on the Charger they did. And it's the actual episode my buddy Thomas is in, and he actually knew the son who had supposedly gotten brutally murdered by a bunch of druggies. Well, there's a whole other story to that.
Well, I'm pretty sure he was doing a drug deal, but.
What do you think, Johnny Mopar? What's the worst car-oriented television show in the history of ever?
I keep watching it, but it's probably Rust to Riches. They're actually based really close to where I live. And I've actually seen it's Gotham Garage. I've seen them in Temecula. And it's not that the show is necessarily bad. It's just the way they build the cars is horrific.
What's that
I can't
stupid
stand
show?
what they do to the cars.
What's that show?
What do you guys think in the comments? I've got a vote from Bigfoots and Mopars. He says overhauling. Mopar 78 Sam Pimp My Ride. What do you
I
guys
was
think?
just gonna say overhauling.
Hey, I love.
Yeah,
Pimp
nobody
My
knew
Ride.
who Chip
That show
Foose was till that show.
Pimp My Ride knew it wasn't going to be taken seriously, so it just said, "Screw
Yeah,
it, cotton candy
right.
machines,
Yeah.
cotton candy machines, and hot tubs in the car."
All right. So
it's on the tip of my tongue.
Get it out. Get it out, damn it.
That one with
Oh,
Jesse
right.
James. What the hell was that?
Oh, West Coast Choppers.
No.
Monster Garage.
Monster Garage.
Monster Garage
Yeah.
was the
Pretty
worst.
bad.
Monster
Yeah.
Garage was the worst.
okay. So while I'm on this roll of asking you guys goofy questions,
Whoa!
when I saw that
I love Count's Custom.
Counts Customs is up there. So when I saw that electric vehicle thing with Project X, I said, okay, my Mount Rushmore of horrendous automotive decisions is almost full. I've got the Project X electric vehicle, Travis Bell crushing the original General Lee. John Aruza destroying the ball stud Hemi. So I need one more horrendous automotive decision. What else did you guys put on the Mount Rushmore of horrible automotive decisions?
I will say this, Hugh Price, Wheeler Dealers was really good when it started and still had Ed China.
Wheeler Dealers was awesome, and I still like it. I still like it.
Wow,
And-
an automotive no-no.
And
I don't know.
overhaul.
I have to think about that one.
Yeah, what's the worst thing you've seen? I mean, I think Aruza killing that Hemi's on mine, and
Yeah.
Travis Bell finding the original General Lee 1, scavenging it for parts and crushing it, and then putting them on another car. I just think that was a horrible
I
thing.
think the stupidest thing was that whatever that whistling retard did with that Hellcat and put them steel wagon wheels in there.
Yeah, wagon wheels.
Yeah.
And
that was just for entertainment. That
It was fun. That didn't bother
Yeah, and stuff like that could be reversed. You
He
know,
appreciated
Yeah,
an appliance. So what?
Yeah, but to
I
me,
would
that's
say
just
just
like
that last one. Just have the overhauling logo and call it a day.
Okay, now let's reverse the question.
the
What's
thing
your
is,
guys'
though-
favorite car show?
oh, favorite?
My own. Obvious.
What are you completely addicted to?
Oh,
I love Rust Valley Restorers. I know a lot of the shit in there is probably fake and all that stuff, but I don't know. I just like those guys.
That's a great show.
I love looking whenever they're panning that camera around. You're looking in the background trying to figure out all the Mopars that are in there. And they never they never pan around slowly unless it's the dog in the Coronet wagon. But I like that show.
Now, which one is that? Which one is that? Is that the one that's
It's on Netflix.
Canadian guys, it's the big tall white dude with dreads.
okay? Yeah, I haven't seen that. No. Okay, as far as the worst, I actually got another one. Real quick, I got another one. That one where they tried to make a car show for that huge junkyard out in Arizona. I think it's Arizona. Desert Valley.
Oh,
yeah.
That's Junkyards
I
up
know
the street
one.
here.
I know one. So you know the
Desert Valley Auto Parts is the junk. Is the
Yeah.
junkyard. But it is
What
Desert
was
Valley. Yeah.
What was that friggin' show where Palumbo, that wrestler, and Rick Door, you know the one I'm talking about. They would go find cars and they would clean out a horde, and they would get several cars in exchange for doing one. And they did really shoddy stuff, pushed it out the door. What in the world was with that show? I think that was.
You know, they did do a really good Charger on that show, though. Did you guys ever see the Charger that was on that show where they didn't paint it?
Silver, yeah.
It was bare metal. So all the body work that they did, they couldn't. They had to. Everything was clean on it. I like that one car.
Ruben wants to know the best. Does it have to be a current show? Because I haven't had a working television since 2015.
Nah, just your favorite all-time car show.
I would say like Bud Lindemann's commentary when he would do the drag racing, car and tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Probably that.
I remember that.
Yeah. When he would do them on drag racing, it was awesome.
I've got two. One of them everybody's going to hate, but Engine Masters is my favorite. I love watching Engine Masters.
I like that too. And I see.
But my second one, you guys are going to rip the shit out of me on this. But Graveyard Cars. I love Graveyard Cars. I like the fact that Mark Warman is goofy. I like the fact. I mean, I like the show. He has a ton of knowledge. He spits out a ton of knowledge, and he's goofy and semi-entertaining at the same time. Not many car shows have that.
Yeah.
Either they spit out a ton of knowledge, or they're goofy and entertaining. He's got both.
All right, Richard, you're next, man.
What's that?
Your next favorite car show all time. It doesn't have to be current. It can be the one
My
car
favorite
show
car show. You know, I don't know, man. There's a bunch of them. I'd have to say what really gets me going sometimes is
I know what you're gonna say.
Birdsong.
Birdsong. What about Muscle City Madness, dude?
No, it's got to be on TV, not YouTube.
Yeah, we're saying TV.
TV, not YouTube.
Oh, I don't know. I don't watch a whole lot of
fake stuff, not real stuff.
Fake stuff, not real
question.
stuff.
Whose favorite YouTube channel, right? What's your favorite YouTube channel? Be the next one.
You know what's funny?
I didn't answer the first one.
Dude, this guy calls me one night and he goes, "Dude, you're fucking awesome, dude. I don't watch nobody but you and fucking Birdsong." I go, "Me and Birdsong?" I go, "Don't put me in the category with Birdsong." I was like, you don't watch this guy? No. You don't watch this guy? No. You don't watch this guy? Nah. He goes,
"Who are you talking about? Me?
Birdsong." Yeah. You're like, "I just watched you in fucking Birdsong, dude." And I was like, "Oh fuck, man." I was like, "Gee, I just stepped my fucking game up."
No,
like,
hey,
shit.
I watch him too. A matter of fact, before I watched Birdsong, the actual real first person that I ever watched and I stuck with watching was this dude right here that's next to me to my right. And I watched him for a long time before I even subscribed to his channel. For a long time.
Brian, he's talking about you, bud.
Me?
He's talking about you, Brian.
No.
He's talking about
we all are here because we started out watching Jed, man.
I started out watching, and I will say this: some of the shit he did, I'm like, man,
I'll tell you what. The minute Jed hits 20,000 subscribers, I'm unsubscribing because he's a fucking sellout.
He'll start playing commercials.
I've been watching Jed, dude. I think when I found him, he had like 2,000, 3,000 subscribers, dude. And it's awesome to see your channel grow. But isn't it awesome when you find a tiny little channel and you're like, and it's just like, I love the tiny channels, dude. Yeah. You're like, this one's mine,
Yeah, exactly.
But I watch them depending on what I want to watch because they're not all the same thing. We have so many different flavors. You know what I'm saying? Like watching Jed's is almost like, my buddy's got something cool in his garage and I want to go check it out and hang out and see it. That's what his channel's like, right? The Bad Tree guys they're entertaining. It's fun. It's like watching hijinks from a safe distance. And watching Tony's channel is different still. And watching Ruben's is like, hang out for the afternoon, like King of the Hill in the alley.
Watching me is like, what the hell is he doing?
Every channel has its own vibe, its own thing. And so I watch them for different reasons. If I want to watch just stupid fun, I don't like the trash and classics thing, but other than that, I enjoy Whistling Diesels for that. Just the sheer going out in a field and just spinning 8 tires and destroying a hillside type of fun, right? So they all have their merits. And so when I say have a favorite, it depends. What mood am I in? What do I want to see? That's what I watch.
And John, you bring up a good point, man, because I'll see somebody has a new episode, but I'm not in the mood today for that kind of content.
Bingo.
And I'll watch it in 2 or 3 days, when I'm like getting caught up on my shows. But yeah, you're right.
Exactly. So, for instance, if I see up a new one from like our buddies at Bad Tree, and it's like them going to a car show, I got to admit, I really like the way they cover that stuff. It's always entertaining with J-Bo. But if I'm not in that mindset, I won't enjoy it. See, I would rather watch, you milling around in the pits at Duct Tape, or I would rather see, hey, let's go see what Brian is doing on his Duster, right? It's that kind of thing. Or if I see like one of Jed's and it's like Tractor Tech, I'm like, ooh, that's really cool. But I want to watch it at night when I got my thinking mind on for Tractor Tech.
Stop right
if I watch it right now, I won't enjoy it
any further.
It's that kind of thing.
Exactly. I watch Jed's early in the morning with a cup of coffee,
Johnny,
or right before I go to bed, because I don't want the day to begin yet. I want my mind to be, because with Jed, dude, Jed throws a lot of good information out. For a guy like me, I need all help I can get, brother.
He does.
Soak that shit up.
I admit that.
Johnny too, man. But Johnny's fucking end.
But you know what we're doing?
Fuck?
We're doing exactly what TV used to do with YouTube. Yeah. So, like, for instance, we used to watch news in the morning. We used to watch news in the evening, but we'd watch, the shows like Dallas and stuff in the evening, game shows in the morning. TV has a priority for what time of day they put on certain programs for a reason. Now, YouTube doesn't have that. So we as individuals create that.
Yep.
And we're doing the same thing, but we're deciding instead of.
See, but that's the thing. Like when I was a kid, if I missed the Dukes of Hazzard, I missed it.
That's right.
You missed it. It's like, oh, damn it. Now with YouTube, you can be like, oh, I don't feel like I'll catch that a little bit later. I'll catch that a little bit later. Oh, look at this. That's why I think YouTube, I guess the streaming channels kind of got that too, but I still think YouTube is the future.
Well,
And that kind of scares me.
I think there's an authenticity that comes from
like John said, we're in the now.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Johnny?
I think it's more authentic. All the stuff on TV is really fake. You can see through a lot of it if you're paying attention. And I think a lot of the YouTube stuff, it's very real. And like Rabbit Transit was just saying, it's more relatable. And I think, there's a lot of the cool channels on TV I'll watch, and it's like, man, they might spend 2 minutes of something technical, and everything else is just sort of like they're doing stuff like this box got checked, that box got checked, all these things got put on the car, and then they're out doing donuts or something, which is cool. But it's like, I like the technical stuff too. If I'm going to work on my car, I want to be able to see it. This is the tool you use when you run into problems. These are the things I did to get out of those problems. I like that stuff. I think that's the difference I think you get from YouTube versus regular TV.
Another thing with regular TV that I never thought much about until YouTube. When you're watching something like, it can be reality TV, it can be anything. We know by how much time is left in the program what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because we know at 44 minutes into this 1 hour program minus commercial, they're going to wrap their idea up. And it's kind of its own spoiler. With YouTube, you don't have that. At YouTube, the video, you have no idea.
Oh yeah, I could do a 45-minute. I could do a 45-minute engine teardown video, and the intake ain't even off yet.
I went to Duct Tape, and the event was Duct Tape was one Saturday, and I'm turning it into like a 17-part series.
Right.
You don't know, dude. But thank God it wasn't 2 days. I'd be here for 6 months.
Yeah.
Oh, what about Stacey David? I just remembered that. Stacey David, that was the worst too.
Oh my God, I got it before I go get tea and stuff. I got to say this. I got it. Okay. First off, Stacey David, what the fuck is up with his hair? His hair hasn't changed in 30 years.
It's really
my
bad.
second thing is that show is literally it's pretty neat in the fact that it showcases a lot of stuff, but it's literally sponsor this, sponsor that, sponsor this, sponsor that.
Yeah.
What we got from all these people. I'm not knocking Stacey David himself. It's the show.
He's talented, but man, his show is unwatchable.
But man, a few years back, not even a few years back, I want to say actually before YouTube and before the internet, like you know, I tell my son, my oldest son, I'm older than Google, and he doesn't believe me. But Power Block's all we had.
Yeah.
That was it. Just like people saying that Chip Foose's show. What was that you're talking about? Overhauling. Man, that's all you had though back then.
Or what's that other one? Boyd Coddington's deal. What was that?
That was awful too.
Yeah. Dude, you know a show that I want to absolutely give a shout out to, and he's getting a ton of recognition. He doesn't need it from me, but is Steve Magnante, or what? How do you say his last name?
Magnante.
Yeah. Dude, I am absolutely addicted to his show. I went to a car show today, and people are like telling me about it. They're like, "Hey, have you seen?" I'm like, "Dude, I've seen the guy's show."
Yeah, he's gonna blow up.
He was at like, because I watch every one of his episodes. Dude, he was at like 9,000 subs. Then he was at like 11.5. Today he's at like 13. I'm like, good for you, dude. He's just.
Well, the thing is, that's like with his show Junkyard Gold that they canceled. The stupidest thing Discovery could have done. My son plays video games. He's not into cars at all. When that show when I'd be watching that show, he'd stop playing video games and watch him just because of Magnante, just his knowledge. He could spit out like that. And yeah, he made notes and shit, but still, he knew what to look for where other people wouldn't even know what to look for.
And his presentation's on point.
Yeah.
You know, the way he speaks and his keywords.
He's very talented.
You know, it's on
that.
point.
And when he goes on Tony, those lives are just pure gold.
You know, that's something a lot of people don't get nearly enough credit for. There are some content creators who are just really, really good at extemporaneous speaking, presenting just one take and do it. And I will say, on average, your YouTube content creators of any size usually are a little better than the average person because we do this, right? But there are some that are just exceptional. Steve Magnante is one of them. Tony is much better than he realizes. He does one take about 95% of the time and hits every one of his marks in a 10-minute video. That is extremely hard to do. There are a handful of guys in this YouTube world that are really good at that. That's a gift. You can't teach that.
Yeah.
If Tony had the same what is the word? The only thing I think of is charisma, as say Steve Magnante. He would be at the top of the list. He'd be having Discovery trying to get him work just because.
How hard it is to do, though. I mean,
oh yeah,
get all of your marks in an 8-minute video in 8 minutes is a long time to do in one take and hit all of your marks and not screw up. It's not easy.
Yeah.
See, but that's the whole thing, though. It's like for the longest time before he started doing lives with Magnante, the one thing that kind of I understand Tony, but he would get in his lives. People would say, "Hey, tell us a story about street racing back in the '70s," and he was like, "Oh, I can't do that." It was just that was my life. It was all a blur, blah blah blah. But you get him in with Magnante, and they start almost. Not in a bad way, but almost kind of wanting to one-up each other with stories. And it's like, oh, my God, you hear the coolest shit.
Well, storytelling ability is a thing in itself. There's a lot of people who really suck at telling stories because they don't know how to tell a story to someone who wasn't there with all of the necessary blocks for that person to understand it.
Yeah.
And so they'll leave out 5 crucial steps of a 10-step story, and you hear it, and it's like, sometimes you figure it out, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
But most of us.
But I think Magnante helps Tony with that.
Yeah.
And you hear some of the best stories when both of them are online together.
I think
like
it's
peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah. I think a lot of, when you have at least 2 people kind of bouncing off each other, one person triggers a thought or a memory and the other person, and then that person starts telling their story and kind of goes back and forth. That's pretty awesome to see, when you're just by yourself and you're trying to explain something or you're trying to tell a story or something like that. I don't know.
That's why I like this.
Exciting. Yeah.
That's why I like this. You look at the first few minutes of this video when nobody was in here. I was just like, and there was dead air, and I was, oh, okay, I'd read what was in the chat, and it's like, but then everybody gets in, and it's like, boom, we're all feeding off of each other, and it makes great, I think, great entertainment.
I'm sorry, like I was hooking up my monitors.
It's all right.
Well, it's like my videos. Like, I'm always by myself, right? And when I got to go to Duct Tape, the pieces where I have somebody with me, like Johnny in my car, or I went riding in my buddy Paul's Charger, or I had Jason from Rabbit Transit. It was so refreshing to be able to have like another character in the show with me, and I've gotten people in the comments, mention, like little things or whatever, and people pick up on that too. They're like, oh dude, it was so cool to see you and Paul running down the track, and I put our conversation in there. Like me and Paul are heading back down to the freaking staging lines, and we're talking about what we can do better on the next run. And like Paul pulled up to the line and flooded the carbs, and the car shut off. I could have easily cut that out, but I wanted people to see we're just real people making mistakes, and we're talking about it on the way home. We're talking about it. Me and Johnny were in the car, and we're talking to that guy with the giant blower in the Camaro. And I thought that stuff was cool.
I think it helps if you're used to talking to yourself anyway, like I am. Because I am, when I'm working in the shop, I'm used to what you see is what I would normally do, Yeah.
Where do y'all?
That's how 90. Go ahead, John.
I was gonna say, where do y'all do your best thinking? Because everybody's got different places where they tend to do their best thinking about what they're going to do next on their projects or whatever. Where's it for you guys? Where do you get your best ideas? Where do they usually come about? What are you doing?
I know what Jed's going to say.
I know.
Jed's going to say on the toilet. Jed's going to say on the toilet.
Eating grin.
No.
Holding the pickle.
Mine was.
I think it's mowing grass. If I mow a whole acre, I'll have about 5 good ideas by the time I get done mowing that acre.
Yeah.
And I'll think about them and think about them and think about them and think about the whole time I'm mowing.
For me, it's too. If I wander into the yard and I just look at all my cars, I guess I get a little bit of zen from that. And then the other thing is just listening to good music. Like even when I'm driving the 2015 Dart to work or back and I'm cranking some really bitchin' music, I might be imagining myself in the 68 Charger and like what would it look, what rims would look cool on it, lowering it or whatever, or imagining myself at the drag strip, so and how I want the car to look for drag racing or a different car for a car show, or like I think it'd be cool like the Duct Tape drags. I think we talked about this a little bit, Ruben. Like, there was like just so much going on in so many directions. It was like, I'm like, shit, next year I need to bring out like 5 cars because I want to drive the wagon for cruising around. I want to take the Duster down the drag strip, and I want to bring the Belvedere, the 4-door Belvedere for the burnout box, and then I feel like I should bring the 68 Charger back again because hopefully it's running by then, but it's like you see these things happening and you're like the burnout box thing. It was like, dude, I got to have the Belvedere in that burnout box. That would just be so freaking awesome. And I wouldn't care if I hit the wall with it or not, versus say the Charger or one of the other cars,
You are so right-brained to be able to have all these ideas with music on. I can't think of things when I have music on. Like I'll drive, like if I'll drive to Tony's, that's an 8-hour drive. And I'll have no music on, and I'll just drive down, stop to take a leak, get back in the car, keep going, whatever. The whole time I'm just pondering ideas of something I want to do and how I want to do it. And before I know it, I'm there. That's how I think about stuff.
Yeah, when I'm driving is what I'm thinking about, because I'm in my truck all day.
Yeah.
So I'm driving, and then I'll hear a good song, and that's why I just said screw the copyright stuff, and I started just putting music I like in my videos. Because in my head, I'll hear a song, and I'm picturing my car doing
later when you do start making money.
Nah,
mine,
I don't.
I have a problem. I honestly think sometimes that I have a problem because I have some kind of mental illness, because this is all I think about. You say where, I say everywhere.
I thought
when I wake up in the morning
watching porn.
No. Watching porn, I'm thinking about cars. All right. I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking about cars. Do you know when I don't think about cars? Is when I go to a big car show or a drag race, because I don't have to think about it because it's right in front of me.
Yeah.
That's and I really think I have some kind of something's wrong up here. But hey,
you know what?
It's 100 other. There's a million other worse things that I could be thinking about constantly. You know, that would actually get me in trouble. So I'm fine working about cars, thinking about cars.
It's funny you say that because I've had to focus on different things. Like if I'm working on real estate transaction, I got to focus on that. But I have to make myself just get in that world, then I can focus on it. But you know what? I want to be done with it because what I really want to do is go work on something. What I really want to do is plan something. What I really want to do is sit down and figure out what parts I need for something. And it's really like that with everything. It's like
I carry a notebook around with me.
So I can go work on cars.
I've got so many notebooks scattered all over the place. That would be the complaint that my wife has about my car addictions. I have notebooks everywhere with different shit written in them, but I write it down. You know, I'll be at work punching numbers, setting up the machine, and that's a machine that's worth more than any car I'll ever own. But I'm doing that on autopilot, thinking about cars.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. You're a real car guy. I get it. No, you're a little
Richard.
Yeah,
Richard, tell us what I talked to you earlier today. You said you were pulling an engine out of the Valiant, man. Not to change the subject.
No.
I wanted to ask Richard this before I forgot. Anyway. You know.
No. I was getting ready to, but again, like John said, what do you do when you're thinking? Every day, it goes through my head when I'm in that truck and I'm shifting gears, and it's like when you've driven a truck as long as I have for 20 years. Everything is on autopilot. And the only thing you're thinking about is what cam change can I do? What cylinder heads can I put on? What motor? What head gaskets are going to fit? And what, how much quench can I get out of this thing? Or, how much, can I change valve bodies? Will this input shaft change with this one here and this pump and that? Your mind is constantly rotating all the time. And for me, it's like John says, you just, all day long. It's cars. But then when I get home, I'm so tired and I look at everything and I go, I don't want to work on this shit right now. I'm tired. So, or it's going to JJ's house and picking up that 727 and 360 or the 340 block that's sitting on the back of the trailer next to it, on eventually the project of the Valiant getting done, which tomorrow I was supposed to rip the motor and transmission out of the Valiant, stick that small block in there, but I have to work tomorrow now. And then, as you're going down, I have to go help my sister move back here. So now I have to go, I have to drive down there and pick up cars. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do to all my cars. My wife gets pissed at me because she says, all I think about is my cars. And it's true. And I've had several relationships end on cars. I've lost girlfriends because of cars.
It was interesting is we definitely enjoy thinking about getting these things done more than we actually enjoy them being done.
Oh yeah,
there's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
I'm already thinking about what I want the next project to be after I get the Duster ready to go down the track.
Right.
Well, like tonight, thinking about Ruben's card, what motor am I going to build? What block am I going to pull out? Is it going to be, am I going to build him a low deck or am I going to build him a, 440? What heads, intake, what nitrous kit am I going to use? This or that, or what carburetor is going to go on there? Am I going to run it? I have him running on E5.
Richard, I don't know how to say thank you, bro.
These are a lot of the things that go through my head, and it's not just once in a while, it's daily. And my, like the old meme says, how does it go? You know what? I wish you could just be normal and look at porn, but instead you're looking at car parts.
Right.
Why can't I have a normal husband? Look at porn, but you're not. You're always looking.
I think sometimes my girl's disappointed when she sneaks up behind me and looks on the computer, and I'm looking like heads.
Yeah.
She's just like, "This is what you're doing at 2 a.m." She's like, "I expected you to come down here and see you looking at."
Yeah,
right
but
here, my wife stands right here because my toolbox. I have my toolbox is right here, full of tools everything. I have my bench right here, and this is where I work on all my stuff because I don't have a garage. I have a driveway with no cover. So my old lady comes in right here, and she goes, "Jesus Christ, what do I have to do for you to pay attention to me? Do I have to put hubcaps on my tits?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, really?
Really? You do that?"
You know? She goes, "You never pay attention to me," and I'm like, "Well, I'm sorry, babe." So this is why I'm building her the Valiant. This so she can get involved.
That's exactly
I was saying
what
bye
I'm
to
doing.
Hugh. Hugh Price is checking out, man.
Oh, we'll see you later, Hugh.
See you later,
Hugh.
Huge price. I like that.
Huge price.
That's kind of why I'm so lucky to have the wife that I have. She loves doing this shit with me. She loves going on stupid road trips to go see a couple guys that I watch on YouTube. You know, I one of the first things we did was drive out to Uncle Tony's to be on his live. You know, it's like, and she was like, I was like, "Hey, I want to do this." She's like, "Okay, I'll book the hotel." You know.
Wow.
Brian, see if you can get one of these days. See if you can get Steve. I can't say his last name. Steve Magnante. Magnante. See if you can get him in the live one day, dude.
He's one of these guys you got to put on 0.75 playback speed to sound normal.
Oh man, you would
a fast talker.
If I could get him in a live, that would be.
Cool, you got to get him while he's small, dude.
He's not small though.
But once he's got 13,000 subs. I mean,
right now he's fast talker. He was on Bear Jackson.
He opens every video with Steve Magnante here. I mean, it's like one syllable. The guy's a fast talker.
I think that's why he does the Barrett Jackson stuff so good, though, because he is a fast talker.
Yeah.
Well, that's
we got to try to get him right now.
He's so used to them cars rolling by, and he's got to be quick.
Johnny, do you have any connections to famous people that would like to be in these lives, dude? Johnny's in California, man.
No. I mean,
besides yourself, man.
You got something burning in the oven?
No. I mean,
the house is on fire.
I've got a couple of numbers, but I don't feel comfortable. I don't know these guys well enough to just call them up and say, "Hey,
whose numbers you got, dude?"
Yeah, whose numbers you got?
Whose numbers you got?
I'm not gonna say.
Some roadkill guys.
Roadkill dude.
Yeah, hey, Johnny, I loved. I listened to Chris's podcast while I was at work.
Oh yeah.
I listened to the whole thing. Man, that was some really good stories you guys had about General Mayhem and just the perspective of them owning the car now and what it's like on your side.
You listened to some old ones?
No, it was Fridays. It was like last Fridays when you were in here for a little bit and then you jumped over there.
Oh, okay.
Have you listened to the old ones, Ruben?
No, but I'm going to though. They really got me through the day,
there's some stories. That's why I was like.
Yeah, they really got me through my day. So
that's why to me, like I said, I've got famous people in my shit because of that. He probably would have done it, but I didn't even ask Chris to jump into this. He's got so much going on out at SEMA.
Another video idea I had, but I'll just say it in the live is when I was editing my video that I put out a couple days ago, where I had the roadkill guys actually sign my trunk and Johnny sign my trunk, and I'm watching the video, and Dulcich and the roadkill guys and Birdsong and everybody's leaned up against.
Yeah, they were leaning on your shit, dude.
They were leaned up against this rotor. I had a moment, dude. I thought,
"Hey, fucker, get off my car!"
I was like, "Bro, handprints will be in this thing forever. It's like primer.
You'll never wash that.
Touch it, if you touch it." But I was thinking, dude, just by me purchasing a car, and then later down the line, me getting this stupid ass idea to start making YouTube videos got me to that moment, dude, in time. Isn't it weird how a decision gets you to a place?
Divine intervention, my friend.
And I hate to sound weird like that, but I was watching that video and it blew my fucking mind. I was like, and I really just kind of was like, "Oh, it's Dulcich." And I tried to play it cool while I was there and not freak the fuck out and not be like,
how do you think?
Who the fuck let this fan in here? You know what I'm saying? I tried to be super cool about it, but Richard, it is a weird feeling, and you saying that the other night, and that's how I felt when I like first talked to Johnny. You know, like I've been watching Johnny videos for a while, but YouTube didn't put the two together for me. So I didn't know who Johnny Mopar was. I was just watching. I first found his Roadrunner video because I was Googling Roadrunner shit when I bought my car. And it was a story about his Roadrunner. And I love the story. I've probably seen that video 50 times because it made me feel okay to own a ratty Roadrunner. You know, again, I'm in Phoenix, home of super nice fucking cars. You know, nobody owns ratty shit in Phoenix. And then I watched a couple other Johnny's videos. But the weird thing is, and I subscribed, but the weird part about YouTube's algorithm is it never showed me a Johnny Mopar video ever again, you know, for like 9 months. And then somebody mentioned Johnny Mopar, and I was like, who's Johnny Mopar? And then it popped up. My phone must have heard me because these are listening. Yeah. And then all I was getting was Johnny Mopar shit on my phone. And then I was like, oh, fuck, this guy owned fucking General Mayhem. I'm like, I've been watching this guy's channel for forever, but I didn't hit those videos. Yeah. Anyway, YouTube's weird, dude.
Well, but, Johnny, didn't you go through a stretch where you didn't make any videos or not a whole lot? Before you started talking, and then you started talking to Chris. I want to know that story. How did you start talking to Chris? Chris Albrecht is the guy we're talking about.
Yeah, I met Chris on Facebook. He's into the tin grilled Dodge D100s, and he had one that was bagged that had patina on it, looked really bitchin'. And I have a 76 D100 tin grill. I love those trucks. I've had a bunch of them over the years, you know, power wagons, and this one's lowered, regular stock hype ones. You've always got a Dodge truck in the mix, you know. But that's how I met him, and we just started BSing and talking. And then he announced that he was going to start doing the podcast. And I just said, hey, you know, I've got a good story because I used to own General Mayhem, and I traded it to Freiberger for a set of heads, blah, blah, blah. I kind of told him the story. I said, if you ever need, like, you know, a topic or a subject to talk about, just let me know. And he was like, yeah, okay, cool. And then I think it was like, I mean, he probably already had an idea of all the things he wanted to talk about, but it was something like the 20th episode. He finally, and I think I had to twist his arm. It's like, hey, dude, you want to talk about that story or what? And then that's just how I got on there. But that did trigger, because I think if you look at my oldest YouTube videos, I mean, there's some stuff that's probably 15 or 18 years old. You know, but that was just like, I was just throwing shit on YouTube. It was I didn't have any intention of making a channel or anything like that. It was just like, throw it out there, and then I can send that link to my buddies, you know, like, hey, check this out. I was at the drag strip or whatever.
Is it
you know,
big pizza?
But after talking about cars is when I kind of was like, you know, I'm already doing all this stuff. Maybe I should start recording it and then just throw it on YouTube and see what happens, you know. And I think like when Ruben and I were there at Duct Tape Drags, and you know, we saw Derek from Vice Grips Garage, that kind of like hit me like, I have no idea if I'll ever get that big, but it would be nice to be big enough to not have to work a regular 9-to-5 job, and I could just do this full time. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but I figured I'll give it a try. Man, that would be the shit if I could somehow get big enough to where it's like there's actually some income coming in that I don't have to work a regular job. You know, I'm not, I'd love to be a millionaire, don't get me wrong, but if I just made the amount of money I'm making now to survive, but I could do what I love to do every single day, that would be awesome. So
there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like there's no exact formula to YouTube. Like for instance, Jed with Jonathan W. You look at Jonathan W's videos, like Jed told me, dude, look at this guy's thumbnail. It's like a picture off of his phone. No, nothing, anything. And the guy has 100,000 subs. Wow. So you take that for example, you know, and then you think like, what's that?
Oh, he said he films basically on a freaking potato.
Yeah.
And he edits everything with Movie Maker. I mean, literally no editing. He there's no production value, but it's all about him and what he's doing that day. And his channel is built completely off of that. Just a man who's, you know, pure, just American. He wanted to make, he sat down, he had this idea to build his own motorcycle engine, cast his own engine cases, taught himself how to make molds, pour aluminum, made the foundry, everything in his backyard. And you also got to keep in mind, Jonathan owns a towing business, and he's the only employee. So he's up all the time, ready to take a tow. And the man is just, in my opinion, you know, everybody can have their favorite YouTuber, but that's one channel that I don't care who you like. That man has mad respect for me. Like, nobody can have the same respect I got for that man and what he does.
Well, let me throw
But
something
the point I was trying to get to real quick was you have channels like Jonathan's that are the simplest of the simplest. And then you have channels that are like, these guys have like a $3,000 camera that makes them clear, but the background's blurry and it looks like I'm watching a Discovery Channel show. And they're successful too. So you're like, what is, you know what I'm saying? There's no rhyme or reason, and it could happen to anybody. You know, you just got to keep grinding at the content. You just got to
do it. Well, I still say you got to do it because you like doing it.
Yeah.
Well, that guy that was a neighbor, my pit neighbor, the Craig 909. He's a Ford guy. Like, I had no idea who he was, and I was BSing with him. And cool guy to talk to. Young guy. He's got a Ford truck and stuff. And it was actually Duddy's Adventure that said, "Hey, you know that guy's got a big YouTube channel?" And I go, "Really?" And I went and looked at it, and I was like, "Holy crap! I think he just did a video. He hit 100,000 subs," and I was like, "Wow!" And don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking his channel, but I watched some of his videos, and I was like, I was expecting kind of like what you're talking about, Ruben, like super awesome editing, like over the top, like just, I don't know, something spectacular. And it was like, yeah, it's kind of just regular. You know, I mean, he's doing regular stuff. He's got good content. He's got a good personality and stuff. But that other stuff, that the fluff, you know, going up and over the top with the fluff, he didn't have any of that. And I thought, well, that's kind of cool. That gives me hope, you know, that you don't have to have all of the sparkles and stuff like that to really have a decent channel, you know.
I want to ask something that Ruben reminded me of, and I've talked to Jed about this earlier, and that was, why don't y'all name a YouTuber who you got a first impression of them, and you remember the first video of yours that you saw, and the impression you got. And I can tell you one right now. I told Jed he was tearing down that 340 small block Mopar with aluminum rods. I remember the first video of Ruben's that I watched, and it was you were behind Mr. Hyde, and I don't know where you were, in some parking lot somewhere, and I think that you were doing like that challenge with the tacos or something.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? And I'm just I just thought this guy's like a human amplifier, and it was. The energy was fantastic. I thought that was a wild video, but I liked it. It was interesting. What would you guys say? You know, anybody you want to. What was your first impression? Somebody who's seasoned and been around a while, but do you remember the very first video of theirs that you saw, and what impression did it leave you? Yeah, it's a question, right?
The one that really hits me like that is Joe, Just Mopar Joe.
Okay, what was the first video?
It was actually the second in his, when he built that 360. It was the second video in that series, and I just started watching. I was like, wow, this guy kind of knows what he's doing. And I'm like, why isn't his channel bigger? You know, it was just that's what I've always said about Joe. Like, why isn't his channel bigger?
I say that about every channel I watch. I'm like, what the, like Jet. I mean, I'm not fluffing your balls or anything, Jed. I'm not trying to get you to bring out the green pit.
Liar!
I look at Jed's channel, and I'm like, how the fuck does this guy not have 100,000 subs? Like, I mean, this guy makes content consistently over and over and over. I'm kind of glad he doesn't on a selfish level, because Jed's like that cult classic channel Like if you know who Scott Speed Shop is, I'm like, okay, we're on the same fucking page.
Okay,
you know?
but what was your first impression? The first video his you saw, whatever it was, what impression does it leave you? And I mean, what I'm saying is your opinions of these people evolve obviously as you watch more of their stuff, as you meet them, etc. But I've always just thought that was kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I can tell you, I watched a Vice Grips Garage video, and I thought, because he was already huge and everybody was talking about him, so I was like, let me go check this guy out. And I couldn't watch more than like 5 minutes of it. And I'm like,
I was the same way. It took me like 5 of his videos before I got it.
Right. I turned it off. I did not subscribe to him. I think I subscribed to him when I started the video, and I unsubscribed before I quit. But something popped up. He had like a Dodge truck, like a 76 or I'm sorry, like a 78 or something like that. Tin grill popped up, and it was him. And I thought, oh, all right, he's got a Dodge now, because all his other stuff is usually GM. So he's got a Dodge now. I'll watch it. I'll give it another try. So I watched it again, and it was the only video I've ever watched of his because he's got long ones. He's got like hour-long videos, you know. And I actually watched that one start to finish, and I thought, man, he's freaking hilarious. Yeah. He was freaking comedy, dude. And I enjoyed the video, and you know, I've got nothing good to say about him. I mean, he's entertaining.
I've got mine, John. It just popped into my head. Out of all the channels I've watched, I watched this guy's channel. I finally watched it. I've been hearing people talk about it. I've seen him around. I've seen his lives going on my feed, and I've never popped in. And I watched one of his videos, and I binge watched for 3 hours, almost through his entire playlist. You want to know who it is?
Who's that?
Tell him I said hi on Monday. Who's Your Garage?
Adam, yeah.
I love his freaking videos, dude. And he hasn't made one in a few weeks, but the next day I got up and I included him in my video that I was making. And I did a little shout out to him. He never, you know, I was like, maybe he'll find it one day. He never did, but obviously he wasn't searching for fucked up roadrunners with weird dudes on them. But anyway, he has a great channel. But he's another cult classic.
Well, speaking of Derek from Vice Grip, it's funny you say that, because talk about first impressions. I remember watching a video of his when he hardly had any subscribers, like way back there. And he was working on some truck in a field trying to make it run. And he didn't have that character down that he has now. Okay. Yeah. He was just being a regular dude. I'm going to make this truck run. I'm going to drive it out of here. I thought, well, this is great. This is cool. This is just like stuff I like to do. Right. Yeah. And then I didn't watch another of his videos forever. Right. Years went by. And then I watched one of his videos at the suggestion of somebody we all know. And it's like a few weeks ago. And seriously, I hadn't thought about Derek in years. I watched this video a few weeks ago and I thought, oh my gosh, what is this? Is this guy like trying to make Gomer Pyle sound like a Mensa member? What is this stuff? Because he wasn't doing that first video of his I watched. Well, but I looked and he had over 900,000 subs.
Yeah,
it just blew my mind.
Yeah, he's got. I've seen some of his videos have like 5 million views, and it's like,
yeah.
Shit. But like Ruben was kind of talking about when we met him there, when you see like the only video I really watched was the one with the Dodge truck in any kind of depth, you know, and so like you think that's him, that's his personality. When he was there at the track, it's like that part of him is sort of turned off. He was just doing his own thing and loading the truck and stuff like that. I think, unfortunately, like us from the viewer standpoint, you know, it's like, well, I expect you to be as funny as you were on the videos, man. Like, how come you're not as, you know, approachable and joking and funny as you are in the videos, you know? So, and don't get me wrong. Like, I talked to him, I think Ruben was asking for a marker or something for him to sign, or I don't remember what it was, but it was like I said like maybe 3 words to the guy. So it's not like that's, you know, I can judge a personality based on that, but you know,
his dry humor is kind of hard to get used to.
Yeah.
Speaking of people that you meet them in real life, and I I know I've been on a fucking Chris Birdsong thing lately, but Chris Birdsong, like, it threw me off that he didn't do like a fucking burnout out of the fucking taco shop. Like in his videos, you expect him to be like, you know, when you meet him in the videos, you expect him to slide up in like the General Lee and be like, "Whoa, dude, get in the car, man, we're going great." You know, and you're just like, and then you meet him in real life, and he's chill as fuck. And I'm like, where's the burnouts, dude? Where's the General Lee at? I'm like,
such a wet rag with that stuff. I really am such a wet rag about that stuff. Like I never, when people are just daring me to do burnouts, I just never. I don't know, just not me. I just got to be in the right frame of mind to want to do that. So I kind of get it.
If anybody knows Birdsong better, it'd be Jed. He knows him better than any of us. And to me, he seems like he's a guy with a lot on his mind. He doesn't look like it, but he's got a lot.
You hit it on the head, Richard. That dude he's like thinking about going faster or thinking about making shit better. You can see it.
Well, Richard, what about you? Who is somebody that maybe you've met or haven't, either one, but you got a first impression from the first video you saw of theirs way back there? Anybody?
Wait, you know, it doesn't really. I don't know. At the time, actually, I'm hooked on this other show. It's called. You ever heard of Puddin's Fab Shop?
Yeah, I was just talking about him to Jed.
Yeah.
Puddin's Fab Shop. That dude, he's a good old boy out of Oklahoma, and you know what? He's got me hooked in, man. Even though he's not my taste, he works on the imports, the little trucks and mini trucks, stuff like that. But he's interesting. He's funny. He keeps it going, and he's always. It's constantly fresh. It's never a dull moment with him. It's always something, or he makes a mistake and he says something about it, or he's doing different things. So right now I'm kind of, between everybody else on here that's here, I watch their videos. I'm the one, I'm trying to catch up with all his stuff. If you ever ask Jed, Birdsong will tell Jed about this one. Ask Birdsong next time, Jed, about the big dude that rode his Charger at the Duel in the Desert. My big waddly ass getting in that General Lee, going about, we had gasoline feet. We went about 500 yards up to go buy him tires for his dirt modified when we were racing there in Vegas. And he pulled up, and this guy pulls up with a modified on the back, same trailer he towed the Duster to Jed's house with. Jed's out and pulls up and parks. Dude, this guy's just got a swarm of people around him. The people, I swear, I've never seen so many people taking pictures in my life. My whole family's over there taking pictures. I'm like, God, leave the guy alone. Jesus Christ. Stop. He's just a normal person like you and me. And Jeb's just, not Jeb. Birdsong's just like, whatever, and he's doing he's in the zone. When he's at the racetrack, he's in the zone and he doesn't want to really be bothered. But it's that kind of attention that it gets attracted to you that causes that kind of stuff to happen. So, again, he's, for that point of somebody I've met in real life, he is like chill, but he's very focused on what he's doing, like adjustments on the car, putting rear steer in it, doing all the, the tire pressures and the maintenance and the engine work and all this other stuff that takes those cars to run. He's real short with you, but he's cool, but he's real short with you, and when he wants to get busy.
He reminded me of Batman. Like if you were to meet Batman in real life.
Exactly.
Like Batman's, he's here to save the fucking day, but it's like, so
just get ready to text him and tell him you're Batman.
He's like a real life Batman, dude. Like he doesn't have much to say.
It kind of blew him away. We're in Vegas, and I go over there and I see him, and I'm like this little kid in a candy store, right? So we're sitting there. My kid's got this big old toter home, expensive ass, 100-foot long trailer, blah blah blah, goes across the country. Here comes Birdsong.
I can't sit
in there, and
Jed's just texting Birdsong right now. Jed, tell him to get in here, man.
I don't think he's the kind of guy that does lives.
So he comes in there, and I go over there and I go, I'm gonna go talk to him. So I put on my Mopar hat and I go over there like a retarded little schoolgirl. I go over there and go talk to him. And my buddy's walking with me, and Birdsong's mentioning all this stuff, and I'm asking him all these questions. And here's my buddy, my high school friend. Oh, fanboy. Oh God, don't get embarrassed. Blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna punch you in your goddamn gonads.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Knock it off. And it was just funny. It was funny, and you could see Chris was kind of laughing a little bit. It was kind of cool. And I actually really got to talk to him for a while, and and I bought him tires, and he was kind of blown away because he was like, I'm like, hey, dude, I pulled up my Charger, and I'm all, hey, man, you need some tires? You're looking kind of bare there in the ass end. And he goes, well, yeah, I was thinking about it. I said, come on, let's go. And I took a ride in his Charger. That was the coolest thing ever. He never
Richard.
expected somebody to buy him tires.
Dude. That is
so I bought him
awesome,
3
dude.
tires for his race car. And, I was going to do it this year, but unfortunately I'm out of money because I'm buying parts for other things. No. But no, that's my experience with him, and I actually got his phone number and I lost it. And,
I almost showed
he was going to do the floors of my
You
car.
almost showed his number.
All right, I gotta ask Johnny a question because we're all fanboying over fucking Chris Birdsong and Johnny Mopar and fucking blah blah blah. Johnny, if you were to meet who would you fanboy over, Johnny? Do you have like a besides Freiberger or one of those guys?
Man,
do you have somebody else to where if you were to meet him at Duct Tape, you'd be like, holy fuck, dude, I just fucking met blah blah blah.
I don't know. Let me think about it.
Did you feel that way when Dulcich was at your house?
Yeah, Dulcich is pretty cool. I like him. I like his personality.
But did you feel like that? Like, holy shit, Dulcich is at my house right now?
Kind of.
See, you're a cool fucking cat, bro.
Johnny's just too cool for all that. Johnny
I want to meet, when I meet famous people, I want to be like, whatever, I don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah.
That's the point I want to get to. I'm like,
you got to learn to play it cool. They're human beings.
Yeah.
They're people just like us, man.
well, that's
just
how I
like,
was trying to do.
I'd probably,
I'm like, fuck.
I had that
actually-
problem when I
you
met Finnegan.
Say that. Say it again, Jed.
Oh, I had a really hard time when I met Finnegan at World of Wheels. He was there signing autographs. I wanted to be cool as a cucumber. Dad was, but I had a really hard time staying cool, mainly because I had just gotten out of cancer surgery, and you have that whole outlook on life that you're about to die. And so it's like, fuck it, we're going to go meet Finnegan. We waited in line for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And
Right.
I brought him that little red, white, and blue shifter I made, a little Hurst T-handle. And when I presented that to him, his eyes freaking lit up like it was the coolest thing someone ever gave him. And I lost my shit. I lost it.
Good for you,
I
man.
was
Good for you.
You trying to
See?
make out with him?
That's good. That's good.
Dude,
We all do
I tried to keep
differently.
it cool when I met Birdsong in that fucking burrito shop. And then Jed, I come back from Duct Tape and I
You're a
messaged Jed.
liar.
I messaged Jed and I go, hey, dude, I met Birdsong. I was like, that is one cool motherfucker. You're lucky to have him as a friend. And he goes, yeah, I told him you'd be stalking him there. And I go, you did what? And he goes, yeah, I
Oh,
messaged him and told him you'd be stalking him. And then I go, dude, I met him at a burrito shop at 7 a.m. and it dawned on me he just got into fucking town. I'm like, so wait a minute. He just gets into fucking town. And the guy that you told him would be stalking him walks through the fucking door in a burrito shop. I'm like,
That's priceless.
bro.
That's priceless.
that sucks.
No.
Fuck, dude.
Maybe,
And-
maybe I'm just wired
Walmart
weird,
too,
but
right?
to me,
I ran
never-
into him at Walmart too. And then I kept bumping into
Yeah,
him.
ran into him. Oh yeah, just kept accidentally bumping into him.
I kept
So
bumping into
what-
him at Duct Tape.
What was yours, John?
Well, maybe I'm weird, but to me, it's almost like I don't want to cause them to be able to have to make them live a less normal life,
Yeah,
bothering them with. So maybe I'm just wired differently, but I think about that because it would be really annoying to me if I couldn't live a normal life for that. So I don't want to do that to people. I would rather not do that. But it's just the way I think about it. I don't know.
I
So
made that
I would-
mistake once, and I swore to myself, I would never make that mistake again.
I'm the same way, Brian.
I don't want to deprive them of being able to live a normal life because if I did something that 100 other people did and their whole day now becomes that, it would just be weird and creepy. I just don't want to do that to people. I don't know why.
That's how I was, Brian. When I came back from duct tape, I was like, okay, I'm over being, starstruck about fucking anybody. I was like, in one Saturday, I met every one of my car heroes in one fucking Saturday. It's like just boom, knock it out of the way. And I go, if I ever meet these people again, they're just regular fucking dudes.
So I hear you went to Mako and asked them if they could clear coat over where Dulcis's butt cheeks were on your finger.
You were sitting there sniffing it.
I'm surprised you didn't go up with a Sharpie.
His handprint. Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't go up with a Sharpie. Be like, hold still, and then trace your ass cheeks around the.
That would have been classic.
Be like, can you sign that?
The fucking crazy part is I'm going to tell you guys something right now. It just fucking dawned on me. So I'm sitting there bullshit with Chris at Duct Tape, asking him what clear coat does he think I could use to keep his signature on my car forever. And we're sitting there bullshitting about clear coat, and he's like, I wouldn't use the rattle can stuff. He goes, I'd probably spray over it. And I go, you think spray, but it'll last forever? And he's like, probably.
Ruben's going to go next year, and he's going to spray paint a whole quarter panel right before he goes through the gate. And he's going to run up and say, hey man, can you lean on this car in the next 35 minutes?
Yeah, I did all my fanboying last year. Next year, they're going to be like, God, that guy's a fucking dick. He didn't say shit to me. He just walked by and gave me the finger.
Don't mind
Who
me,
did?
guys. I'm just texting.
No, I said next year I'm going to go and I'm going to just, they're going to be like, dude, that guy was cool last year. I'm like, what's wrong with him this year?
You want to know my biggest fanboy moment? I got to bring. Well, go ahead and talk. I got to bring up a picture. I got to see if I can find it.
Or Bigfoot Mopar says, I got to meet one of my heroes, Chuck Cleaver, lead singer of Ass Ponies.
What?
Okay.
What?
You know what? I don't think that sentence has ever been said before in human history.
Never.
Ass Pony. That sounds like my kind of group. I mean, I would never.
Oh God.
Very cool.
The front man named.
What
Dick
time is
Bazinian?
it? It's oh yeah, it's that time. It's gonna start going downhill.
That sentence took 7 minutes off the end of
It's
my life.
11.
That picture.
Cool.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Johnny, I was on a little car show before I came on the
We're
live
all
today.
people.
And I bought a Dana 60 from a guy.
No way.
What?
Yeah, he's getting $1,000, 410. It's in his car right now. He's getting a Stranger end in January, and turns out we're like practically neighbors. So
That's a really good
I was like,
deal.
"What are you going to do with this one?" And he goes, "I'm going to sell it." And I go, "Well, you're going to sell it to me." I go, "What do you want for it?" And he's like, $1,000. I was like, "Sounds good."
He gonna give it a send off now. He's already got it sold.
You got lucky. You got lucky to find that for $1,000.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So
For a
That's a good
B-body?
deal.
For your B-body? Or?
It's for a B-body,
yeah,
right?
I'm going to throw it in the rear end. Yeah, it was in his GTX. He had a 69 GTX.
Oh fuck!
Perfect.
Perfect fit.
Yeah,
I'm jealous
So,
already.
That
What
was a
gear's in
steal.
it?
410.
410?
And he had he had a 5-speed in it from Passion Performance. It's that 5-speed that the guy hands builds, and it takes 6 years to get one.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, I
It's
charged
that
my dad more for the Dana that came out of Jezebel.
You freaking jerk.
Like, I love you, Dad, but you gotta fork over some money here.
Dana's ain't cheap, man.
Jed's like,
All
I paid
right.
25 for this Strange. I want 25 for my Dana.
Oh no, I think
All
it was like 17 or 1800, but you know.
Wow.
Here's
You
my
kicking us out of here?
fanboy moment. Here's my
Oh, okay.
fanboy moment.
Let's hear it.
That's my
Oh,
fan.
cool.
That's my stepson, and that's my fanboy moment. He was sitting in the staging lanes, getting ready to go down the track, and actually took time out to take that picture with my stepson. I will be a Big Chief fan for the rest of my life because of that.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
I really like him. He's one of my favorite stars, I guess. Yeah. Cool dude.
Him and Sean Murder Nova.
Yeah.
I ain't got to meet him yet. I've met most of the guys on that show, but I haven't got to meet Sean yet.
So they're not friends anymore, or what?
No, they're still friends. It's just I kind of think it happened for the show. I think it was more for the show.
Oh, okay.
That, and they do think a little bit different because Sean is not going to throw away everything just to be the fastest guy out there.
Yeah.
Chief,
Yeah, he said that.
He won't throw it away, but he is more driven.
He's like what you're talking about. He's thinking about it
there.
He's thinking about it 24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Richard,
who's your fanboy moment?
Like we think
we
about
already talked to Richard.
No,
Never mind. Yeah, we already heard your John Wilburn.
Yeah.
You don't have a single. What'd you think when you met Uncle Tony, John?
Yeah.
Were you like, holy shit, this is Uncle Tony?
No, not really. I mean, he's just a regular driven dude. It's kind of funny because I know people who are driven in other things. It's like I got a friend who owns 3 restaurants here in town, and she just got elected to the House of Delegates in Virginia. Right? Doesn't have a YouTube channel, but she's a lot like Tony in the way they're always thinking and always pushing ideas and that kind of thing. I know people like that, and he's like that. It's just his medium is YouTube.
Yeah.
He really just reminds me a lot more of the old school Rodders and stuff, but his personality is the same thing, just turned up a little bit for YouTube, but it's very regular guy.
The thing, because Uncle Tony, what drew me to him was he is a spitting image in every single way of the dude, the old timer that taught me about muscle cars when I was a kid. That took me under his wing, and just rolled cigarettes, the hair, everything. It's like Uncle Tony has a twin out there. And then it dawned on me that there's a shitload of Uncle Tonys in the world, and he just happens to be doing YouTube videos. There are a ton of guys that are hardcore, that are awesome like Uncle Tony, that have his knowledge. But he just happens to be one of the few guys with a camera in front of his face.
Yeah. Perfect time, Brian, for you to conspiracy theory.
Oh, yes, John.
Uncle Tony's a reptilian?
No, Uncle Tony's been abducted by aliens. I need confirmation on this. No, I have evidence. I have evidence, John. One, he is driving.
She's laughing too. This is not going to end well.
He is daily driving something with fuel injection on it that was made, in the 90s. Okay. 2, his last video, he said that 383 that he's building, he said he's going to put that on a dyno.
Okay.
Uncle Tony has been abducted by aliens.
Okay. So on the Jeep.
Abducted by aliens.
If it makes you feel better, that Jeep, it's really nice. It's got a piston noise, but otherwise it's really nice, right? He got it cheap for that reason. The piston noise doesn't bother him. He can go down the highway at 70 with that piston just sound like it's going to come through the hood. I don't care. It's just a piston. Doesn't bother me. But he says when something actually goes wrong with it, like with that fuel injection, he said the day that takes a dump, it's getting a carburetor like a BBD and a regular. Yeah, he said that stuff, it'll work as long as it works. And when it goes, and it's getting something modern. He says, but I'll just use it as long as it still works. But I told him, I said, this is way too modern for you. It even has like Bluetooth in it.
I've owned a couple of those. What?
He used Bluetooth to connect to his phone. When we rode up to do the train museum thing, I said, this is so weird. You connected to Bluetooth. He said, yeah, I used to have to do it with speakers too. Weird.
Speaking of carburetors, what do you guys think of that new Edelbrock?
Have you seen that yet?
OMG.
Yeah. I saw that picture and I just started laughing. It's like, finally, the world is coming to an end. Project X it's got an electric motor in it. Edelbrock is making Holley carburetors now.
Yeah. That is the ultimate sign. That is the ultimate sign that you're conceding that somebody else had a better idea when you just wait for their patent to run out so you can build their idea with your name on it.
But that's not the thing, though. And what a lot of people aren't understanding, and I've seen people saying in comments and all this when they talk about it, is Holley owns Edelbrock now.
Yeah, but
Holley wants to concentrate on their new fuel injection, blah blah blah. All they're doing is pushing their carburetors off on Edelbrock. They're what they consider their lower company because they want to go with all this modern shit. So it's all the same company. They own Edelbrock,
but they just got it to get rid of it. They got it to squash it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you can't do that with a company like Edelbrock, though. You can't do that with a company like Edelbrock because there's so many people out there that know that name. They're going to make money selling Edelbrock manifolds and Edelbrock heads. And
well, you can. So for instance, when the infamous World Wrestling Federation bought out the second biggest company in the world, the WCW. They brought in their biggest star with a huge contract just to squash him and never use him again, only because they wanted to terminate that competition.
Yep.
So you ask yourself, my gosh, who would pay millions of dollars just to destroy my competition's reputation? Well, that's who does. So when you have that kind of stupid money, you can do things like that. You can buy Edelbrock just to squash it.
See, but the thing was though, with that, with your analogy, it's a little bit different because
it's billionaires.
I've seen things on Bill Goldberg where he said if he would have known what that company got sold for, he had the money to buy it.
Everybody has said that. They bought the tape library for $2 million, but so what? You know what? This is a classic thing where I hate hearing people say that. If everybody knew, it's like, open your checkbook or shut your mouth. Talk is cheap. So he said that. A bunch of us said that. But the point is that, these big multimillionaires do stuff like that. They will spend a pile of money. There have been people who have bought, like Bruton Smith did that. Bruton Smith bought Rockingham just so he can put it in mothballs so it wouldn't compete with his other tracks.
Yep.
They have
but it's still different. It's still different. Like you didn't have Holley wasn't, or if they were, they weren't selling as many. They weren't making. They have. If you look at an aftermarket intake nowadays, since I want to say the 90s at least. It's Edelbrock. Everybody wants Edelbrock. That name is out there, and it is synonymous with intakes. Holley still made some intakes, but they weren't getting the market share that Edelbrock was. Same way with cylinder heads. They bought that company, and it would be dumb for them to squash it because it makes money. They bought a good company.
Well, I'll tell you, not everybody makes good decisions. Like, for instance, when I was – I don't know how long it's been. It's been 16 years ago. I was with a real estate company, did $100 million. I was just an agent there, did $100 million. The guy bought it. He decided he was going to rename the company after himself and get rid of the name that had been around for all these decades.
Right? That's happened with a couple things.
Well, what happened was, instead of observing what made us so successful, he's going to come in and give it a new name and all this stuff. That he didn't even get any real estate with the deal. He paid like $750,000 to acquire this, squandered everything. Everybody left. The lease ran out on the building, and the guy turned $750,000 into zero. So sometimes people will spend a pile of money on something and turn it into nothing. You never know.
But I don't think Holley's that kind of company.
I don't think they will either. But
they own everything. They own MSD.
I can't say a whole lot because I know more than I technically should from certain people I know. But I'll go ahead and say this much. Summit, Jegs, and Speedway are all worried because Holley is so big. All they have to do is snap their fingers, and those three companies dead. And if you actually get on, if you look up Super Shops, Holley's bringing back Super Shops. They own the name. They're making it all retro because retro's in. And
Ruben,
Holly,
you went to a super shops to buy parts for the Roadrunner, didn't you, or something? You got a super
Speedway.
shops out by you. Oh, Speedway. Never mind.
And I'll say this much. I know it's too much, and I want to bring all of the actual information I have and all the proof to someone like Tony, so he could maybe do a video and get it out to the masses, because people got to open their eyes and realize what Holley is becoming. As much of a Holley carburetor man I am, that company has got to get squashed because of how dangerous it is. It's got the three big major retailers worried that they're going to get knocked out of business, because Holley, it's already as it is. If you go to buy anything made by Holley from Summit, Jigs, or Speedway, they don't get to dictate what that part costs. Holley straight up tells those companies, this is what our part costs. This is what you get to make on our part. Otherwise, you don't get to sell our parts. And unfortunately, they have so many parts that if they pulled out of those three companies, the companies would only be selling their house brands that are made in China, and they would all die instantly almost.
Well, didn't B&M Transmissions get acquired by Holley? I think they did.
Yep.
So look what happened to them.
Yep.
When was the last time any of you guys ever called tech support for B&M Transmissions?
Well,
it's the same. Gone.
It's probably the same as if you call tech support for Edelbrock right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be gone. There ain't going to be no tech support.
Torrance is closed up. Torrance, all their facilities, they've closed down 3 buildings in Torrance already and shipped most of their shit over to China. Edelbrock carburetors, they're garbage. I will never use them. I don't like them. Every Edelbrock carburetor I've ever bought or acquired is complete junk. And you can say what you want about them. To me, they're shit.
I'll never run one, but to the guy who just wants to pop a carburetor on and make an engine go and doesn't tinker and tune, it's the perfect carburetor for him, or a street demon. If you like dialing in and getting every little increment out of an engine, a Holley is obviously the way to go. Or if you want to go fast, you're not gonna. I mean, Edelbrock versus Holley, they both have their places. So I make my jabs in my videos that Edelbrock are junk, but I don't. I mean, if it was junk, it wouldn't be sold still.
Yeah.
But when you sell that junk to the masses, Jed, it makes it seem like it's okay for the average, everyday dude to throw it on there, just like you said, and it runs. Okay, and do that times.
The Edelbrock design is much older than you remember. You got to remember, because it started out as the Carter AFB and ABS,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And those were selected to go on Chrysler cars and other makes. So, and Edelbrock literally just acquired that, shined it up, put a logo on it, and it's the same fucking thing. Now, I will say this: their AVS 2s are freaking fantastic. I will never run one, but I know a buddy who made 700 horsepower with 2 of those on a tunnel ram.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Edelbrock making that kind of power, but those AVS 2s have annular boosters.
Yeah.
That's what those. That's what the nostalgic guys run.
Yep.
Because they have to run a certain style of carburetor. They all run those ABS 2s, and those cars ain't slow, you know. But yeah, I mean, Holley owns everything. They bought what? They own Hedman. They own all the header companies, except for the little ones like Doug's and all that shit. Those little companies, they're not worried about buying them up because they don't have the major market share that there is.
Well, Holley owns Doug's. Holley owns Doug's. He bought them. These headers right here that you pay $1,000 for, these ceramic coated small block D453s, these are made in Mexico. They're not made in the United States.
Nothing's made here.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing though. What are we going to get that's made in the United States anymore? Nothing. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? With everything, when there's only a couple of companies that make something and we don't have any choice, the quality has never gone up. It causes total stagnation.
Once you're in that profit margin for these big corporations and they've tasted that money, there ain't no going back.
Yeah, they're not going to spend more money to make the same money.
There's
The
no
same thing's
reason.
going on. Go ahead,
There's
John.
no reason. There's no reason to offer us better when you have a monopoly on the market and we're forced to buy what you provide. It's just it's a vicious cycle.
I will say this: there's one company that's never sold out to the masses, and that's Mylodon, the oil pan company. They're still
yes, they have.
Oh,
yes, they have. You ever bought a Mylodon water pump?
No. I'm talking about oil pan. Who'd they sell out to?
Well, see, I bought a Mylodon water pump because it looked like it had a good price, and it was a GMB, like Advance Auto, with a Mylodon name on it.
Yep.
And that was in May.
Oh, well, I buy oil pans. I don't buy water pumps. Water pumps are water pumps.
Right. But still, I was surprised by that. I didn't know that.
Well, I've never seen another company buy out their oil pans.
People complain about the not made in USA. I'm getting to where I don't even see that as a problem. Because, I mean, if I can buy something that's made in the USA, yeah, I will. But the economy is more global now.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put out shit, it's even coming from the China stuff. Some of the China stuff that's coming in, they're forcing them to do better.
Well, I'll say this. This is I hate the argument that something made in the United States is better than anywhere else. That couldn't be further from the truth. It's absolute bullshit. Just because a part is made in China does not mean it's junk. You can't just, or Taiwan or Vietnam or Korea or India, just because it's made somewhere else doesn't make it instantly inferior to an American-made part, because there's engineers and machinists over in those countries that are probably more qualified than some of the freaking people here making the stuff, especially now.
Mm-hmm.
So I absolutely hate that kind of crap. Now, I will say this, there is a lot of junk coming from China.
Yeah.
But to umbrella it all as junk couldn't be further from the truth, because I've had American-made parts and I've had Chinese-made parts, and you can barely tell the difference. And sometimes the Chinese parts are a little bit nicer, sometimes the American parts are made nicer. My point is, if I can buy a set of valve covers, something super easy, something you can't fuck up, and one set is obviously Chinese branded, off-brand knockoff, they're $100. Like 426 Hemi valve covers. You go and buy a set of cast aluminum finned generic 426 Hemi valve covers on eBay. Well, the fabbed aluminum ones, better example, they're $100 for a set. Or you go and buy a set from, I don't know, a boutique company. It's the same valve covers. They want $400, and they say made in USA, blah blah blah. Which one are you gonna buy? I mean, sometimes you gotta weigh, is the made in USA worth $400 more than the part made in China?
Mm-hmm.
When it's a part that's not, that, you know, like you said, they're not going to screw up anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on fit and fitment, though. It depends on fit and fitment. That's a big thing, because I've already been down that road. So a lot of people have been down that. I bought, you know, those.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, okay. A good example. So my Indian motorcycle I bought, the crash bars I wanted to put on the front of it from Indian are $310. Hop on freaking Amazon or eBay. You can buy a set of crash bars, the same exact ones, for $60. They're obviously made in China. Who knows? Maybe the ones in actual Indian are made in China too. But I got them in the mail. Beautiful chrome job, beautiful welds, all the factory hardware, just not in an Indian box. And real generic packaging. Take them out. The only problem I had was it has 2 bolt holes down where your foot controls are, and it's got a bolt up in the radiator area in the frame. That hole wasn't drilled in the exact right spot. So what do? I take a drill bit, a couple sizes bigger, hog the hole out, boom, on, saved $240. So that's a real life example.
Yeah, Bigfoot's got a comment on there. It says, I worked in a factory for 8 years. 80% of the American workers were lazy as shit and didn't care.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a documentary on Netflix that I watched about a glass company. They make windshields, and they're based in like Taiwan or China. And they spend like millions of dollars a year shipping all that stuff here. So the company said, well, why don't we just start making our stuff in America? Our American supplier, just make the warehouse in America. They couldn't survive here because of all the regulations.
Yeah.
Like
it's the regulations and the taxes and the.
Yeah, the workers had to have lunch breaks, and they had to have breaks. It was like smoke breaks, and they had to have a union, and they had to have all this crazy stuff. And their productivity went right down the shitter because these American workers need breaks, and they need lunch breaks to where the factories they had in China, it was like you clock in and you don't stop moving until you clock out.
Well, that reminds me. I was just going to say, it's a relative thing. It's like when he says that 80% of the workers were lazy. I mean, it's funny. You could probably go here and there and think, oh, guess what? 80% of your workers are lazy, but 78% of these over here are too. It's relative. It's like, my classes I teach, I say, what? Most women can't shoot. And there's just gasp. I say, but guess what? Most men can't either. It's all relative. I mean, I'm sure that you can find lazy workers anywhere in the world and try to make them your example if you wanted to. Ethics usually more run with the company and what they put up with than the people. At least that's usually what I see.
How do you have a muffler, Richard?
Well, perfect example, like Jed was saying, these mufflers here, Hooker Aero Chambers, I bought these brand new. Right here on the thing, it says China. And I will say this, in Jed's defense, hold on, these mufflers are actually designed better when they were made in China as they were when they were made in the United States from the actual company Hooker themselves. Because these mufflers inside used to fall apart. They were never spot welded like they are now. Back then, when I worked at a muffler shop, every customer would come in. These mufflers would work great for about, 6 weeks, 2 months. And then the inside started getting from expansion and contraction. The pieces were just pressed together and they would eventually fall apart. So everything inside, you had a big giant rattle trap. Whereas now, overseas, all these same pieces that were once pressed together are now spot welded everywhere. And the case welds on these don't look too bad. So you know what? Like he says, everything doesn't always have to be junk. It's just some of the stuff that you buy, you got to watch out for. I agree with most of that.
It's just like Harbor Freight.
With that?
Harbor Freight's got good quality stuff, and they've got absolute trash. You just got.
Oh yeah.
Well, look at the iPhone, dude. Yeah. That thing is a rock star. I mean, that's a quality ass phone. Every time I hold an iPhone compared to my Android phone, I'm like, man, this is quality. And those are made in China.
I'm about to punch Ruben through the computer.
Yeah, I am too. I hate iPhones.
But I'm just saying, like, I'm not an iPhone guy. I don't own one. I'm an Android guy for life. But when I hold an iPhone, I'm like, damn, this is a nice piece, dude.
When
like,
I hold an iPhone, all I could think about is how many dicks can I fit in my mouth right now?
Well, you think that anyway.
Johnny, what kind of phone you got? You iPhone guy?
Android I went guy? iPhone and never went back. I love them.
iPhone.
Android, baby.
Oh. Never meet your heroes, guys. Never meet your heroes.
Oh, there's a couple of guns here near my desk. Hang on.
That's amazing.
That's like anything else. It's just all in what you like, It's all in what you're used to using. I pick up my wife's iPhone. I don't know how to use the son of a bitch. The Android, I know how to use it.
You know what the great thing about it is?
I won't judge my friends on how much Peter they puff.
Hey,
I can't even get on the internet on an iPhone. I'm like, where do you go?
No one had to teach you how to use the iPhone because you'll figure it out in 5 minutes and be a pro.
No, I can't.
You might have spent 16 weeks by correspondence course learning how to use some other phone, but the iPhone is intuitive.
It is.
I don't know. That thing gets a little confusing at times.
See, it's just all in what you learn to use. My first phone, smartphone was an Android, so I learned that's what I learned how to use,
My first smartphone was a Trio, and those things were horrible.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So
remember the Razor flip phone?
I had one of those.
if you go from a
No,
trio
those trios
to iPhone, that's why you
jump.
love them. Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
They were
those
horrid,
trios were
man.
bad. My dad had one. Oh
Thanks for
one of
making
my
me feel
first
old. I
iPhones.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
no, right?
I
My
gotta ask
bad.
you guys a question, actually. So
Sure.
I just joined this Mopars Unlimited car club here in Phoenix. They kind of recruited me, and I was like, all right, I joined it. Do they have a Mopars Unlimited where you guys are? They have one in every state, right?
Not that I know of.
Unlimited was
Never
started
Never
by
heard of
Dan
him.
Peacock here in Kansas. The Facebook group, it's huge. And then like a bunch of satellite groups started, but Dan has no ties with any of them other groups.
Because the one here in Phoenix has been around for like 30 years. And then I found out there's one in Tucson and there's one in, I guess every town has one or
I've been
something.
wanting to join one of them Mopar because there's one around here in St. Louis, but I just don't know.
I hate car clubs.
I don't know how I'd vibe, but the thing is, if you do that and you make some friends in there, there may be some cool people in there. And
Well, I went
Yeah,
to the
right.
meeting last night, and it was a meeting. I mean, like a legit meeting. They had minutes. They have a secretary. They have.
That seems a bit much
They're
to me.
talking about. Yeah, they were talking about potlucks and car shows and fees are due and all that. But the reason I joined it is once a month they have a tech session. So they'll just meet at somebody's house that has something to do, like to fix their car, and you can fix it. And you're learning, and they have like 10 guys that go and whatever you need to install an engine, you need to rebuild the rear end, whatever. So, I mean, that's why I joined it. So once a month I can go with a group of guys and maybe we're rebuilding a rear end this week or whatever on a guy's car.
I can see how it'd be good if you don't have a lot of Mopar guys around you. Like you say, you don't have a lot around you, but
I'll tell you how I figured out what clubs I'm interested in and what not. Usually I figured it out really fast. So when I was at Virginia Tech, they invited me to join the listserv for the car club at Virginia Tech. And it was all, weird. They're all just strange. Like they would have an email signature. And they would have like Cam Chip something, meaning the mods they do to their cars. And they would say, hey, domestic guys, like if there's any domestic guys. And I figured out real fast that was not my scene, right? And then there's another car club that's about 30 miles from me. Their listserv has 400 people on it. So I put out a thing to them. I said, hey, I'm looking for a scrap, a 1 foot scrap of Mopar sheet metal. It could be a piece of a door skin, quarter hood, some crumpled, anything. I just need a piece of original sheet metal to weld into something. 400 people that went out from, and I heard from none of them. So to me, that just says, okay, these are all guys that like to sit around and talk about correct crayon marks on their cars. Not my scene, right?
Yeah.
Out another thing. YouTube, on the other hand, I can put out a video or I can watch somebody else's video. Everybody interacts, do their thing. So guess what? This is my scene. And that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could be right here, right now with the 6 of us and be like, hey, I need a piece of sheet metal. And probably at least half of us would be like, okay, what's your address?
It's funny. Mm-hmm. It's funny you say that. Because I asked the thing about the square of sheet metal for that 400 person listserv. And I know for sure out of 400 people that all have these cars, somebody has a wrecked quarter panel or something that's laying there rusting behind their house that I could cut that square out of, right? And I heard from nobody. I mentioned it in passing to Hoosier Garage. He's like, hey man, he sent me four pieces of it, shipped it, didn't ask for anything. Hoosier did that for me.
You never asked
How
me.
cool was that? What's that?
You never asked me.
No, I'm just saying. I just mentioned it in passing to him. I had all forgotten about
Jen's gonna leave.
Somebody's hurt. I can see the
someone's getting hurt.
But it shows you how much different this community is than that one, and how different. And I think it's because the reason I attribute it, and maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to hear what you guys think. I think it's because that we're all creative people, and that's why we're here. We're creators. We're content creators. Those car show people are not creative people.
No.
What I mean is that their whole mission in life is making their car more correct than their neighbors by someone else's standard.
Winning
And
trophies.
since they are not creative people, so they judge creative people as wrong. I come here, we're all creative people.
It's either that or they're like, yeah, give me a shout out on the channel so I get some more subs.
Hoosier didn't ask for anything. I just mentioned it to him and he just had it. I thought that was pretty cool. So, but it shows you real quick. You find out really quick what your cool cliques and clubs and such are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really impressed with the folks that I've met through the YouTube thing, and that's what I was kind of hoping that my channel would do, is kind of link me with the same like-minded people, and it's done that. Mission accomplished.
Well, that's the thing. So, if we all live closer together, we wouldn't be doing this like this. We'd all be at somebody's shop and be like, okay, whose house we going to next Friday? Whose shop we going to next Friday?
Yeah, we kind of would, but we kind of wouldn't, because we're all busy creating. Most people that do that aren't creating at all. That's why they're doing that.
Yeah, but it'd be like, okay, Ruben, what do you need help with? Okay, yeah, well, if I was closer to Ruben, I'd be over there helping him work on his shit.
Yeah. Kick ass. But actually, I wanted to ask Johnny, because Johnny, I don't know if you know, John Wilburn's got that drag race thing. I keep thinking it's top secret. It's not. In September, Johnny, what do you think the likelihood of you traveling across country to do like a duct tape style
halfway
across country in September next year?
Before you
think you could make something
really put him on the
that'd be super tough for you?
I got to head off for the night, guys.
Okay,
Jed.
Yeah, all right, we'll see you later.
All right, Jed.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off after
Later,
we talk Johnny into traveling 21 hours.
I don't know, man. I mean, it would be pretty hard, I think, but it would kind of depend. I mean, I really want to get the Duster squared away so it's like very reliable and I could take it to the track and just pound on it,
Yeah.
I feel like the duct tape drags is close enough to me where I think that's going to be like a yearly event.
Mm-hmm.
But I could totally see myself. I would like to be able to get, like plan things out where I could do some regular things. Like I heard a lot of good things about Mo Party.
Oh my God, Mo Party.
I don't know what it's like. There's guys that were there, but something like that. That's across the country. I've been to the Mopar Nationals once when it was in Indianapolis, and I was freaking blown away. That was in the 90s. I was blown away how many Mopars actually still existed even back then. So I don't know. It's too soon to say, but plant the seed and.
If anything, I wanted to plant the seed right now because John's got that thing in September.
Yep.
So my plan is I'm going to go. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rent an RV. They're like $150 a day or something instead of a hotel, tow the Roadrunner behind the RV. And I'm going to go to John's thing in September. And then I'm just going to kind of do like a little vacation in that area. I've got some family. And then loop back around to duct tape drags.
Well, here's another thing. I mean, for us doing channels, it's like a big opportunity. I think that, it's one of those things you don't want to miss out on. I think it's a great opportunity for us to kind of cross promote our channels and stuff like that. So
we got a chance to have more YouTubers in one spot than anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, and that's like Chris said when I was talking to him about it. He's like, I don't know if I could bring a car out. He goes, but I'll jump on a plane. I'll sure jump on a plane and come out there. And,
I think it's going to be good. We will see. I've had to give Dallas a little bit of a break because this is the time of year when he calls every freaking track in America asking them if they want to do AHRA sanctioning. I mean, literally, he's like a telemarketer this time of year. So he needs about 2 weeks to do that when the season wraps up. And the season wrapped up a week ago. So here we are. So it's time for us this week to get to work on some of these details and get dates for you guys.
So are you seriously still thinking about Sikeston?
Yeah, you got very good chance.
Okay,
very good chance. I'd say before Thanksgiving, we're going to have made a completely firm decision and commitment.
Richard, what do you think the likelihood you go into something like that? Missouri, September next year. Can you make a haul like that?
Where to where?
It would be just, Missouri.
Which is just above Memphis. So Missouri's a big place, but it's down in that corner right above Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah,
So,
if I could borrow,
John Wilbur, Uncle
my
Tony,
kids'
and that
motor
group.
home.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Your kids got
drags,
a toter
but
home
East
and
Coast.
shit.
They're gonna do like an
If I
East
could
Coast.
borrow my kids' toter home and a stacker trailer, I'll bring like 2 or 3 cars, and yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, you just got to get a channel out there.
Yeah,
you just got to make a damn video.
Make a video.
Get the videos going. You got enough stuff I see right there, and behind you. You could make fucking 10 videos. If I had that much shit, you could make 10 videos.
I told you, Richard, just shoot the footage and send it to me, man. I don't make that
I've
offer
been
a
doing
lot.
I took the advice that John gave me and you gave me and Brian, and I've taken it to heart, and I'm doing it. I'm doing little, like John said, do like little 2-minute videos. And just do the little 2-minute videos and kind of stack them up until you got some good content, and then you just roll it out and edit it out and let it go.
Why don't you just do a 2-minute video in one take and post it? No editing at all.
Right from your phone. Like a 2-minute video.
Bro, I've got a bunch of those.
Well, just do it. Put them out there.
We're talking about cars, though, man. Car.
Yeah,
videos.
no OnlyFans
Not home
shit.
movies.
Oh, I ain't
we
got
don't need no OnlyFans shit.
Stuff. No.
This is how technical you are. Clean the lens on your phone, turn it sideways, and just shoot a 2-minute video and post it.
Yeah. This is what you do. You say, "Hey, this is Richard from R&D Motorsports. We're back in the HQ. Wanted to talk to you guys today about aluminum cylinder heads."
Right.
There you go.
You know what I shoot all of my stuff on is my old phone. And I don't know, you can't really see it because it just lit up. But it's some bitches. Look at the reason I don't use this phone anymore is because it's shattered.
It's broke. Yeah.
And that's what I shoot all my videos on, is this right here. I plan on getting some better stuff later, but
I was talking to my sister about that. She was talking about me getting a YouTube channel started too. You know, she wanted to do it. She's all, just go with what they say. Just do it. She goes, I think you can do it. You can become pretty big at it. And I'm like, oh, obviously. We'll see. You know, I just got to get over the fear of have the confidence and the fear. You know, I got to get over it. And it's going to take a minute. You know, I'll eventually pull through it. But I'm funny enough, I guess. I could probably pull it off. It's not a big deal.
If I didn't just do it, I wouldn't suggest it.
When you do it,
just from you talking in here, you should do videos.
You know what? So here's the thing. I know people who will always blow smoke and blow sunshine, and they don't mean it, and I don't know why they do that. So my thing is I was talking with, I think it was just Mopar Joe about you, and I said, he has exactly the right personality that people are going to watch his stuff. And he's got good content. If he'd stop worrying about production value and trolls and put a video out, I bet he'd get a following. The conversation is just like that.
I can see, honestly, and I'll be 100% honest right here, because I probably went through the same thing that's going through your head right now. You're a bigger guy. You're worried about what people are going to say. I got like half my teeth in my fucking head. All right. I was worried about what people were going to say. Ain't nobody said shit.
No.
And I don't care if they
would. But Richard,
and I don't care if they would, because I'd have fun with it.
Nobody cares as much.
People probably want to see people. People want to see a regular dude like you, man.
They don't want to see regular people.
That's all.
Well, it's getting to the point where it's getting better, and I'm comfortable with myself now. I'm getting to the point where you guys are just telling me to let it go, and I am, and I'm getting there.
You know,
I'm ready to go.
You know what makes videos worth it, man? Is when you first start making videos. Yeah, I mean, nobody's fucking watching you. You know, I mean, it's the truth. You know, it takes you a couple months of making fucking videos, dude, and then you get one guy that says,
"What did it for me?
Dude, that was cool."
What did it for me was John told me, you know, you just like on the last live, he said, you know, hey, don't worry about that. Let them make fun of that. Now sit there and make fun of, you know, be sarcastic by, you know, a bolt, and then the size, and then talk about it, and just do aimless bullshit for 2 minutes. that will piss off, and he's right, that will piss off more people than anything else in the world. But they'll keep watching.
John was referring to you talking about a race car, talking about removing weight out of the race car, like shaving down a little bolt to remove weight. It's like an inside joke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And people be like,
the thing is,
and it's like a big middle finger to people.
Like he said, cool. you'll get all your friends will watch your videos. Okay. And you're gonna have all of us, we'll all watch your videos. When I hit 50 people, I was like, I don't fucking know 50 people. Who the hell is watching my shit?
So think about this. If you own something, what else can they do with it? A troll can't do anything you're willing to own. A troll can chase you as long as you're trying to run from something. So, for instance, if I have a troll say something really outlandish, so some horrible, profane, ridiculous rant about me, and I answer with, okay, well, where do you go now? Where do you go now? I just said, okay, now what? Okay, the troll was counting on me running from the statement.
Yeah.
So somebody can say, well, how can you say okay to that? I'm saying, well, would the guy be just as wrong if I hadn't heard it?
Right.
So my thing is how are you worried about a guy who's just as wrong the 500 other things a day he says that you don't hear?
That's true. You got to.
So I'm saying when somebody says something stupid, highlight it. It's just like, okay, so some moron was complaining about the Bad Tree production guys doing a voiceover for Just Mopar Joe. Just Mopar Joe, he shot a video of an engine, like a teardown or assembly, and the audio turned out horrible. So he decided to make Lemonade with Lemons, and he had the Bad Tree guys narrate it for him. And it was hilarious. It was great. Yeah. Well, one guy with an attitude problem said, you don't need those Jiffy Lube rejects. Told Joe that. So anyway, I told Blake, I said, you need to run with this. So we've been having all kinds of fun with the Jiffy Lube reject things. We've never seen that guy again.
And you know what? That guy is probably still subscribed to both channels.
You know he is.
Yeah.
So if some guy wants to, first of all, you're probably not going to have anybody making fun of you. But second of all, if you do, it's always going to be some guy that has between 0 and 2 subscribers and no content. It's always going to be some coward troll like that. You can have fun with that. You can have even more fun if you make fun of what he made fun of and own it. Then what can he do? And people.
Oh no, that's basically how I deal with it. That's how I 90% of the time. I make fun of myself, and then I get people laughing, and then they're laughing at that dildo for doing what he did, and then it totally backfires on them.
You're sitting at this table, and they're not.
Exactly.
So ask them, what is it that you know that they don't know? Why are you here and they're not?
Or you just don't acknowledge the troll. No,
that's no fun though. I'm waiting. Right. I'm ready for somebody to say something about my car. I'm ready for waiting for somebody to say something about the Duster and how it's a piece of shit or whatever. I'm gonna be like, well, what do you got? I like cool cars. What do you got? I want to see yours.
My most viral video is a video of a couple of drunks getting thrown out of a football game. So I'm sitting in the stands, and these two people are getting thrown out of a football game just because they're drunk and stupid. So I just picked up the phone, started shooting it. I posted it on my channel years ago, and then just one day I noticed it had 90,000 views, and now it has over 250,000. Stupid video. Well, some guy decides to come on there and say, you're wasting my time posting this. I said, really? And
you're wasting your time watching it.
I said, and you're going to waste another 4 hours tonight watching equally stupid stuff. I wasted more of my time replying to you. And I just reply to these people like this. One guy said, I've seen more energy at a goldfish convention. I said, well, please post video from the convention when you get a chance. I would love to see that.
Yeah, goldfish convention. I want to see
that. Exactly. If you own those stupid comments, they got nowhere else to go with them.
There was a thing a while back, and shows my Street Outlaws fanboyness, but they did a podcast a while back, and they had a guy on there, and he's been on the show a few times, but he wanted to race Reaper Goat. He wanted to race him. So they set up a race, and then it didn't happen, and everybody started jumping on to Reaper shit. And the guy who was on there, he's a professional troll on the internet. He's funny as shit with some of the stuff that he says. But he started doing that too. And then Reaper came on the show again, and he's like, it was either that or it was on or it was on a TV show. He goes, look, I'm going to beat your ass. And the guy was like, okay, we can fight, but after that, can we still race? Because the dude just really wanted to fucking race him.
I got one for you about that, and it's not related to cars, but it is related to that in general. So I know a guy in the firearm community who wanted to post some content and videos, and the guy he reminds me of you in that he's really smart, and he's got a really good personality for doing this. He's super entertaining, really smart. He made a video all about how to carry a gun appendix if you're 300 pounds or more. The whole video was about that. And so he called the video, it was about the 300th parallel. He said at 300 pounds, you either have to wear the gun, wear the gun up here, like all muffin top, or down here, and it's all FUPA. So is the gun your junk or not? And the video was hysterical, but it's all true. And people loved the video and how smart and engaging it was. And nobody thought a thing about that this is like a 350-pound giant dude. They're all just thinking the video is really cool and funny. And this guy wound up going on to make a big channel and branching out and doing stuff. But because he owned that hilarious subject matter, nobody could touch it.
Yeah.
Oh,
what are you going to say that makes it even funnier than that?
Don't get me started, because I could do a video about that with a 45 and concealed carry. I don't even need a holster, because all I got to do is lift it up here, put it in, stick it in, and let the handle out. It'll stay. And I can walk around with it like that.
But the point is with your personality and wit, nobody's going to touch you if whatever you want to do is what I'm saying. You're the guy that never have to worry about a troll because of how sharp you are. I mean, I'm just saying, I recognize that.
This actually reminds me of something. Oh, go ahead, Johnny.
I just wanted to say, like, I don't know what it is, but Adam from Hoosiers Garage and Vix for Garage, those two guys get like the greatest trolls for some reason.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Adam does?
I'm telling you, dude, there is a funny one. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I don't know if he wants to talk about it or not. Yeah. But there's a few of us that are in a Telegram, like chat type thing. So we talk all the time, right? Those guys are always posting something when a troll comes up. And I mean, it is so freaking hilarious. The one Adam got was freaking comedy, and his response to him and then that guy responding back was just like, it had me rolling. So like I said, before you guys do your interview, talk to him and see if he'll tell the story or not. If he will, I think it'd be great. But, maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. I don't know. But
Johnny, have you had a troll yet? Do you have any trolls? I haven't seen any trolls in your comments.
No, I haven't had any significant ones. I had a couple.
You haven't made it yet.
Yeah, a couple of guys criticized me. One was like a legitimate criticism early on in one of the earlier videos about the sound being too loud with the music and stuff. And then I can't remember what it was. There was one a few weeks ago and I was like, I finally got a troll. I hit it big time finally. But it wasn't really that harsh. So, but anyways.
Well, here's the thing. Though. Here's the thing, especially if you're good at that kind of thing, try to bait him to keep posting, because the more comments you get, no matter what they say, they don't care. It helps the analytics. Yeah. Thumbs up, thumbs down, don't matter. It helps the analytics. It helps your channel. I have a question. I have a technical question, and it's like a legitimate technical question. I don't know if anybody here has had to do it yet. Crash bars in the doors on the 73 and up Mopars.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get rid of them without cutting the whole inside out? Is there any way to do it? Is there a good way to do it?
71 doors.
That's what I was really thinking about doing, was getting 70 or 71 doors, because they're the same on the A bodies.
Yeah, 73 was the first year of the crash bars.
I've cut a couple out.
You got to be careful, man.
This whole thing reminded me of, because I've cut a couple out, because I actually have a bunch of footage of me doing that because I was going to do a whole weight reduction thing. And the thing was, I had a bathroom scale, and I picked up the fender or the door. At first, I held the door and I stood on the scale and I looked down at the number and I was like, "No, don't nobody need to see that on the internet." And I stepped back off the scale, like I'll just put the door on there.
Oh wow!
But yeah, I mean, I've got a couple, and it does make a significant difference because those doors are heavy as shit on the 73s and up.
They are.
I left mine in mine. I didn't cut them out. I've never cut them out, so I wouldn't know.
You know what I need? I need Joe to get into one of these lives again.
If you have them before, 10 p.m. Central. I mean,
yeah. Well, the thing is with that is a lot of that stuff is like the guys. Yeah, it's going there. But I like having Ruben. I like having Johnny in, and if I do one at like 7:00, they're still out doing shit.
Well, Joe's doing something too, sleeping.
Yeah, Joe's sleeping. Joe got a baby. I understand that. But did you guys? Oh, go ahead.
You just got to go all night long. You just got to.
Yeah, I probably
24-hour fucking.
The thing is, though, now that I got it where I can do it out of my shop, it's going to be crazy.
That's going to be cool.
What do you guys? Okay, so normally when I do a live, I try to have one guest. For an hour or two, depending on whatever. What would you guys think if I had back some of my past guests and did a big live, like a Brady Bunch live like this with a bunch of scares?
I think it'd be great because you got viewers that'll watch that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But then on my next live, I'll be like Johnny. I'll be like John Wilburn stole my shit.
Well,
no, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be like that.
No, really. But I'm asking, would it be too much, or would it be?
No. Do you think this is too much?
No, but But I'm asking you guys, what do you want? You want to see different? Like, who would you want to see back that I've had on before? That kind of stuff. I mean, I'm just asking. I try to do a live every 2 weeks. I want to have good content. I'm just asking.
You guys answer this one.
The three I could think that I would really love to see in a room with you, all of them talking together. No, I couldn't do that. There might
have you had
feelings
Joe?
Get hurt.
Have you had just Mopar Joe? John?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had Joe on him in May.
That's right. You guys were at his place.
Yeah, his internet sucked, but it was a good live.
Yeah, that's right.
If you could pull it off, the one I would really like to see is Jed, Joe, and Tony. But I don't know if you could get Tony to nail him down for a little bit of time.
I think Tony would actually be the easy component there, believe it or not.
Jed, Joe, and Tony would be good, but I would like to wait and see if I would like to wait.
Joe seems like he's got a lot going on. He's got a
it's getting better for him though.
I'll get him back for a while. If I get him on StreamYard, then we have better internet because his shop internet is just horrid out there. His shop is like in the middle of a gigantic cornfield next to a levee, about 100 miles, like a tin can and string internet provider out there. But at his house, he's got good internet. So if I did a StreamYard live with him from where he lives instead of the shop, it'd be a good one.
Oh, he's been in a couple of these and he's always had good internet.
Right. Yeah. Well,
are you
talking about doing this like you're going to do it at their house, or you're going to do it?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Do it just like we do it here.
You know what I'm doing? I got a focus group here.
My honest answer is this: I think you can get away with doing both because I honestly want to do what you were doing, John. I actually had the idea a while back where it's like, hey, I'd like to interview people, like bring them on and just shoot the shit about stuff, And in thinking of that, I like when I was on Talking Mopars with Chris, I like it when it's just the two of us because you get into a deeper conversation about specific, subjects. When you have a bunch of people on here, the conversation goes in a lot of different directions. I'm okay with that, but it's like it's just two different things. Soda and coffee or whatever. It's like I like doing this. I think this is really cool. We touch on tons of different things, but like if you're interviewing somebody, I think it's cooler when it's just the two people and there's not a lot of distractions. It's like you
Like-
get more about that person, you know.
This group program's awesome. If you guys go way back on my channel, I was doing lives by myself for 5 hours. But I wanted to bring some dynamic to that, and I didn't know this program existed. So what I was going to do is, because I used to do, my camera used to be up here, and I'd have the Roadrunner behind me, and it created like a cool backdrop, you know. So what I was going to do is, in these car shows and these car clubs around the area, I was going to have people bring in their car in place of my Roadrunner and set another chair next to me and interview them about their car, shoot the shit, and do a live like that, you know, like a in-person, in garage, you know, garage live, you know.
There's a lot of different ways to go about doing lives, but I think the lives are going to start being big. I think people like the idea of talking to the person that, you know.
Yeah.
What's different? Everybody's got different style. Like, for instance, some channels are all about the conversation going on the screen, and the commenters can just watch. They can comment, but it's not interactive. And then some people are like Ford Boss Me. Okay, 30,000 subs. If that guy goes live, he reads every single comment, every one. He also gets maybe 80 in a room, right? So I do something different. I have on one guest, but we try to engage the comments the whole time with the one guest. I mean, so everybody's doing something different. I'm just asking, because right now I got a focus group with some people who watch this stuff and know, and that's why I'm curious. So
I think you could do a little bit of all of it, but yeah, like I said, if it was 3 people, I would love to see Joe, Tony, and Jed in on a live and just have them, you know, like you said, go with what's going on the screen. And, you know, you may have to talk to Jed a little bit about toning down his silliness, because I don't know if Tony and Jed, with Jed being full on Jed, would vibe very good. But I mean, they know each other. They've talked before, you know.
True.
I don't know.
Very cool. Very cool.
I'm just curious. I'm thinking about, you know, different guests, different stuff. Everybody's different. Some people are kind of, I don't want to say they're afraid of doing the live stuff. It's not their thing.
A lot of people are
comfortable with it. And then some people would rather do that than do videos. Like that One Fast 440 Duster / R&D Motorsports guy. He can get on live for hours and doesn't want to do a video. See what I'm saying? Everybody's got their thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's funny. I was at my buddy's house a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know, we were talking, and I'm like, dude, this would be like good content. I said, hey, you want to go on a video, talk about your cars? He did not want to be on the video. So
I got a friend like that too.
Yeah, I'm sitting there like holding my camera, like recording the cars while he's talking. He'll talk about his cars, but he doesn't want to be on the camera. You know, so
which a lot of people are just shy, and if they would actually do it, they would realize that they would realize that, oh, okay, that camera doesn't mean shit. And a lot of it's just a phone. Everybody's got a phone nowadays, so it's not like you're holding some big.
It's like I haven't even thought about the camera being on, the light. I don't even think about that anymore. What I think about is I'm in a room with you guys and the commenters.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get it's like a very yes or no thing. Once you get used to it, it's just done. It's done. You never think about it again. Yeah. But getting there is what keeps so many people out. It's like a barrier. It's a hard barrier for some people.
Yeah, and it's too bad, because like I even did it starting off. You know, I mean, I was super nervous going on Talking Mopars, and that was more like radio. I mean, we were looking at each other on video, but it was just recorded in audio.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nerve-wracking. But what you start to realize, once you get going and you can kind of get over those first couple of videos, you kind of just say, fuck it, and I'm just going to go. And you do that, then you start to realize, like, damn, man, I honestly wish I had started 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have been Vice Grips Garage if I had started 5 years ago, possibly. You know what I mean?
I had a harder time the first time I was on radio than being on like TV or video or anything. Because I don't know why, but with radio, like I was talking to this DJ, just talking to him off the air. Everything's cool, right?
Yeah.
Go on the air for just this brief second. When he asked me a question, it just rushed through my mind that there's all these people out there, and unlike YouTube, there's no usernames. They're all completely anonymous listeners.
Yeah.
And so I powered through that and answered his question and went on. It was fine, but it was a different kind of weird stress with radio. To me, it was harder. It was like more fear of the unknown. I cannot sit in that water and see how big the shark is.
Yeah.
Because on YouTube, at least you can see usernames, and there's a little bit. It's not as disembodied on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what? I just thought of something.
We're gonna have to end the live, guys. Richard fell asleep.
Hey, you got a marker? Let's draw on him.
Here, we can just do this.
Yeah, I think I'm reaching my my end.
Oh, he's awake now. He woke back up.
I'm gonna draw
Richard's
on him.
back, baby.
Yeah, you.
back, baby.
There. I'm gonna draw on him while he's asleep.
Richard, you gonna work on your car this weekend, or you said you're working tomorrow, huh?
Working. Actually, I got to be to work in probably about 3.5 hours.
God dang,
dude, go to bed, dude.
Shit.
So, no, I'm gonna be go get home today. I'm only working from like 6:30 until noon, so it's not a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be driving that truck going.
I know.
Oh, that's
I'm gonna
what
hear
they make
about a
Red
horrible
Bull.
accident, and I'm gonna feel bad.
That's what Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
no,
He's got curb
but
feet. He'll be fine.
that's right. Yeah, you're sitting there.
Should I put curb feelers on
Oh,
the duster?
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
On the
exactly.
roof.
Definitely.
But
Yeah, you got
No,
I mean, seriously, I want to
No,
do it
that'd be
because
awesome.
I think it'd be funny with all the other shit that I'm doing because it's getting side pipes.
Seriously,
I'm thinking about
I
putting
think
mud
it's a horrible
flap.
idea, but
Thinking about putting like those mud flap things on the Roadrunner.
Ugh.
no, I'm pulling the motor. I'll probably pull the motor out tomorrow, and then I got tomorrow. Actually, I got to pick up another trailer for my Dodge, and it's a sentimental thing that I got during racing years ago, and it was offered to me, so I went and bought it, and I got to go pick it up, but that's not going to happen. So
I wish you lived closer, man. I'd jam up there one weekend and help you out, dude.
I've listened, like everybody says, I've got, let's see, I can count all my friends on one hand, that live close to me within probably a 50-mile radius. And when it comes time to work on my stuff, it's like, oh, well, I'm busy. But they won't hesitate to call me. They won't hesitate to call me and sit there and say, well, hey, you want to put a 318 with a badass cam in my car? And it's like, well, yeah, let's get it going. Let's get it running. And when you ask them to return a favor, when you ask them to help you, it's like, oh, well, I got to take the wife somewhere to eat, or I'm busy, or I'm this, or I'm that. And I'm like, you know what, dude? Fuck you. I'm done with that. So, excuse me, my language, but I'm done with that shit.
It is all relative, and everybody's different. Like, it's so funny. Like, I told Hayden down in Louisiana, I said, hey, man, let's build a 318 for your car, and I'll bring it to you. And that's exactly what I did. From Virginia to Louisiana, right? It was a 3,000-mile trip. There are some people that think that 50 miles. That's just.
Oh yeah.
Oh, 50 miles. You would think that those guys were asked to crawl through 500 yards of barbed wire. I mean, what in the world is the big deal? And these same people won't make a 1-hour drive, but can waste any amount of time doing anything else they want to do. And it just tells me that's just not important to them.
Well, John,
exactly.
That's like you saying. That's like you saying that the races in Sikeston. I'm like, Sikeston, that's 3 hours away. How do I get to sleep in?
And then there's some people, you know what? It's so funny because some people are like, man, couldn't you get it closer to, like Bowling Green? And I'm thinking, Ruben's going to be here, and he's on the other side of the earth.
And I didn't even hesitate. I was like, okay.
You know
Googled it, and I was like, yeah, I Googled it. I was like, oh, it's only 22 hours away. I thought it'd be like 30.
So there's a guy that I did training in the shoot house with a few years ago named Yossi. He flies in from Tokyo to the airport in Nashville, rents a car, then drives 2 hours to Camden, Tennessee. And there's guys who live the other side of Nashville who won't make that drive.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, do you want to get Yoshi to pick you up on the way in? Because he will. He'll fly into Nashville, rent a car, and pick you up on the way here.
Yeah.
And you can sleep in your own bed.
Johnny, you gonna say something, dude? I think Johnny.
Johnny, you got something?
I wanted to say two things real quick. There was a guy that offered to work on my 68 Charger, trying to get it ready for duct tape drags. To my surprise and my shock, and that guy's Ruben, who offered to come all the way from his house in Phoenix to California to help me work on the car. And I'm just like, man, that's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah,
he was like
pretty freaking awesome, and I do appreciate it. I did not take him up on it. I would not. I was done.
Oh, you know why? It's because I know what it's like, dude. Like, I'm surrounded by my car friends, but like you guys said, I'm always by myself. Nobody even offers to call. When all that transmission shit I went through, I text every one of those motherfuckers and called. Nobody answered the text or called. But they text me after duct tape and said, "Sweet videos, bro."
Yeah.
And that's why I offered, like, for Johnny's, because I'm watching his videos and I go, "Oh, dude, I know where this guy's at right now. This guy's trying to get a car, on the road, And I was like, dude, I'll come over. Tell me what the fuck to do, dude. I'll do something, bro.
We have these levels of commitment, and it's so individual. And to me, it's not, because I understand we got to do things within our means. Okay, like I won't fault a guy for not making a 200-mile round trip when that guy, like $50 in gas, is like his eating money. I won't. I get that.
Yeah.
But there are some people that just, when they can't go an hour out of their way, but they could waste 3 hours over here and gloat about it. It just shows that I'm not important, or vice versa, whatever. Right. So that's why I like hanging around with you guys, because you're not that way.
Okay.
And that's why I'm willing to put on an event 10 hours away from me, because I don't care if I don't care if I have to fly from the other side of the earth. It doesn't matter. I'm committed to it, want to do it.
Yeah. So here's the second thing I wanted to say. This has to do with wives. Okay. And so it's kind of the other side of the coin. Like, my wife is great. She puts up with tons of shit, especially car shit from me. But I know, like, you got a glass, right? And there's only so much Mopar shit I can do before the cup spilleth over,
Right.
It's like with, my buddy Dennis, he calls for help, and he lives like a mile away. He lives really close to me. So it's like, it's not a big deal to go and help him. But I know when I go to help him, and then he needs help the very next day and another day, it's like, okay, dude, this is not the weekend for me to go to a car show, because I just did 3 car things with, Dennis. And it's like, you gotta, it's a balance. You gotta be able to throttle it back,
Everybody has a certain amount of capital.
Exactly.
And the capital could be gas in the tank, money to spend, time to spend, wife factor. So for in other words, for you to get away and go help Dennis, you got to spend capital with the wife.
Exactly.
That's all there is to it. I get it.
Yeah.
Mine said when I came back to duct tape, because we remodeled this house, and John knows there's tons of tiny things that need to be done, like grout and fucking all this bullshit. And I hate house stuff. I love my girl. I love the house we bought, but I hate house stuff. So she's been asking me to do like a backsplash. We've been looking at YouTube videos, and I've been humming and hawing. She saw me what I went through to get to duct tape. I get back from duct tape. She hands me a pile of shit to do, and she goes, "Now that you're a fucking miracle worker," she goes, "and we know what you're capable of when it's your shit's on the line." She goes, "I expect this shit to be done before Christmas."
You need to block her. You need to block her off your YouTube channel so she can't see all this stuff.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, hold on a second.
The garage, dude. She kept
second.
popping in here, dude, and feeding me and this dude. And she's like, this is what you like, huh? You like this? This is where does the fun kick in? And I'm all, I got to go through all this to get to the fun, babe. And she's like, oh, okay.
In hindsight,
the fun.
Okay, hold on. I gotta acknowledge this, and I want to clarify this. Aaron, are you saying that you are going to try to make it to John Wilburn's race? Is that what you're saying in this right here?
He's in Australia.
He's in Australia. You would be like super dude if
Aaron, if you can go and it's something that you say, hey, yes, I am going to this race, I will donate you $100 for that plane ticket, dude. I'll pitch in $100 for that plane ticket, dude.
I'll second that.
The price of that plane ticket will look like a phone number.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But then again,
and no
there was
pressure.
people wanting to do
go,
that.
You can't go, dude.
There was people wanting to do that for Tony's, for just to meet Tony, weren't they?
Yeah,
there was people flying in from out of.
I felt so bad for those folks because, you know, he had that one thing, and I couldn't make that one thing. Now, if you listen to Cabral's channel, I was there and all this stuff. I didn't go to it, so I don't know what in the world we're talking about. But the first one is what he was gauging the response off of.
Yeah.
Well, my gosh, man. I mean, they found out within 2 hours. They're like, the landlord just put the foot down, and he got word secondhand through the son, almost like, if I have to tell you myself, it's going to be problems. So the son came and broke it to him.
Mm.
It is like, we can't do this. We thought of everything. We were trying to do backup plans and everything. Like, is there a giant parking lot nearby we can take over? We couldn't come up with anything but to postpone.
All right. Well, I'm gonna kill this.
Before you kill it real quick, I just wanted to say something to all the channels that are not here. You guys subscribe to Rapid Transit, Bigfoot, Battery Production. I know I'm probably forgetting 10 other ones. Help me out, guys.
Just Mopar Joe.
Just Mopar Joe.
Scott Speed Shop.
Oh, J Ray Racing.
Scott Speed Shop.
Scott Speed Shop.
If you like podcasts, give Chris Albrecht a listen on Talking Mopars.
Talking Mopars.
John's
hold on.
YouTube channel.
I'm actually going to Ruben's list. Ruben's list is here. So if I go to his channel and I pull up a random video, let me see what I got here.
Oh, in the description?
Yeah. So if I go to Ruben's got a list here.
I need to update that actually.
There's your list.
I've had that since day one.
Yeah, so I'll read them off. Uncle Tony's Garage, 318 Wheel Run, Johnny Mopar, Duddy's Adventure, DD Speed Shop, Scott Speed Shop, Bad Tree Productions, Nick Garage, Chris Bird Song, Just Mopar Joe, Rambling Around, 1320 Video, 660 Street, Vice Grip Garage, and so many others. That's your list.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
There you go.
Hey Johnny, can you hang around for like 5 minutes after I shut this down? I got a suggestion for you. I think you might like.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I got to get up real early.
Yeah, I'm killing this.
Nice.
Don't kill any Somali children.
You too. All right, guys. Till we do it again, I'll catch you guys later.
All right, thank you for all your kindness, brother.
All right, like I say, you like what you see, like, share, subscribe. If not, I don't give a fuck.
Later, dude.
That's right.